Should we insta go back up or like is the strat to like some more time looting?
I stole a knock. I got another knock on that too. Knocked on that.
That's an enemy. Enemy. Vehicle.
Oh wait, that's Tyler. That's Tyler.
Oh.
This is them.
Oh, there's so many people here.
I hit him out. They're so low already.
Yeah.
Oh, man!
I got killed by Rolex, but we got Tyler. Rolex is with the hammer.
I got a frag. Wait, you're so low.
I'm deaded. I can't move.
Okay, I got Carnage, and I got Jacob, and I got Mo.
Hey!
Oh my god!
That was kind of clutch. Let's go.
You're so clutch, dude.
You have any more coins or no?
Nothing. Kill another one.
Let's go, guys.
You want this one? We can wait for a little
He
bit.
got me. He ate it. He's pushing right. You got that, brother?
Oh!
That's what I'm talking about.
Let's go! Let's go!
That was crazy.
You're actually crazy.
Who's Jacob? Who's Jacob?
Let's go!
Got one. Got Jacob. DP Jacob. iPad user.
I killed Mo!
Let's go, baby!
You're
Down you
nuts.
go!
One more.
Clutch!
It's been 2 years since I played professionally, man.
Find that killing Possessing to shoot this. Their position crumbles and they're going in on it.
What happened?
Come on!
I mean, literally.
Excuse me.
Hello? Goodbye.
Nope.
That definitely explains this a lot.
Nice.
Oh, assistance! Teamwork. That works. Okay.
It's versus Unicorns alive. They find that killing Possessing to shoot this. Their position crumbles and they're going
Oh, here comes the two-man push.
Oh no!
Jesus. First before we saw it. That's ultimately the final.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
Look at that. Oh no, it's organic. Oh, it dropped. Oh, it's disaster. Oh, Timber, man. You're not got the skills of Silas Pugh. You gotta be able to dodge that tree.
Danny, ready for extract.
PUBG Mobile fans around the world, welcome to the 2021 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. To the top teams across all regions, we have a message for you. The Middle East, you have proven your worth. Now, make your formidable debut on the PMGC stage. South Korea, forget the past. This year, show the world you've ascended. Remind the world of South Korea's raw talent. Japan, you came so close last year. But what doesn't kill you only makes you stronger. Bring it back better than ever. The Americas, you're the alpha dogs that dominated the West. Now, lead the pack on the world stage. Southeast Asia, you took down so many strong teams on your journey to the top. It's time for a comeback on the global stage. Europe, it's now or never. Push your limits and surprise us all. This is the moment to create your legacy. South Asia, you were the dark horse of 2020. Amaze those who would underestimate you again. China, you carry the crown of last year's PMGC. Now, with everyone's eyes on you once more, can you secure back-to-back victories? PMGC needs a champion. The world needs a champion. Who will stand victorious in the end? Who will be next to glory?
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Hello, PUBG Mobile fans. It's almost time to bring together the world's top teams for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021. This year's PMGC has a total prize pool of $6 million for teams and players, and tons of great rewards for our fans as well. PMGC will consist of 2 stages, League and Grand Finals. The League phase will last from November 30th to December 24th. During the League phase, teams from the Americas and Europe will compete in the West League, while teams from Asia and the Middle East will compete in the East League. Each league, 20 teams will compete on Tuesdays and Wednesdays for 16 slots to compete on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in that week's Super Weekend. The total Super Weekend scores over the first 3 weeks will determine which 16 teams will compete in the PMGC League Finals during the final week. The top 9 teams from the East League Finals, the top 6 teams from the West League Finals, and a special invited team will advance to the PMGC Grand Finals. The PMGC Grand Finals, which will take place on January 21st, 22nd, and 23rd, will determine the PMGC 2021 Global Champions. Who will be the next to glory? Don't miss a single minute of exciting PMGC action.
Welcome everybody to the kickoff of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League Finals. We have waited 3 weeks to go on ahead and get to this point where now the top 16 teams are going to be competing to try and get the top 6 spots to make it on to the Grand Finals. Hello everybody, I'm Span Cargo. With me today is Zute and Glitter Explosion. And just straight off the bat, how are you guys feeling? We're finally at West Finals.
I've been waiting for this for so long. I've been watching some of these teams grow, some of these teams improve. Some teams that we expected a little bit more of fall a little bit short. But this is it, right? The finals, this is where things really matter. This is where the performance will really impact their future as far as the grand finals of PMGC goes.
How are you feeling, Glitter?
My favorite part is that it's a clean slate, right? nothing is carrying over now. Everybody gets to start fresh. So if there have been some teams that have stumbled, now is their opportunity to really, really pick it up. It's anybody's game, and there is a lot of money on the line. I am super hyped.
Very hyped. And taking a look at this format, you know, for just in case people haven't been with us this far, we're officially done with the 3 weeks of the weekday and super weekend matches. The biggest change coming into this league finals, as you can see at the bottom there, there's 6 matches per day instead of the usual 5. So this is kind of, first of all, this is do or die time. It's finally in the sprint time. There's a lot of mental change, and it's just 18 matches in these next 3 days versus the whole 3 weeks, where you'd have a week to go on ahead and grab 15 matches for the super weekend. Zute, that's a big difference for these guys.
Oh, huge difference. And I was watching PMGC East earlier in the day, actually, and 2 things really stood out to me. There was a team, Nova, right, who qualified in the 16th spot for PMGC East. They're currently 2nd place. And they're that team that everyone's like, ooh, they're going to knock it out. Then everyone started doubting them. But there's some teams, even in here in the PMGC West finals, there's some teams when it comes to do or die time, like you said, they somehow just show up when it's most critical. One team in particular I would have to shout out is Ghost. I don't think Ghost did all too well, in all honesty, in the league week and everything. But Ghost is that one team that always pulls through somehow, so they might be looking to do the same thing.
Okay, well, it's kind of speaking about Ghost Glitter, like these teams at the bottom, you know, we talked about it's the sprint, it's the 18 matches. They kind of have to go on ahead and step up if they're hoping to actually get into these grand finals because, you know, there's no more downtime, there's no more room for mistake, kind of, with only these 18 matches right in a row.
Oh, 100%. So any of those teams that either slowed down in that 3rd week of the super weekend or didn't make it at all, but is still here. You know, you mentioned Ghost already, Zute, but also, you know, Navi was into that same situation where they didn't make it to the 3rd super weekend. So they haven't played for a while now. They've had like a week off almost. So they are those teams that I'm going to be keeping my eyes on. I'm going to be keeping my eyes on any of the teams that sat out a super weekend just because they don't have as many reps under the belts. You know, that's Eastern Stars, that's Mad Bulls, and those are also those squads that you were talking about, Span, that were towards the bottom of that top 16 and will be looking for kind of that bounce back, as we can see that here in the overall rankings.
And Zute, I guess not to downplay, you know, some of these teams like at all. I mean, at the top, Rise, Alpha 7, Unicorns of Love, S2G, all of them, and even Knights, actually, all of them doing extremely well at the very top. Rise actually 44 points ahead, a couple of points, excuse me, ahead of the team below them. All these guys are really, really close to each other. But at this point, these points, we can see the overall rankings. They can go on ahead and give us like an idea of what to expect going on ahead coming into this. But now we're all at 0 points. And, you know, if they have off days, like some of these teams have already gotten over this past tournament so far, that's not going to be good for them.
I would say out of the top 5, right, maybe 3 of those teams we'll see do well. At least in the first day. We might see 3 of those teams do well. And I'm just going to shoot it out there. 2 of those teams, for whatever reason, I feel like is not going to perform today. This is just the nature of a battle royale, right? We can't always go off stats. That's what makes battle royale so fun. There's a lot of RNG involved. And even if a team is really good, performs super dominant, just like this Rise team that you see on the screen right now, there's a very good chance on the first day heading into a reset, like everyone starts off at 0. There's a really good chance if you did well in the league, you might not do so well on the first day. And even, I would venture as far as to say, you might not even make that top 6 spot at the end of the day. I hope that doesn't happen though, but from experience and from what I've seen, it always plays out that way.
Oh my goodness, taking a look at this head-to-head, I mean, we've seen Mythic and Coops actually jump up on the MVP board a lot, but just take a look at them specifically. All their stats pretty similar. 1.9 average eliminations, only a little bit of difference in that Mythic had a little bit more damage. That's quite interesting to take a look at, but also gotta go on ahead and mention today's matches because those graphics are definitely going to come into play today because it is Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel, Sanhok, Erangel. That means we only have 1 match on Miramar. Otherwise, we have our usual 2 Erangel, 2 Sanhok, and we feel like basically beating it in at this point that the Brazilian teams do well on those Sanhok matches. So having 2 of them today, definitely something to look forward to. We know at this point, all of these people are ready for these games, and they definitely have their 1+9 and 9 Pro prepared, because as you guys know, with a flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers, the 1+9 and 9 Pro are your and their best shot to go on ahead and climb these leaderboards. We already said it, they have to make it into the top 6 to make it to the grand finals. Of course, that's with the top 9 from East and the 1 team from India that'll be participating there. But kind of just expand off of what Zute was just saying, Glitter, you know, there's only a certain amount of games that these teams can kind of mess up on, I guess we'll say. How many games can a team kind of be off if they're hoping to make that top 6?
I don't know if there's a number, because we've seen so many squads have 2 or 3 games where they get these crazy chicken dinners that cancels out like 5 bad games. You know, so it's really going to depend on their consistency or how severe of like a yo-yo effect they have going on with their games. But I do agree with Zute that the nature of VR or just PUBG Mobile in general, and what we've seen in seasons past, is that when we get to finals, a lot of what we knew from the season before, like the rest of the season, just goes out the window completely. You know, it's a total crapshoot with who will do well, with how these squads are going to do, and I love that. I want that. I want all of the teams to be keeping each other on their toes. I want everybody to have to really work for those coveted spots into grand finals. I mean, there's a lot on the line here for these teams.
I mean, I kind of want to expand off of that, because just taking a look at the amount of points that some of these teams actually got over the first 3 weeks of this tournament, you just see an increase with some of these teams. Like Rise, Alpha 7, Unicorns, like they each got more points as each super weekend went by. And another thing I'd like to super point out is S2G even getting 211 their first super weekend. And then they ended up changing up their strategy, kind of seeing what else they needed to do. Like, just knowing that those teams, Zute, ended up improving each week is absolutely insane. And now S2G doing insanely well the first week. Now that they're not testing anything anymore, I don't even know what to expect. All these guys are really close, especially with that increase in improvement.
Yeah, the improvement is probably one of the signs you really want to look at. So I know we have the overalls, right? That's the first thing you look at. Oh, Rise is number 1, Alpha is number 2. I think you make a really good point, Span, that what's even more important to look at is the steady improvement week by week, because that's something that you kind of carry through all the way up until right now. So they're on an upward trajectory, whereas like S2G, you said it, 211 in the first week. And then if they just started doing worse and worse week after week, yeah, sure, they might be in the top 5 because they got 211 points in 1 week. But going into grand finals, you can't be like, oh, they're top 5, they're going to do well, right? So there's way more to it. And at the end of the day, Span, tell me if you're with me on this. I think PUBG Mobile, it's just an emotion, right? That's why we love it. When we watch this, there's so much going on. I mean, we got 64 people battling out at a time. Throw in random circles, throw in just crazy stuff, and game after game, leaderboards change drastically. It's just like a whole emotion. I think that's why we all love this game so much, Glitter.
1,000,000%. I mean, and if you guys are talking about improvements from week to week, then another team that I'm definitely going to be keeping my eyes on is Besiktas. I mean, they're a squad that didn't even make that first super weekend. They weren't good enough to make it into the first super weekend. And then they had 2 back-to-back super weekends where they were consistently at the top of their overalls for that individual super weekend. And their averages, if we were to hypothetically, you know, kind of like average them out and say that they did play in a third one, they would have placed above Footballists. They would have potentially even been above Knights in the overalls had they had that third super weekend with those same numbers under their belt. And that's crazy to think about, because even putting them against Knights specifically, that's a squad that we're constantly talking about in a top position.
So now, kind of knowing that all these teams finally on level playing ground, once again, everybody's starting fresh with those 0 points, and everybody's kind of figured out their lobby in this tournament in general. Yeah, you're right, Zute, you're right, Glitter. Like, coming into these final matches, kind of don't know what to expect. We might see some surprising things where the teams towards the bottom might be towards the top in that top 6 that we're kind of keeping an eye on. But we're about to be getting into our first match, so we're just going to start talking about predictions right off of the bat. Reminder, our first match is on Erangel. So let's just start with you, Zute. Who is going to win this?
I'm pulling for my boys, the Knights, right? Like, I picked Rise a bunch, I picked Alpha 7 a bunch, but this is the finals. I'm from North America. I gotta give it over to the NA boys, the Knights. And real quick, shout out to Coops. I saw on Twitter he said he was feeling kind of sick. He had a fever. I hope this doesn't impact the Knights too much, so fingers crossed that they have a strong first day.
Okay, wow, I didn't know that. That's unfortunate. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Glitter, how about you?
I definitely like the Knights pick. Zute, they're very high on my list. But for this first match of the day, I actually went with a 7. Okay, they closed out the last Super Weekend pretty strong, and obviously they're one of our top 2 teams. So I had to get a little bit of Brazil love in there right off the bat for the day.
You know, I'm actually right there with you. I chose Rise, the other Brazilian team that's now in these West finals. I know. The thing is that honestly, this is a really difficult pick. I feel like I could have chosen a multitude of teams and would have been pretty confident and happy with it. We were just talking about it, but I'm gonna go ahead and go with Rise for this first one, just because they came in first. I think maybe they're just gonna carry that high. We'll end up seeing. We'll see who'll take first, because the thing is Zute, we kept talking about how some of these teams are increasing in their performance, and S2G had an insane Super Weekend 1. Again, it's kind of difficult at this point to kind of guess or predict who's going to be taking these first couple of matches.
Oh yeah, predictions are definitely going to be tough. As far as predictions go, I feel like this is a battle now of my prediction versus Glitter Damas. I have a feeling Glitter's team is going to do better just because she picked them. It's always worked out that way. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I am very, very excited to get into the first match. And also, we got 6 matches today. So it's a little bit of a longer mental stretch for these teams. We've only been playing 5 a day. So that might also come into play, right? Maybe these teams might get a little more fatigued today after competing so many games.
Well, do you also think, I guess, since this is the first day, do we expect maybe a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for, reserved play style? Or do you think we're going to see everybody just off the bat just absolutely explode? I guess is the way I'll put it.
Glitter, I'll let you take that one first.
It's definitely, I mean, the first day of this finals, this is going to be some passive gameplay if I have ever seen it. Okay, they're going to be feeling each other out, trying to see if they can just start the day off with some solid points on the board without having to do anything insane, especially on Erangel. Maybe if we started with like Sanhok, it'd be a little bit crazier, but you know, we've given them the tried and true map. They know how to start this thing off, and like I said, clean slate. Nobody's gonna go too crazy when there's a clean slate.
That's very true. Well, our second match is Sanhok, so luckily we don't have long to wait for that one. But our first one will be on Erangel. It'll be interesting to see, Zute, if there's going to be any of those usual gameplays that we've been seeing over these last 3 weeks. I mean, I'm specifically going to be keeping an eye on Na'Vi and, of course, Alpha 7 in terms of their rotations. We know that that's been an issue for them in the past. And I guess we'll just have to wait and see what other patterns that we notice happening on side of Erangel coming into this. Because, like we said, there's so many teams that could go on ahead and potentially take this win. We already put down our predictions, so we'll just see who's right here. I agree with Zute, it's probably Glitter Damas, but we're just going to jump right on into this and actually see who's going to actually get it, because we're throwing it on over to Highland Wolf and Necro for match 1.
Thank you very much, Bang Cargo. We're hitting it up on a PUBG Mobile Global Championship West Finals, Necro. And the debut, of course, of Erangel for our first match. A lot of high-stakes points here up for grabs, coming in on, of course, a full reset on our first game. But who is going to take full charge of that reset? Because I keep in mind, it's not just those on the analyst desk. We got predictions. Who are you predicting here, Necro, to win out?
Hey man, look, I'm just vibing to the music right now. I absolutely love this. And if you talk about predictions, I mean, hey, H2G, they're my boys, man. They're always like to start off the day on a good note, and I'm pretty sure, just like how in Super Weekend 1, they showed everyone how strong they were, a little bit of glimpse of their power. I feel like H2G now in the first game, they're just going to absolutely dominate the field. But what do you think so?
You know, I'm going to go for the underdogs. I'm going to go for the Mad Bulls. They've had a reset. They came off a fantastic Erangel game, of course, in that final match of the Super Weekend number 3. I believe they can step it up because I have faith in them. I believe that I will not catch the curse in this time round, but I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the full-on caster curse to come in. As soon as Mad Bulls, we see them first on the screen, 16th position. I'm sorry, Mad, in advance.
Oh, man. You already did it, didn't you?
I know.
Why
I've
would you do
already
that?
touched it.
Why?
I shouldn't have done it.
Why? Dude, look, now the problem with Mad Bulls is that below there's Unicorns Love and above there's H2G. And on the right side, there's Fenerbahce,
Oh, no, I've really done it.
You've already gotten them trapped, I'm not going to lie. So Mad Bulls, going to be a tough rotation from out of that situation. But yeah, if you talk about Na'Vi as well now, one of the best teams out there, but somewhere down the line in the league days weren't really able to show themselves up that well. But if you talk about not able to show themselves up that well, this time it's going to be Knights pretty much taking a huge dig on to Besiktas. 2 players have already been taken out, and Coops, the man who's not really feeling well, it seems like he's definitely doing good in the games.
Yeah, all of these players, they love to drop down on Yasna Poliana, but because, of course, the playing path, it was more towards the western side. Both of them ended up dropping around a gas station in towards that bridge, and they get caught out together. Unfortunately for Besiktas, it is Knights who come out on top with 2 kills. But thankfully, though, for Besiktas, they are still alive, and they do get over to Yasna Poliana first. So they can set up that defense. But PK, Pittsburgh Knights, they have the 4-man squad, and they, I believe, should still have that strength and coming further into that more eastern end of Erangel. And speaking of eastern end zone, Necro, that zone has gone over to the eastern side too for the third space, and only Axon really do have that comfortable position, not dropping though this time around to South Island. They have taken up more of that Milter side. This Knight's only going to obliterate even more, and Besiktas, they might just be the first down.
I mean, they did. 2 players already got taken out. The rest 2 are still alive in the game. I kind of feel that, man. When you drop inside a house and you're the one who only gets a pistol and then your opponent gets a M16A4, I feel bad. I feel bad that both of them just got a pistol in their hands. Couldn't really do much after that, Jake. And I've been in that situation so many times. And after that, I've also broken quite a lot of headsets. What about you?
Man, see, I just got rid of my old headset. It's not that I broke it, okay? It's not that I rage quit in PUBG Mobile. It's definitely not that reason. I just wanted an upgrade, you know. I was feeling a little bit spicy. We're coming into the finals. I need to show my worth here as we hit up the new headset. But I think also what I'm looking to hit up, and that is, I'm telling you right now, how many accidental kills are we going to see? Self-kills on buggies, on peoples, because I was looking towards the eastern side earlier this morning, and to me, the eastern teams, they looked like they were struggling with the driving skills and needed some L plates on those. Because I definitely saw some interesting flips, some interesting knocks.
Hey, man, I'm telling you, we've got some incredible stuntmans in the West, though. I believe.
We've seen it.
As Dave says,
oh, no.
Yep, West side is the best. I told you this. Dude, look, as I said it, this can't be any more perfect timing, Jake. I told you we have one of the best stuntmen out here in the West, and they just prove my word.
Man, we do have the best on them. We also have the caster synergy on point. Now we just got to be careful, okay, Necro? Because clearly when we start to talk about teams, when we start to talk about these situations, we already know now from that first experience that we are definitely going to curse someone coming in onto these 18 games. I mean, as I said, feel sorry for Mad Bulls already. Maybe we can get out of that diciness over on Unicorns that love S2G, but I'm worried because I think it's not just Mad Bulls who I'm worried for. I think also, of course, Na'Vi. Keep in mind, Na'Vi, yes, they look like a strong team, but they missed out on that third Super Weekend, and they're also, again, dropping against A7. Now, A7, as we noticed, did head up towards that northern side along Zaki, and it will make that rotation over Yasna Poliana. Na'Vi do tend, most of the part, do tend to go around the Roshok side and don't go up the northern end, but my curiosity lies in, will the Na'Vi change it up? Will they try to go across that northern Yasna bridge and try to avoid, of course, that congestion that they're assuming is going to be all along that Roshok down towards Pachinki side?
I mean, I also do like that point that was brought up by Span, and we have been seeing this quite a lot in the league days as well, how A7 and Na'Vi has always been clashing if they have been playing with each other in the same game. Now, they're playing over here in the Grand Finals as well, and as you mentioned, are they going to be changing any kind of things? Are they going to be changing any rotations coming inside the Grand Finals? That's what I'm really wondering as well. If they do, that would be one of the most interesting things to know about, because Na'Vi, I feel like this is where they really need to perform, and they will perform, and I'm pretty sure this is where we will see them at the strongest.
And it's about who's also ramping up. I mean, Na'Vi, we talked about them being one of these teams who we expected to ramp up. And I think, in all extent and purposes, they did also ramp up in that second Super Weekend. They did phenomenally there. But it was that fall. I mean, coming in onto week 3, unfortunately, Besiktas, so I have to hold my tongue because apparently Besiktas is still looking a little bit worse for wear right now. Zessi barely alive. It's Blue Chap Town. They can't quite find it. Alien Kid will not find the execution as he does drive off barely in safety, but Rise is on the hunt, and I think Besiktas are not quite out of this one just yet. They've still got a couple of hills to cross over before they're out of the woods of Rise.
That's for sure. But Besiktas, though, it still seems like they're not really that good on loot. And what I thought, they were just trying to scout out Lipovka, maybe hoping that that area will be free, but then they found out, okay, Bullock is already there. It's already been taken by some of their teams, so now Besiktas will have to find themselves those little individual compounds to try and get those loot, or at least to try and get their belly satisfied. On the other hand, Wall of Death moving in, A7 all the way outside, a little bit of late rotation from their side, including Na'Vi. And hopefully Na'Vi this time, this late rotation does pan out for them, because usually late rotation means Na'Vi. Okay, that means they just don't really have a lot of info. I'm just going to put it out there quickly.
Okay, we didn't say it. We've not cursed them, Necro. You almost did it. It's okay, I saved you. They'll do perfectly. They'll come into Watertown, they'll be a full 4-man squad. They won't rush in onto the circle. I believe in them.
Oh, this is interesting, Jake. Look at this. They're going down from south this time. So
true.
A little bit of I would say a little bit of unique rotation we've seen from this, shown from the side of Na'Vi. Yeah, Meku's all the way in the back.
Chilling.
Maybe he's just going for that little bit of comfort loot. We never know. Or maybe, yeah, as you mentioned, maybe he's just chilling, taking his sweet little time, realizing that his teammates have already moved forward. But on the other hand, now Rise, taking a lot of shots from Nexuria. Only able to find a couple of connections. Gary will be taken down to half HP, but nothing really serious going on up till now.
Nah, they're just going to turn around and going to 180 it back out of Nexroy's compound. I mean, you expected, right, Rise were going to come up against Nexroy. They always do come out of this more apartments up towards the hillside, whereas Rise, they love that school compound. They always go there 100% of the time. And we talked about Chill. I think we're finally starting to see some of those more kills coming through. Those Mad Bulls here will be spotted out by Footballist. Around, also getting under fire now. His effect will be on the flank side, but a little bit too far out to support Agri. And I think that Mad Bulls, or the Jinx, it's happening. They've lost one already. That's it.
It's you.
It's one and over.
You got Agora killed. You literally got him killed, Jake. You went with Mad Bulls. I told you, you've already put them in a really dicey situation, and now already down a man. A huge disadvantage for the rest of the game, but let's just find out. Anything can happen, man. The 3-man squad, they are still a pretty strong squad. Anything can make it happen. But Unicorns Love now in the front lines again. It's just like Mad Bulls, they always go against Unicorns Love no matter what. Football is right behind them as well. So Mad Bulls, they have nowhere to go. They will have to keep going straight as long as they find themselves a little bit of sweet spot to stop in. Now, Knight getting another kill on their name. I do want to see what kind of kills do Knights have. Ooh, so maybe 3 kills?
3 kills indeed. I think, though, this congestion that is coming through, Necro, more towards Ghost. I mean, you sort of saw it just as Knights approached that hillside. Around Ghost, there are so many teams. I mean, Ghost just got a central, beautiful location on that second phase. It has gone slightly more towards the south, but centralized all the same. I am worried, though, for Ghost, because, as we said, they are around so many of these squads, and to control that location, they got that high ground, and they got the information of when those teams are going to come further on into them. But I'm not sure. I'm not confident in what we saw in those 3 weeks, especially considering Ghost, right? They also missed out, just like Na'Vi in that third Super Weekend. That they can actually go toe-to-toe with this many teams. It's not worked out for teams or squads, for that matter, in the past.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Na'Vi stopping in the territory of Rise. And Rise as well taking their sweet time to catch one easy knock, and they're going to do so. Mufasa strikes in. 2 player easily taken care of. Tixie as well out the game now. Na'Vi left with only 2 players alive. And what? Rise! They're just doing some light work on Na'Vi, and they're easily falling apart. Now Unicorns Love GK first being charged in. I didn't like this split coming in the first side. And now again, Unicorns Love, because of that split, they will have to lose GK first. And I was literally about to ask you, Jake, what do you think of this huge split coming in from the side of Unicorns Love? Well, and guess what? That was not really a good idea.
Yeah, I think the Unicorns of Love, they played it a little bit worse, but where I think they need to be more together, actually, they could just easily stop Footballers on that push had they all been controlling that front side towards the coastal line, because you're not expecting that the zone is going to go towards that south side. So as much as this fight is happening around Na'Vi, when we do look at this opposite end of Na'Vi itself, I think just a little bit too aggressive. They walked in way too far, and again, not respecting Potato Hill. And that's something that consistent problem with Na'Vi is consistently rushing into fights that they do not have preparation for, and rightly so. Rise, punish them.
Oh man, A7 realizing there's a team in the front, instant 180, backs away, doesn't want to really challenge the fight, at least for now. Want to keep that man advantage alive, want to keep that man number going inside the game, so makes a lot of sense. A7 taking moves, at least taking steps quite cautiously, and I like that. Pretty much a splash of color inside the zone. All the teams are scattered around, but still, if you talk about the teams that are right in the center, Ghost, of course, is one of those teams that do like the center, including Fenerbahce. Now, Fenerbahce, they have said, we asked a little bit of questions to all the teams inside, and Fenerbahce was one of those teams, Jake, that said they are here, they have practiced a lot, and it seems like they're ready for this grand finals. They are going to give it all.
Well, we're going to be ready now, because it's zone like that, Necro.
Yeah.
That's going straight on towards them, and Fenerbahce, they're going to be all eyes on top of them on the farm, because farm is going to be that strongest location in this third phase zone. The bridge is also going to be crucial as Mad Bulls just overtake Unicorns of Love. They'll potentially almost find that knock, but more cautiously for Unicorns of Love. They slow down, and Mad Bulls, they will take that compound. His effect will run out of the hands of Footballers, but I think Footballers holding the heels behind them. They're going to be on the fight immediately. Oh, here we go, though. Footballers, yeah, as you mentioned, right next to them. They're hot on the wheels for sure. They're going to be finding themselves in cover for now. They have stopped the recalls inside the house. And look at this now. It looks spotting a player of Mad Bulls, taking a little bit of shots, nothing really critical happening. Mad Bulls already down a man, as Jake has cursed them at the start of the game. Yes,
and now
exactly.
Footballers looking to inflict a little bit more pain, looking to take another man down, looking to scratch them up a little bit more. Are they going to be able to do so? Are they going to be able to do so successfully? That's a huge question. On the other hand, now 7 goes down from the side of Ace2G. Not really a good outing there, Jake.
I guess it's just a strategy, okay, Necro? They just got to lose a guy to make himself look vulnerable, and then when teams think that they got the upper hand and they come in onto the trio, they just get outplayed. I mean, Mad Bulls have got skills too. They can certainly team 5 people as a trio. I believe in them still. I'm still going to curse them all the way to the end. I mean, I'm believing that double curse, right? We've seen it once before. It's a reality. It's a thing. Necro, you've done it to teams in the past. You know, if we curse them once and we curse them again, then it's actually a positive thing. Then they actually come out with a chicken dinner. They come out with all the kills.
It's something like, you know, plus is minus.
Right,
you know,
exactly.
If you've learned in maths, that's I'm actually quite proud of myself. I remember that.
I thought it was minus.
I am absolutely terrible at maths, dude.
It's a plus.
I think so. No, it's 2 plus is 1 is minus.
Oh, is it?
It's plus, it's minus. Yeah, from what I think so.
Oh no.
Or at least from what I remember. Okay, man. Look, I'm pretty bad at maths. Just don't judge me. As I said, I'm pretty quick, but the answer might be wrong. But on the other hand, now Eastern Stars. Do you realize the team in the front? It's A7, and Eastern Stars do not really want to be on the bad books of A7.
A7, no. I think they've got a position of A7 on this hillside. They don't have to move too far forward. Senatex is going to be their frontline man. Revo's got a high ground. My only concern, though, for A7 is that, that distance from the zone. That distance from the zone. If it comes over towards more of that western shift, A7 are in a real lot of trouble. But if that goes towards Milter, A7, they've got a real chance of definitely taking kills, but they don't have the players really in position. You do need to take a little bit more of a split, I think, to take full advantage of a location as far out as that. So we do hit the lull, of course, of the first game, and team's not really willing to move because it's zone again. It shifts, but further down towards the coastal line. Fenerbahce. Oh, we talked about them having the eyes on them before, but now we really got the eyes on them. I mean, them and Mad Bulls, these 2 compounds along the roadside, that's going to be the crucial mark, because that road is split on a lot of these teams up towards that northern end, and they all want a part of that south piece.
Oh, I don't really like this 2-2 split, though, Jake. They might just be charged on forward, and that's what exactly is happening. But guess what? Ghost is over here trying to hold Ace2G off at bay. Man falls down. 2 men actually go down from their side. Tensa, the only man left alive. But I feel like, if I'm not wrong, Ghost are pretty much on the verge of elimination. They're just left with that one last man alive. Ace2G as well have only 2 men to work with now, but they have found this little shack to work with. I do remember still that Erangel game, if you remember. Besiktas was the one who had this little shack, and now guess what? Another team joins the third party. It's Next Ruya entering in, and they're like, "What's up, boys? We're here too."
Oh, what a nade! Oh, it goes wide. Oh, but that one strikes. So Nihan's going down, and it's finding all front as football is there, getting dropped. One left, right, center. Lutz is on the outside, but he's only going to watch his team fall as Rise. But he's smacked down the rest of footballist in the big brother now of South America. We can say wholeheartedly here over Alpha 7 are taking the kills. 5 in total already this game, and they dodge out the nades. They're looking for him. Lutz, he's been this risky, little sneaky Lutz that he can be, but he'll still find one.
That was a nice one.
Oh, that was beautiful, Lutz, but can he get a second?
One. Oh no, maybe he can, but Molotov there to instantly to try and confirm the kill, but is that going to be the case? That's the question. Rise down to a 3-man now. Still, they can make a lot of things happen. We do know what Rise is capable of. They never like to back out from any kind of fights. Mythic, the Rise should be back up on the Mythic, and that's what exactly happens. Gary being a little supporting man right there in that fight. But Lutz now left all by himself in this 1-on-4 situation. He's being charged on by the whole squad, and well, this time he's going to fall apart. He's not going to be able to hold it off, and Rise getting that kill for themselves, going to be feeling quite good. They're able to hold the fort down.
But now, though, look on this eastern side. This was a problem we talked about. If that zone shifts away from Alpha 7, shifts away from Aton, yes, they will hold Alpha 7 to account. Currently with his zone, Aton do have a slight position, but it's how can he hold this? Because coming across that road, he's still got to contest with Knights. He's still got to get further forward. Being so far on the edge, we don't assume that Aton are going to have that safety net for the entirety of the game. So there is a lot of concern on these eastern teams. Wide splits coming through from them. Even the western side as well. We've still to talk about those wide outer ring teams that need to make their way further forward. Fenerbahce, he's going to find one for Blue Chaptan, but still all eyes. Oh, that was a nade. That landed? That landed from that distance. Doka Machine. He's like a Kobe nade right there.
Yeah, that traveled quite a long distance, and still he managed to land that. Duke and Machine, I gotta say, this man has some good utility usage for sure. He has a lot of precision with those nades, especially with those guns as well. And Eastern Stars now, right next to Bullock. They can always try and get some free shots in onto them and try and steal a kill away, just like a thief in the night. But on the other hand, now A7 do realizing there is Furious Gaming in the front. That's quite crispy shots from the side of Milo. Going to be finding a clean knock on the A7. Maybe that's going to be putting A7 into a back foot and also buy a decent amount of time for Furious Gaming to make that push, and Scream exactly does so. Charges forward with the buggy, tries to navigate through, tries to get as much as visual info as possible, and now finds himself a little tree to tuck behind.
Oh, the Scream. He's not quite going forward. We've seen this in the past. Oh, but the nade hit misses. Nice as well, finding one onto Alpha 7 on the backside, and Alpha 7 it's 2 fronts that they're getting obliterated from, and we talked about them getting crispy. They're getting burnt. Mafioso is getting toasted by Furious Gaming, and Knights on the opposite end. It's down to only a duo.
Oh, I gotta say, the guts on these people, the guts on this team, they definitely have nerves of steel for sure. First game of the League Day Grand Finals, and they're already charging on a team like A7 without showing any kind of signs of fear. Furious Gaming, gotta say, they have definitely amped up a lot of their aggression. And now Mad Bulls, Effect, the only man left alive in this little compound, is trying to not make any kind of sound. He's trying to stay as still as possible, and he's going to do so. All he's trying to do is just buy some time off, trying to get a little bit of positioning points for his team. But any kind of small movement from the side of Effect can give his position away, and Rise will have a huge chance to work on it. But this time, though, yep, as you mentioned, got him. But instantly, Mythic is there in the back. The cavalry is there.
Oh, I wanted Mabos to do so well, but I cursed him out. It happened. I'm so sorry,
It's the same thing happened with me, too, man. S2G got taken out on 15th place.
We should just not. We should avoid the predictions, I think, in the future.
Yeah. We should just leave it to the analyst desk. I feel like they do the better job with that.
That's their job. There's a reason why we don't have predictions. There's a reason why production team don't give us this predictions, because this is what happens. Is Rise going in Mythic. He's edging further forward. I think Next Roy, they've got to defend his position, but look at how difficult it is. There's no way out for Next Roy. I think they have to take this fight on to Rise, whether they like it or not. They have to stop Rise from getting over this hill.
Oh, that nade, though. It might just land pretty close. Yes, it does, but didn't really deal a lot of damage. Mythic taken down quite low, but the nade from the side of Next Roy, though, connects. And it's quite a precise one. Rise going to be feeling that pain just a man blowing up in smithereens. Mythic is knocked out. He needs a hand. And he's pretty much, I'm pretty sure he's going to get one, but Duke and Machine Nate's going to be putting down one man of Nextruya. It's going to be Frozen who's getting taken down. And now, Furious Gaming trying to steal those kills away on the Rise. They're just, look at this, so many utilities put on the board, but the problem is that Rise is running out a lot of smokes.
They have to use everything, bro. We've got Furious Gaming looking down on them, we've got Nextruya looking down on them, we've got Fenerbahce looking down on them. Rise, they have to move across this zone because, as you rightly mentioned, these smokes, they're going to save them for all but 40 seconds. But as soon as those smokes dissipate, that's when the blue zone is going to come in another 40 seconds time. They have to make the moves, they have to make the revives, but they're already 2 down and they're trying their best, but those nades, they're not landing. They need them to land to actually buy some way in.
Oh man, those nades, as you mentioned, yeah, they need to land those nades. One knock can be a crucial knock, and then that's when they can decide to just go in and aggress Nextruya out the game. One knock can be a crucial knock, and they can definitely buy them a lot of time to think as well on their feet. But at this late in the game, you've always got to think on your feet. If you don't, you will be pretty much taken out the game. And now Rise again. 4-man strong squad, but the problem is the circle's quite far away. And this late in the game, there's enemies all across the board.
Rise is still got 9 kills, though. A big game. Even if Rise do fall out here, they're still going to be upper end of that leaderboard with what they've done so far. But I think, as we said, right, Rise are pretty much out of it now. It's going to be near impossible as Mufasa does fall, but they're going for the final Hail Mary push, and they're going for it deep as Nunes going to fall over to only Frozen's hands, and it's all Nextruya. Can they secure kills of their own? Well, Fenerbahce, they got other hands on these kills, and Mythic is going to be stolen away, and Gary should be the next, and Gary, I don't think he's going to be surviving in that car. He's been sneaking the past, but Falcon is stepping on the other side, and he just gets dropped.
Oh, no.
There's Rise, who will fall out in 10th position, but Aton equally some problems as Eastern Stars, they're invading their home.
Oh, Cardi was a little separated out inside that little visitor tower, and he gets taken out instantly. Now, Nextruya left with 3 men to work with. Frozen, we have seen this man pull off some insane clutches in the past. And it's this time to activate that beast mode again. Cardi taking out Aton, being a little too anxious of that. They want to get Cardi back up on their feet, but again, is that going to be the possible task? That's the question, because it might just be impossible to get him back on the feet. And while doing so, Coco loses his life, and I feel like he should have been a little bit on that back foot. Milo spots another man out, but instead he prones out in the open, and Aethid takes a full advantage of that. Aethid takes down Milo, so now Asta, the only man left alive, one of the spotter men.
Oh, what a nade on Oliver. Knight set up quite out of this one just yet. It's stolen the kills away from Alpha 7. And now we're looking to steal away even more as Aton. Cardi is consistently, slowly, but dying. Surely, as Knights, they now move further forward and Eastern Stars. What have they got left? They'll take out Adam, but Knights, they're eyeing up 4-3. Beautiful kills.
Oh man, just like Thieves in the Night, stealing those kills away. Knights looking to take another kill in their hands. Kapahala is still down quite low, just got rest up, so it does make a lot of sense. The Knights, oh, they will have that little airdrop to work with as well as a little bit of piece of cover to work with, but still, the problem is going to be Eastern Stars. On the other hand, Furious Gaming taking a lot of shots on Nextruya. 2 men taken down, it's just left with 1 last man alive. The final man surviving, and Bo Bullock as well. They are caught out in the open on the high ground. They just don't have anywhere to go. They don't have the piece of cover to work with as they want. Ilian Kid, though, still alive, trying to go for the res on the fallen man, and he will do so, certainly. But again, Nextruya, they're looking quite miserable inside this house.
Nextruya, they were looking miserable, I think, all game. As soon as they come into that shack, there's nothing more that Nearly Nextruya can do. Pappy Potro looking for the shots as the revive's coming in. He needs to go, but he's not gone quick enough. And now it's a 2v1 situation.
Whoa.
Pappy Potro's down. Pappy Potro, no!
Free kill.
This is all down to a solo Furious Gamer, but Fenerbahce, they're moving even further forward. Necro is Scream. He's going to drop 2. Falcon the flank side, 6th position.
Oh man, Fenerbahce, Duke and Machine, though, still knocked out. There's a chance that he might just be back up, and yes, he does. There is a huge chance. Duke and Machine now back up on his feet. Nextruya will still have 2 men as a threat to work around for them. So they will have to try and eliminate the threat if they want to have a little bit more comfort zone. If you talk about the circle shift, though, it's going to be right on Knights. So, hey, maybe Zute. Oh, maybe his predictions will be right this time, Jake.
You say his predictions weren't right before. I mean, it's a Zute. He's got any power, and he's going to bring it through tonight. But Fenerbahce won't be seeing that day as Nextruya. They're going to slap down 1, but look at how broken they are. That was a 1-for-2 drop in the zone. It's Eaton Nihat alive. Nihat, you need to realize you need to get out of there. Almost Nihat drops and Doka Machino. Oh, Doka Machine. He's behind the hay bale. He's ready for it.
Oh, if he wants, he can get both of those kills. Again, Frozen crawling inside the zone. Yeah, does not instantly want to go for the res. He gets one, looking for the second one, and he does. The hip fire of the UMP is too precise, so he's going to be finding that kill easily. And now, these are the final 3 teams left in the game. Eastern Stars and Knights, they are going to be having a fair fight. But guess what? Who's not going to be having a fair fight? It's going to be the only man left alive from Fenerbahce, but it's Duke and Machine, so he's going to be inflicting pain, that's for sure. He's not going to let this opportunity slide away just like that. Knights find 2 huge kills on Eastern Stars. Now Tavian, the only man left alive, and he doesn't really have a lot of room to work with. He is being choked inside this little, or at least outside this little cover that he's found himself in.
Oh, he's pretty dead right now, but if that nade, it wasn't quite enough. But it will be the shots enough for Knights to steal away the chicken dinner. Zute on point with the NA prediction. Knights stealing away the first chicken dinner. And it was strong game through from Knights. They took all of those kills through from Alpha 7, those extra 2 final ones. Then they took away the kills from Alpha. Then they took away the kills out of Eastern Stars. And they just completely formed their backline position on the zone. As that zone shifted towards them, were able to steal away so much from all of these other teams, and a big result coming through from them.
Yeah, definitely. They were able to steal away a lot of kills without a doubt. And in the end, Fenerbahce, I don't really know why they seemed so unaware of the team that was right on the right lines. Instead, they were so focused on Nextruya that they just forgot that there's another team holding the compound, and they just try to cross over that compound in the open, and well, that's how they got taken out. But luckily, Falky was there on the right lines, who pretty much got rid of both those teams. And guess what? Jake, we have officially cast a curse, Mad Bulls and H2G. I feel kind of bad for both the teams, man. I felt H2G, come on, man, coming inside in the week 1, I feel like, you know, they were doing really good, and I feel like even in the grand finals, I feel like day 1 could have been, day 1 can be their day. I mean, still, we have just gone through 1 game, but we still need to watch out. But yeah, I wanted H2G to take that home for sure.
Look,
the first game, I wanted H2G to win that.
At least you didn't say that it will be their day. If you said it will be their day, then we'd definitely cast a cursed S2G. But because you said could be their day, then there's hope. There's hope for S2G. I'm not sure about Mad Bulls. I felt like I'd gone a little bit too upfront. I felt like I gave him a little bit too much confidence. I'm hoping that maybe Mad Bulls can come back in game 2 as well, but certainly I think a lot of these teams around, of course, coming into this zone need a new plan, because there were so many attempts. But I think teams being too patient, being on that backside, of course, first game nerves in the finals, they didn't want to be the first one on the center of that zone, and instead that zone went away from them, and a lot got punished, like Ghost, like Nick Schroyer, like S2G, coming in onto that 3rd, 4th phase.
As you mentioned, first game nerves of the grand finals, definitely there will be jitters in at least like first 2 games, I guess. But then later on, again, these teams should be comfortable because they have played in the league days as well. And I feel like Super Weekend 3 pressure was a lot on teams like Mad Bulls and stuff like that. So I feel like compared to that, this pressure definitely isn't really going to be that much. So Mad Bulls should be able to at least, you know, try and overcome that fear, try and overcome those nerves. But on the other hand, Duke and Machine, though, gotta say, some precise work coming in from this man.
Yeah, big nerves of steel for Dukan to be able to make that 1v2, but even bigger nerves of steel for Knights, as we said, to hold on to that backline position, to not give up their spot inside of that house on the eastern end. And of course, they get highly rewarded for that, as the zone did help them with that big chicken dinner to enter up game number 1. But talk about even more about that game and all of these beautiful 16 teams is our even more beautiful analyst Des.
These beautiful teams, there's definitely a couple of them that definitely shone just in our very first match. I mean, Zute, we got a huge win, of course, from the Knights. That's a team that you went on ahead and predicted to win this.
Go! That's what I'm talking about. The Knights coming out strong. You know, I mentioned Coops. He has a fever. He literally tweeted like 12 hours ago, yo, wish me luck, guys. I have a fever. I'm not feeling too hot. This man, rewind the stream if you tuned in just like a fraction late, because this man started off the match with 2 elims right off the bat. Like, just the Knights coming out hot, and when Coops is hot, both physically and metaphorically now at this point, I mean, it's Knights is... I don't want to say too much, but I'm stoked. I'm so hyped.
Amazing. And then still a couple other teams ended up doing really well as well. I mean, Fenerbahce and actually Rise getting a good amount of kills, being towards the top as well. Wait a second. Here's Coops, actually the MVP of this match. So yeah, Zoot, it seems like either he's kicking this this Fever's butt, or this Fever is just making him absolutely popping off as well. 6 eliminations, over 1,000 damage just in the very first match. I mean, Glitter, once again, Knight's already doing well. A couple other teams tried to do well, but really those shifts as well really were just wonderful for the Knights.
Love to see it. I mean, we were talking about it when we were watching the game. We've been waiting for and looking for that NA powerhouse to really represent going into those grand finals, and right now Knights are looking like they are ready to fill those shoes and then some. This was a huge game at the gate, but to be fair, like you're saying, Span, Fenerbahce also had a ton of elims in this first match, setting themselves up well to start off the finals.
Yeah, they definitely clearly kind of took a look at this and knew how to play these matches, definitely using that 1+9. But just as remember to y'all, you guys can go ahead and do really well with getting yourself some treasure boxes. It is finally phase 2 time to get these permanent pink and purple items. Google and Amazon cards, PUBG Mobile merch, they're all waiting for you at the in-game events center and esports center. All you have to do is check out the PMGC 2021 treasure box event there now to go on ahead and get them. So if you want to go on ahead and get these rewards in the treasure box now, make sure to watch PMGC live together and reach 100,000 PCU. Target everyone will get 900 PMGC tokens. So once we reach that target, go on ahead, go back to in-game events center December 23rd to 26th to collect that 900 tokens, and then go to the treasure box event from your lobby banner to go get your rewards. A ton of rewards to go on ahead and grab. Oh my goodness, and just as a reminder to actually be able to go on ahead and claim these tokens, you can grab them by entering the PMGC token at the web link in the live chat pinned message. So go on ahead and get those great rewards. There you go, point towards it at the bottom as well. Well, again, really exciting, just absolutely insane. First of all, zones from this first map and a bunch of plays from these guys already just in the very first match. And y'all, we still have 5 whole matches to go. Next up, again, our favorite map, Sanhok. So we'll see you guys shortly after this break to bring you guys more action.
Find back here into Zessie to shoot this. Their position crumbles and they're going in on it.
What happened?
Come on!
I mean, literally.
Excuse me.
Hello?
Goodbye.
Huh? Nope, nope.
Help me!
That definitely explains this a lot.
Nice.
Oh, assistance.
Teamwork.
That works. Okay.
It's versus Unicorns alive. They find back here into Zessie to shoot this. Their position crumbles and
Nope.
Oh, here comes the 2-man push.
Oh no!
Cheats it. Before we saw it. That's all the final.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
Look at that. Oh no, it's Mechanic! Oh, it dropped! Oh, it's disaster! Oh, Timber, man! You're not got the skills of Silas Pugh. You gotta be able to dodge that tree.
Yes, chillers, but this will make it big for Sanhok if they can get the chicken dinner. Now we're seeing a lot more information here. Yeah, speeding up. What? What? He got back in! He got back in! Damn, I will chicken dinner!
Welcome back, PMGC West finals. It is day one. We finished our first match. We're about to be going into the second one once again on Sanhok. Cannot wait to go ahead and just jump straight into the action. But first, let's go ahead and talk about it. I mean, Zute, Sanhok, again, completely different map. We have 2 of them today, and usually what we have been seeing over this entire last 3 weeks is those Brazilian teams going ahead and popping off, even though there are a couple of other teams that have really shown here as well.
Yeah, so I mean, like, we always do those predictions and whatnot. I'm changing it up. I'm not going to say it now, but just to touch on that, man, that first game, I'm still so hyped. I am 100% biased towards the Knights, right? Like, I already said it.
Goodness.
But they got the chicken, and I predicted them too in that last game. So, speaking about predictions, I want to throw it out there. One thing I love more than these awesome games are the fans. And we actually had a fan reached out to us, and what he does for his full-time job is he does number crunching. All right, he runs charts, he does graphs, he does algorithms, and he gave us a top 6 prediction. And Fenerbahce, wow, both 1,000 damage. Both these teams looking really good. I'm thinking FB will get a chicken for sure this final weekend. But anyways, the top 6, after he ran a bunch of numbers, did a bunch of all that crazy stuff that I don't know about, he had the Knights as predicted as the first place team. And the Knights just, maybe I'm like getting overly hyped, I definitely am, but the Knights just went ahead and took the first match too. So yeah, there we go. And I'll feed you guys the info, I'll let you guys know who the others are later on. And yeah, okay, the Knights really popping off there, Glitter.
I mean, top 3 assists go to just the teammates of each other because that's how many elims they had. 6 to Chico, 4 to Xenox, 3 to Coops, and that's not even counting the fact that Coops was already also the MVP. I mean, Knights starting off the day this way is just sending a message to the rest of the teams.
It really is. I'm also just looking forward to see those other teams that obviously were really doing well at the beginning of that match as well. I mean, both Rise and Fenerbahce just absolutely popping off, and then those zones towards the end. I mean, Knights just absolutely were perfect and continue to hold it. I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen in these next matches, though, now that maybe those zones are going to go in those other teams' favors. Let's just start talking about the predictions for the Sanhok match, though, and I'm just going to toss it to Glitter immediately because she and I actually went and just chose the same team, literally pressed enter at the same time, and she's going to say why.
Yes. Okay, so I picked A7 for the first match. Obviously, it looks like they might be just having a little bit of a slower start to the day, and who didn't have a slow start was Rise. We have Sanhok, which means we gotta talk about Brazil, and if I'm gonna go with Brazil then this time around, I'm gonna go with Rise for the second Sanhok match. Although, I am a little bit scared of Knights, I'm not gonna lie, after that performance.
Yeah, I as well ended up choosing Rise, so just pop it on up there, because for the same reasons, just gonna choose a Brazilian team, see if it's gonna stick, because it has been over this entire last 3 weeks, so we'll see if they'll be able to do it again. But another team that could potentially go ahead and take it, Zute, who's your guess?
Yeah, so for the first time, I'm not going for a Brazilian team, and I think the chat can already just guess what team I'm going with. But obviously, the Knights, I like... Back-to-back chicken, very difficult, I'm not gonna lie, at this stage. But I'm feeling confident in them. I'm also feeling confident going up against Glitter Damas, because Glitter went with A7, and my pick just absolutely trounced A7's performance. I'm sorry, Glitter. You're just right so many times, and I'm always wrong, so give me this moment, and I'm just feeling so hyped for the Knights.
Listen, I'm hyped for the Knights too. I'm not even mad. I've said it before. I want an NA team to do well. We've been waiting for a powerhouse to come out of the region for quite some time. I'm very, very happy for Knights, and there's a very good chance that I'll eventually jump on that Knights train with you there, Zoo.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Oh man, but don't let him get too cocky, Glitter, and don't. You still gotta keep your Glitter Damas. You still gotta see if.
It's a Zute Damas and Knights show now.
Oh no, I mean, okay, that's good. That's good. Maybe we're all on the same page here. I just wanted to make sure. Obviously, you already admitted to being biased, so I have a feeling I know who you're gonna choose for the rest of this. It's gonna be the same thing that happened over the last 3 weeks where you chose the same team, but we'll see. We'll see. You already got the first one, which again, bravo. That was a great game coming through from the Knights, and I am actually curious as well to see if they're going to be able to continue that, because that was just amazing from the start. They've won Sanhok before. Let's see if they're going to be able to win this one, and we're going to be jumping right on into it once again. So again, second match of the finals today on Sanhok with Highland Wolf and Necro.
It's your boys, Holland Wolf and Necro here for the second game of Sanhok, and I am loving it. We're already hitting up the Rumble of the Jungle, change of pace, as you said here, Necro, for our second match. And we talked about Rice, we talked about PK. I am going to go to that Simbo in the middle, just slightly above PK, and that is Unicorns of Love. I'm thinking that, you know, they're pretty consistent when it can come to Sanhok. They're going to do well.
Oh, man, you're going with them? I'm going with A7, man. I mean, you already know A7 is one of the best team on the map of Sanhok. I feel like they have cracked the code. When it comes to Sanhok, A7 has been one of the most consistent teams out there. So A7 is my predictions that I'm going with. But what's going on with Zute, man? He's just going with Knights all the time. Is he a paid actor?
I mean, he's being paid. I hope he's being paid because he's pretty damn talented, that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, you could argue. I mean, if he picks Knights okay in the third game, then we know. Then we know.
Then it's confirmed.
Yes, then it's confirmed.
But yeah, as I mentioned, A7, why I just like the way they play Sanhok is because as soon as they're going to be done looting boot camp, which is probably in like the next minute or so, they're going to be done looting done looting boot camp. They're instantly going to be going on the hill right in front of boot camp, and that's what A7 usually likes to do. And they will just wait right on top of the hill for any of their teams to just try and walk right in their crosshairs. And as soon as they do, that's when A7 just strikes in. They get those kills easily. And when it comes to that hill defending, A7, they're unbeatable.
Oh, they are. I mean, you look towards, I think, teams like Next Royer. You look towards teams like Ghost who try to challenge A7 on that exact hilltop. You see teams straight die dropping, just dropping on that hill. And I think, yes, that's a mistake. You're going to have less loot. But they did try to challenge A7. And I think as that tournament went on, right, we saw week 2, week 3, teams started to dissipate. I think particularly in week 2, which was our Sanhok week, where we saw so many times these teams play on this map, that they did realize that A7 are, as you said, just this unbeatable force in around boot camp. And it's such a powerful position here because when you do have zones like this in phase number 1, it head towards that far eastern end and do change up the pace of Sanhok. It's no problem, phase them, because they're already in the center. We just have a short walk.
Oh, close. Yes, quite close. Na'Vi, though, at least could have found blood, a little bit of blood on their hand this early in the game. That could have put smiles on their faces for sure. Rise now, you talk about blood being found, and Rise is one of those teams that is going to make that happen. And they might just get another kill. They might just get this kill confirmed. They're looking to do so, tapping away. Not really able to confirm the kill just yet. Kador being taken out. Mythic is there in the back, though. He is going to be creating a huge flank onto Kador. And he is going to be going for that confirmation. Nihat is also trying to make his way towards Kador. So maybe Mythic will be gifted with 2 easy kills, question mark?
I don't know if they're going to go all the way for it, though, because they do have a course Nunes. It got Mufasa very far away up towards from that Paradise Resort side and overlooking actually S2G. So I don't think they're going to go for it. I think they were just trying to see if they could confirm that extra knock, could confirm it into a kill and silence out one of Next Roy, but they don't get that opportunity. And so you do see Mythic just retreat immediately back, not willing to overstep and get punished as a result for it and lose out one member. Particularly, of course, keep in mind, Rise do have that more central position in the lobby. So again, it is important right now, Rise not fighting, having a trigger discipline, but to do what they're doing, having that 2-2 split, looking for the information on those teams, of course, looking in, because they are going to come in thick and fast, judging already by the fact that we don't have those islands in play. And to speak about Rise, of course, Rise, although they did look dominant in those kills right in that first game, they're not the most dominant team. I understand why Zute is picking PK, because the Knights, they're actually the highest in kills coming out of that of all the super weekends. They've got a total of 235 kills. 235 from Knights.
Dude, without a doubt, I mean, without a doubt, Knight is the solid team. They're one of the most solid teams inside this West region, and it does make a lot of sense for Zute to go with Knights coming inside the Grand Finals, because again, in Grand Finals, you have the mindset to always perform up till your best mark. And Knights, if you talk about a little bit more upgrade of performance, well, you can already imagine it's going to be complete, you know, just absolute insanity from that team. But Fenerbahce, right next to the players of H2G. I don't like this. It's a huge 2-2 split coming in from the side of H2G. But still, maybe Silas Pugh can catch one man of Fenerbahce off guard, and he is waiting to do so. As soon as he walks in inside this little shack, or inside this little hut, he's just going to be striking in, and Silas Pugh will be gifted with one kill. And that's what exactly happens. Oh, no. Didn't have his gun in his hands, and Silas Pugh strikes in.
Oh, he didn't have even gun in his hands? Oh, that's like, that's a crime.
He's a ninja.
That is awful. Coming out of Fenerbahce,
I feel bad.
I don't feel bad at all, quite frankly. I think that was all 100% skill. But in Paradise Resorts, it's another story. And the two here, S2G, they're getting lit up. Zessi's going down. They're actually making it somehow work. Because on AP's down too. Oh no, Besiktas, what's going on?
Oh no, these two players are single-handedly raining terror on the Besiktas. Few players fall down. Confirmation there as well. And now S2G, they're challenging fights on all different angles. They have two players on the other hand challenging a fight against Fenerbahce, and now these two players trying to take out a whole squad of Besiktas. And well, this is what we like to see. S2G, this is what they're known for, and maybe they will make this happen. But Resen, though, he's giving a reply back. He's trying to reply back fire to fire, but this time he will be shut down because he just doesn't have the HP to work with.
He just 2v4'd Besiktas and Joy. He's got nothing left of a team to save him. He's offered his own. He's offered a solo.
Oh no!
Oh, it went
talk
terribly.
about disastrous start.
It went
Besiktas have to be a prime example.
S2G though, this is what we're talking. This is exactly the way it works, right? You cursed him in game number 1. In game number 2, they just come back spectacularly. I see it already. The golden horizon for S2G on Sanhok. I mean, to pull that off though, to single-handedly, the two also against Fenerbahce, because Fenerbahce, they were closing in quite hard on that duo, on that more eastern coastal line, and it's only going to get worse as Dolka Machine for Fenerbahce is going to go down too. We saw where that, of course, second member fell, and Fenerbahce down to a duo as well.
Oh man, decent amount of teams being handicapped. Besiktas and Footballers being one of those. 2 men being taken out from from Fenerbahce, and Besiktas as well, 3 men losing. And now Eastern Stars having quite a decent first game. They're also going to be feeling quite good about themselves. They could have tried and win it, but unfortunately they just didn't have the circle to favor them. And Knights were the lucky bunch. So of course Knights was the one who sealed that away. But Eastern Stars again, we do know Miramar is the map where Eastern Stars do tend to flourish.
Yeah, and Eastern Stars, you don't have to play too aggressive. There's a lot of spots right now on that phase 1 that are still open, because keep in mind, we've got teams like Na'Vi, we've got Unicorns of Love, we've got Furious Gaming, all still to enter inside the zone. So they're chilling when it comes to the outside of this first phase, a couple 100 meters away. Furious Gaming going to be first of these 3 teams, Feather and Painan, but as we said, there are spaces. It's just south of Mongnai. You've got all of those hills towards Can Bravo for teams to enter in like Eastern Stars. But for next Warrior, they are coming closer to Fenerbahce. And we're hoping that for Fenerbahce's case, it's not going to get worse than this. But it's a duo. It's about as worse as it can get for the early game. I mean, we're only 8.5 minutes in. They are walking in onto Asson as well. Aster, I think he spies him.
Might just buy him, but again, I mean, we need to talk about another factor, especially when we're entering inside a map like Sanhok. It has to be those heal battles, Jake. Now, even if things go south for a lot of teams,
I picked him.
Including what exactly happened? Tell me.
It's why I picked him.
Oh yeah,
Unicorns of Love. I mean, this is like a team.
They usually go for that heal battle, yeah, as you mentioned. And then Mad Bulls as well, right? We do see them all the way on top north. They like to go towards Scout. They take their sweet little time looting in, and they rotate quite late inside the zone. And if things do go south for them, if things don't really pan out for them, that's when they go for that heal battle. And that's what we exactly saw in the Super Weekend 3 on the final game. That's what Mad Bulls did to secure themselves those couple of points. But now, it's going to be Eastern Stars who found themselves one little kill. That should help them put little smiles on their faces.
Eastern Stars, they will confirm just that spot goes south from Mongnai. They're going to drive her forward. I think in those few compounds you can see just encircled by that roadside heading in from their location onto Camp Bravo. Just a direct line should be their location further forward. Of course, that phase 2 did continue to stay more centralized, though, on the mainland of Sanhok. So it is going to be a more safe game here. No crazy zone is going to be happening. No crazy north, southwest island shifts. It's all going to be about now position of these hillsides. And I think when you're also looking towards that high ground, you're looking towards strong positions. Rise also equally having a great spot right there just around Barn. they can take a lot of these teams, particularly coming up from that quarry side, where it is going to be more chaotic, where teams are going to be pushed out, punish them on their exit from that northern line. Particularly, of course, if we do say that zone does continue to shift north. Talking about zone, is that Unicorns a lot of 1,000 meters out of it? I mean, they do seem fairly out of it right now.
Yeah, they are fairly out. It's 2-2 split from their side as well. So, as you mentioned, maybe they're just trying to rack up those first aids. They're just trying to rack up on the amount of first aids that the man has. And in the end, they're going to be deciding that one man to stay out and maybe just going for that heal. But on the other hand now, as you mentioned, he's also trying to heal already. They're all the way out on the south. Unicorns love. They will take their sweet little time. And I feel like they still haven't really found that comfortable amount of meds to work with for the late game.
I mean, they got 2 people outside. You're definitely talking about, yes, it's only phase 2. They can still rotate further in. I just think it's a little bit too risky to waste so many because, as you said, we're 1,000 meters out now in that game, in that zone. They do have to cross that river. They are coming in, again, with a lack of information on all of these teams, so they're going to have to play it slower. And because Unicorns love it already behind the pace of this game, they are going to consistently have to play towards the edge. There is no other style to play this unless Unicorns love have a miracle drive on in and somehow secure a spot past Quarry. But Quarry as well is going to be very tricky to navigate, and it's going to take crucial time that Unicorns of Love, I think, do not have. And they are going to have to resort earlier than I think they would like to into that healing strategy, which they are, albeit preparing for. But not, I think, as quite as a hope could be intended as PK. Nice also. Looking over just now, of course, the rest of Ghost Gaming, who are approaching at Quarry's side. And I think the Knights, definitely an assassin position. The same as we said for Rise, a great position for them. And it's about finding these picks. It's about minimizing the strength of these squads coming in for these phase 2, phase 3 points. Because as we progress, a zone like this is not going to be nice to teams who are going to be out of members, because you need to find these wide splits. You need to be able to utilize those flank sides, those extra players driving onto the zone to give you this information that you need.
I feel like the next circle is going to be the decider of all these teams' fate as well, because we still don't exactly know where the circle is going to be shifting. If it takes a crucial shift anywhere, and I feel like it might just shift down south, but no, instead it goes on the left side a little bit towards boot camp. So A7 will find themselves in the lucky bunch. They can also go for the compound right in the front of them if they want to. But again, they can also try and decide to stay at the position they have. They also have a little high ground to work with, a little bit of dips as well to work with. So A7, it seems like they are comfortable where they are right now, but just if they want a little bit more cover to work with, they also have those compounds in the front lines open.
I think A7 are making a mistake. I think if they do control this location, they are putting themselves at risk. Yes, they have a good position that they can control, and it can work out for A7. But for Alpha 7, I think they need to move a little bit further, more towards that right side. There is more buildings there for cover, but more on the high ground, and it's going to help to stop Rise. And all of these teams who are on that eastern side from approaching in, and Fenerbahce, one of them are going to lose their life. Next Royal Rebellion will be the next casualty in Falcon. I'm not sure he's too interested in staying in that location, but it's going to be a training footballist. They're going to take one of next Royal down too, as they will go 2 back in return, and it's fighting on all different sides, but no confirms just yet.
Yeah, as you mentioned, no confirmed just yet, but Fenerbahce again having one man being knocked out and now left with the only man alive, Falky. Man's going to be having a lot of pressure. He's going to be having some heavy lifting to do in the future time of the game. But again, now Rebellion, the kill will be confirmed by Footballist. Going to be getting that kill. Also, at the same time, Solke gets back up on the feet. So Footballist now looking pretty good. They're looking pretty strong. Fenerbahce left with only one last man alive. And as we were having to talk about A7's position currently in the game, I mean, it's kind of debatable. Yeah, I do understand there are teams like Knights as well entering inside the zone from all the way down south. And you have Unicorns of Love from the left, and you have Ghosts as well right next to them. And if A7, there are a lot of chances that there might be a little crack being found in that defense, and teams can just try and penetrate through it. But still, let's just find out. Maybe A7 have a little bit of backup plan going up their minds.
The Sheik says there's no plan in the world. I think it's going to save Enjoy other than staying still. As he did check out the building, he turns around, but only gets a shot in the back. 6 is going to eliminate Abashik to 16th position. I feel bad. for Besiktas and Fenerbahce. I think two of these teams who coming on into the finals. Yes, it's only been 2 games, but we really expected a lot more coming in from them. I think
it's not good for their mental.
Right, Besiktas were one of these dark horses coming in. I think that they really stepped up from that week 1. We didn't expect a lot out of them. They didn't show a lot, not even making a super weekend. And then week 2 and 3, they were big. They're going to need to come back in game number 3. It's nice. They're going further forward onto Unicorns of Love, and Rolkers is down.
Oh, that's a huge knock, and that's a quick knock as well. Some quick reflexes, just like as I am with my match, but on the other hand, now Unicorns of Love. Oh, charging in forward, fine too. And still, look at that Molotov as well inbound, but Goops on the other hand, it's just raining down death and destruction. And now the man is down quite low. 2 men easily being taken care of. Goops is the man to be scared of, and he single-handedly put down Unicorns of Love on their knees. And now Unicorns of Love, the tables have been flipped against them.
I mean, he may be sick, but he is playing sick in these 2 games.
He is
kill
sick in
after kill right now. He is carrying his team, and Lin, although down to a solo, is not scared to fight this, but I think that might be a little bit of a mistake, Lin. Your team's all dead behind you. You're the only one alive, and now you just woke up the beast that is Ghost Gaming, and you are single-handedly relying that you get out of his zone too. I think Lin has been enough more than they can chew. In Unicorns of Love, they are looking down and out of it. Is that Nate going to come over the back? Tickles him a little bit more. Use healing.
Is he having a first aid? No, he doesn't, Jake.
Oh, he's got 1.
He cannot even go for a heal battle if he wants to. He will need to commit for this fight, and yes, he does. A beautiful nade and quite a filthy one. Beowulf goes down, and that's a huge one. Unicorns of Love, or at least Lin for himself, is going to be finding a little bit of comfort zone. That's a huge sigh of relief with that knock being found. And Lin can try and move inside the zone as well. And as I mentioned, he doesn't have a lot of first aids to work with. That means he cannot even go for a heal battle. He will need to make his mark inside the circle if he wants to go for those placement points. Eastern Star spotting a crucial rotation from the side of Aton. But instead, Aton decided to jump out of their vehicles, and now Eastern Stars, the threat is lingering on their head. Aethys gets taken out, and Aton, that's a free, easy kill for them.
It was all a bait. His team wasn't even there. Aethys, he tried to hold up. I think he shot too early. They were trying to pincer Aton into a box of Eastern Stars on the outside, but because actually Aethys shot too early, Octavian, the rest of the duo on the other side, couldn't come up to support. They needed them to come over that hill. And Aton, I think, smartly, they turned around and took that, punished it. Is Revo also going to be punished just like his teammate here? His Lovers In is going forward. Can maybe try to survive, but it's short. Fuse for Revo. Now for 7, they're going to explode on down, die down to a solo now.
Oh, Revo taking out the game. Football is looking pretty good after that. I went with the A7, man. And it seems like I've cast a curse them again. Left with only one last man to work with. The final man alive, final man standing. And I'm not going to be predicting any more teams the further. That's for sure. But Eastern Stars, oh, that's a huge knock. Another knock might should be found. Malo's taken down quite low. Bossy taking a lot of shots in reply. And while he's trying to fight back as best as he can, Cardi goes down. Bossy single-handedly trying to put an end to their story, but there's a nade right next to him, and that nade puts the stop on Bossy, but still he's knocked out, and there might just not be the stop yet, but Mad Bulls is the one to put the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, but Knights as well, as Tenso barely drops. He tries to steal the kill away, but the zone takes it anyways. Bazi gonna drop to it. As Footballists, they're gonna drop down Knights just like they watched the rest of Ghost Gaming fall. In Footballist, big game for them so far. 6 kills already, and they have this zone. They have all of that stuff in control. As next Warrior, the next team is gonna challenge them further forward. As Rise also behind them.
Oh man, Mythic out in the open. Caught out, knocked out. Rise, losing another man. Not really looking that great. Losing another man. Oh, 3-man short. Only have another final man to work with. What's going on? A lot of teams are getting handicapped this late in the game. And Rise, I feel like, well, that's a huge burden. That's a huge threat lingering on their head. And the final man is going to be having a lot of heavy lifting to do for sure. Footballist. Now, Solke might just try and steal those kills away.
Down on his course to that solo. Nunes, it's all about healing time, baby, for him. Next Roy, though. How do you summon this hill against Footballers? Well, Footballers, you need to really take them out now because we are starting to make that rank flank around here. Lovers In. Loot is coming further forward. And that will only make it harder for next Roy. So time is of the essence. It's Blue Chaptan and Furious Gaming, though. On the opposite end, on the western end of this zone. Baluk holding for now, though. Baluk have this compound. I think they should be able to gain, with the strength of these walls to protect them, be able to stop Furious Gaming on the rest of the blue zone. Similar problem for next Warriors. Sulky on the front.
Oh, this nade can be devastating for sure. Oh, quite close. Dealt a lot of damage, but instead the reply nade coming in from the side of Nextruya is going to be taking Sulky down quite low. But the cavalry is there. The back is there from the side of Nextruya. Try and make sure footballists are being stayed right in the back. 2 players being taken out. Or Scratch, that Frozen still alive, so that means Nihant is the only man who is a casualty inside this fight, but still footballists, they're just pinning them down. Nextruya don't really have a lot of breathing space to work with. That means another nade from Solke might just seal the deal, but no, instead he doesn't exactly know. He doesn't really have the info to work with. So she's going to be firing some blind nades for at least now he knows that there's no one inside that little house.
Oh, but they've realized they're not in the house, and now they're shooting behind it. Next warrior, they're being pushed out into the blue. As another nade goes on, I think that one will land, and yes, it does.
Oh, that's good.
That one onto Yetta. And now they're closing on Nihat. Nihat drops as well, and Lover's in. He's firing out the last one of the total squad, and airdrop. Next warrior, footballist, clean, decisive execution. Sulky has to dodge out that zone, though. It is coming in. Blue Chatan only going to dodge out the death. Furious Gaming, I think, is Furious Gaming to hold on the last legs for them, but it's nothing for Scream. His alien kid will take the extra kill. Triggerism does secure his way in, though. He did sacrifice for survival.
Oh, no, but the problem is Triggerism's quite low, and he also needs to take care of another wave that is in the front.
So
it's footballist. And yup, as you mentioned, the wall of death is moving in as well, and it's going to be dealing quite a lot of damage. He's not going to be able to withstand it. Triggerism, you better move in. Oh, he's barely surviving on a sliver of health, and he's still trying to strike back. But Bullet Chaptan, only one man being taken out. Still, Maidon's alive. He's going to be going for the res under Reyes. So at least footballists know that there is a team right inside the little shack. Final 6 teams alive. Fenerbahce, Falki as well. Not really in the best of the positions. He will need to move out in the open as the circle has shifted away. So he will need to try and beat the timing there.
Falke down to healing, I think, in this situation. The zone is just a little bit too much about surviving. Mad Bulls as well are healing. Keep in mind on the outside. They are engulfed in the zone. Same tonight. It's about this slow end game. Hurrying up for these singles members of their squad to be able to secure those extra placement points. The Luke in the compound, in the zone. But no one really in the zone as a whole. Because that zone, it did shift central across that roadside. And it's about every member of these teams holding still. Is the zone does claim out Lovers in. Tolkien down to a solo.
Oh man, Falky as well. As you mentioned, he has to go for that heal. He doesn't have any other choice. Bullet Chaptan taking care of footballist. Here's Knockout, and now Bullock, they only need to take care of Navi. And Navi, they're striking back in style. As you mentioned, yeah, Tixi finds the opening on Reyes. The man of Fenerbahce falls down, and now Navi, they just have an easy charge on against Bullock. Again, going for that raise. Maidon trying to get the teammate back up second time, but the nade's quite close this time, and Maidon, the field just be sealed on him. And yes, he walks straight into the nade. Maidon still barely surviving on a sliver of health. Matic charging forward, trying to confirm the kill. Reyes trying to just convey the info to Maidon. And Maidon now trying to work on that third-person perspective, but this time he's going to be taken out. He's going to be engulfed by the flames, and he falls on top of the flames.
Oh, and Navi, he steal the chicken dinner, but who got second though? Because Mad were on the back end, and keep in mind they were surviving. Balut Chatan just dropped instantaneously. I'm curious who got those 12 points, who got 10, because I think Mad is very, very close indeed. He might have secured themselves an extra 2 much needed points, and I think much needed points for Navi as well, who coming in onto this finals, he missed out on that Super Weekend. They looked so dire on that first day. 1 single point on that first day of week 3, but then they come out here in the finals, game 2, already a win under their belt.
Oh man, I'm not gonna lie, I was actually gonna go with Navi in Erangel, and now that I didn't really go with them, I think so I have not cast
you didn't go for them.
Yeah, I think so they won is because I didn't really go for them. I didn't really cast or curse them, so luckily Navi, they were able to play this to perfection. But yeah, jokes aside though, Navi, a great game from all the sides, and I feel like Navi was pretty much hidden all this game, right? We didn't really see Navi pop off in the kills as well that much, and I feel like they have done a good job, you know, keeping themselves hidden under the shadows, and in the end, they found the right moment to strike, and they just strike in and get that dinner.
Yeah, Navi again, another one of these teams, right, that do go in onto that zone slowly, but don't go fast. That is their playstyle here in the global finals of the western side. And now they worked out for them because this was a very slow game and it allowed Na'Vi that time, right, as you said, to almost silent assassins get those 5 kills initially up to that final zone, and then they just had the high ground. They had the rock to cover them, and Blue Chapan in one shack. They knew exactly where they were, and then they sealed it that first knock, and then all they had to do then was come in with a second one. As Atom, I think, also a difficult fight coming through for them versus Eastern Stars. Eastern Stars could have come out better. And I think it's about more patience, because that patience, as we said, definitely rewarded. When you can hold out your fine, when you can be slow, Na'Vi, it works for them this time around.
Nah, but gotta say, props should be given to Coop. Single-handedly flipped the tables, flipped the odds against Unicorns of Love in that fight, and well, were able to actually come out on top. I thought that Nice is not going to be able to win that, but somehow Coops just strikes in at the right moment, at the right time, beats the timing, gets 2-player knocked out easily, and then instantly charges forward for the third. I gotta say, man, Coops, he is an insane player. Imagine he's sick right now. Imagine if he wasn't sick. That means he will be in his full form.
Do you know what's crazy, though, about Nice? Is it's not just Coops. It is Xenox. It's the rest of their squad. It's
team,
everyone together that is individually talented, and then they bring it all back full circle, and they're able to be so great as a team as well. And that's what makes Nice so good. And what makes teams like Na'Vi so good when we see them come out so well as that team. But talk about all that teamwork once more is we are hitting it back against the Alice desk.
You guys are right. Once again, the Knights ended up doing really well in the Sanhok match, but it ended up being somebody else that went on ahead and took that chicken dinner. It'll actually be Na'Vi after the first match getting 0 points, bringing it back, Zute, with the 22.
Yeah, huge bounce back, 22 points. And Na'Vi's just like that Ghost team I mentioned at the beginning. Teams that we expect to do well, didn't do well in leagues, but they have this capability to show up when it really matters, and that's the finals. So Na'Vi did it. I'm looking at Ghost. They only got 3 points that game, so that's 2 back-to-back bad games. And Alpha 7 coming in with 0 on Sanhok. And Rise with only 3? Definitely not what any of us were expecting. I think this finals is shaping up to be a completely different ballpark, Glitter.
You know, is it what we weren't expecting, though? Because you and I both did say that the beginning of these finals, as we obviously can see, football is not surprised that that's who we have up here for an MVP. They were able to get, I think, 10 elims for this last Sanhok match. They were on an absolute tear right now. 618 damage, 3 elims for Levazin. But as Zute, we said, finals are always insane. The first few matches, we never know which way they're going to go. They're almost impossible to predict, and it's literally being illustrated in our first 2 matches already.
Yeah,
already a lot of movement.
Oh, sorry. I was just gonna say, yeah, that's very true. But like we said, at least one of the teams that did well in the top 5, they'll start off strong, and that's the Knights. And then we did mention some of the teams that do, you know, in the league really well. It's only been 2 games. It's not gonna be like that, you know, the whole way through. Until we finish all 18 games, we'll see some more consistency. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Glitter. And Span, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm just really hyped on these games right now.
No, I'm glad to hear you and Glitter talking it out. I was just gonna say that once again, yeah, it seems like there's a lot of movement coming into this second match. So a couple of different teams ended up being able to step it up in this second match, which is in fact nice to see, as you already said, because it's not just going to be a couple of teams just launching themselves into the top. It's gonna be everybody obviously kind of duking it out to try and grab those top 6 spots. So that's of course just really refreshing. It's nice to see these teams trying their best, just as you said, Zute. So that's kind of what we're expecting so far. With the first match, 2 matches are done. There's still 4 left, and throughout this entire time, just a reminder to y'all watching, there's an opportunity for you guys to get your own treasure during these matches with the PMGC 2021 treasure boxes. There's permanent pink and purple items Google and Amazon cards, PUBG Mobile merch, and so on. They're all waiting for you at the in-game events center and esports center. So please check out the PMGC 2021 Treasure Box event there now to go ahead and get them. It started today and it goes until January 13th. So go check it out now. And if you want to go ahead and get rewards in the Treasure Box now, make sure to watch PMGC live together and reach that 100,000 PCU target. Everyone will then get 900 PMGC tokens. So once you guys go ahead and reach that target, go back to the in-game events center starting tomorrow to the 26th to collect those tokens, and then go ahead and get your Treasure Box events from the lobby banner to, of course, grab your rewards. And a little bit more on that to go ahead and claim your PMGC tokens. Go ahead and get them now by entering the PMGC token at the web link in the live chat pinned message to get these great rewards, or below, of course. But again, that was our first 2 matches of today. First, a Knights win, next, a Navi win. Who's going to get this next one? This next one's going to be on Miramar. We're going to jump into a very short break, though, before we come back with our 3rd match of the finals.
The gratification is all the way to the bottom, and oh my goodness. No way. No way. Hello! Surprise! Yin, yin, yang! Oh, the crouch! There's 2! Up, the down! Goodbye!
It's down to only 1. That's all we've got left for Fenerbahce. Yes, it's Polo. He strikes down Duncan Machine, but he's got to go out with a 1v4. He's got kill switch. He's got J7 bleeding out. But how does he get up top? Polo, can he get another?
Oh.
Yes, he does. Nox Bomb's the only one surviving. Can he grab a 3rd? Yes,
Oh
he
my
can.
God.
Polo.
Helping him out in making that quick rotation, blows the vehicle up. As we work as a solid cover for him. And Frozen does realize he's getting pushed on from both these sides. And Unicorns Love trying their best to hold this off. GK first, the only man left alive now. And he has a lot of burden on his shoulders. He needs to do some heavy lifting. But Sheikta's from the back are charging in forward. And I feel like this is Sheikta's game.
Instantly knocked. Ugh. The gratification is all the way to the bottom, and Enjoy is in having a blast.
Oh, no, Ying Ying! Ying Ying's from behind!
Ying Ying! Oh my goodness! No way!
No way!
Hello! Surprise! Yin, yin, yang! Oh, the crouch!
There's 2!
Up, the down! Goodbye!
Aton throwing hard.
Oh,
Ying
my
Yang, the
cow.
Navy feel right there, sneaking up behind. Ying Yang not done yet. Up against Garrix, going for that spray down. 2 bullets on the M4. Got the reload!
Pinned down, it's a 1-on-3 situation actually. Lin is all the way in the back. He can try and go for the support play, but no, instead is GK first, quite quick with that peek. On top of the rock, is able to take down another man though, but over here, GK first finds another one. This leaves Maidon, the only man alive from Bullet Chaptan. He's prone down to the grass, making sure, or hoping at least, that his position haven't been revealed yet. He can try and go for those trigger discipline plays, but guess what? GK first single-handedly is just demolishing, is dismantling Bullet Chaptan.
His A7 are still to head further in onto this zone, but they're up against a more crucial Mad Bulls as we do.
Here we go. Welcome back, PMGC West League Finals. We've officially completed 2 of the matches. We're about to be going into our 3rd one. It's going to be our one and only Miramar of today. And just a reminder to y'all, I know that we talked about it a little bit, but I feel like we need to go on ahead and bring a little bit more weight to this, guys. We talked about the money specifically when it comes to this tournament, but on top of the big prizes that comes with the placement, there's also some bounties as well. I mean, Zute, first of all, first place gets these teams a lot of money. Same with these bounties as well.
Yeah, the bounties are like the cherry on top, right? The bounties are for like the individual players, standout players. But yes, the overall money. Now, the teams that were in the league stage that got eliminated, there was some money. They were in the money. But now that we're into the finals, this is when we're in the money, okay? Like this is when that 6 million starts really trickling down onto everyone. And we got PMGC East, PMGC West. We got this one more stage until we're in the big money. But still, there is a lot of money on the line here for this one. And I think at the heart of it all, that's what makes competitive great, right? These people are not just fighting for their pride or ego, but they're quite literally fighting for some like life-changing money, Glitter.
They most certainly are, and as you guys can see, the most limbs here on your screen. We got Tixie in that first place, then Fenerbahce and S2G rounding out the top 3. And most throwables, also Tixie, probably contributing to those elims. And then some Mad Bull, some Nextria action. Frozen making an appearance, Monkey making an appearance. And Frozen is someone that we've actually seen up here quite a few times for Nextria, who's had a pretty decent start to the day so far. So, I mean, once again, all these teams are shaking it up on us.
They are. I would just like to expand on all of those things that we talked about as well when it comes to the money and those graphics that we were able to see. First of all, there are a couple of bounties that are $20,000 in total for all of them. There's Gunslinger Grenade Master. So all these graphics that we're seeing when it comes to throwables or average kills, those are kind of just hints to kind of try and make us guess on who's going to go ahead and grab those bounties. And as for the first place total, that is $362,500 just for the first place of this. So I felt like I just needed to go on ahead and put in some numbers there just to go on ahead and give a clear picture. Definitely enough money to go on ahead and purchase yourself a new phone, specifically the OnePlus 9 or 9 Pro, because with that flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboard. Definitely, that's a lot of OnePluses with that money. But really quickly, let's go ahead and jump into predictions because we only have a couple of minutes left before this next Miramar match. Zute, who you picking?
I'm going with Ghost. Navi did it last game. Let's see if Ghost could do it this game.
Okay, Glitter.
I'm going with another kind of wonky prediction, but I feel good about Nextria.
Okay, well for me, I actually ended up choosing Besiktas because they're at the bottom right now. Yeah, they're at the bottom right there. I feel like they need some love, you know, give them positive vibes out to them, especially since they have been increasing their performance. Just had to go ahead and choose them for this, see if they're going to perform well. But this is Miramar, y'all. What are your expectations, Zute?
Well, I picked Ghost because for the first time ever on Miramar, they don't have to deal with Supermassive Blaze. Supermassive Blaze qualified all 3 Super Weekends, so they were always there in Picado with them, slowing down the rotations and whatnot, and Supermassive Blaze did not qualify. So Ghost, this is your chance to like really show what you could do unhindered on Miramar.
Okay, Glitter as well. What are your expectations going into this? This is the first and only one today.
I know, you know, and I typically probably would have chosen Brazil, but they seem to have slowed down a little bit, so I think it's anybody's game at this point.
Okay, well this is the quote-unquote wild card map, so let's go on ahead and see if it's going to continue to be a wild card going into these finals, because we're about to start, ladies and gentlemen, once again on Miramar, sending it over to Highland Wolf and Necro.
Ooh, it's getting hot, Necro. We're going up to Miramar for the first and only time today. We get to see this hot desert dunes. I am looking at some of these teams, and I'm telling you, whoever is down that Alpoxa side, like A7, okay, like the teams like Navi, I am predicting a Western zone. Necro, where are you putting this zone? Tell me.
Oh, my bad. Okay, and if you're talking about where I really do want the zone to go, well, I'm going to say I really do want the zone to go on the top left, kind of like El Pozo side, man. I want to see an interesting zone, Jake. What do you think,
Ooh, El Pozo. We're thinking the same. Good minds think alike, my man. We're jumping down. I tell you what, though, the zone thing's different. The zone is in love over at El Azahar, Crustabout. I feel like there's some bias coming in with that zone. I mean, the amount of Eastern zones we've had so far in Miramar, I swear if we get another one, okay. Ooh, we get a Northern zone. It's an interesting one. We've not had this before. I'll take that. I think it's the best of both worlds, right? We're coming in. We've got a little bit of West. We've got a little bit of East. We've got some North spice in there. I think it's interesting in particular because we are looking now at the potential of Water Tree. Happy end up pass on. About that Death Valley in between there. That being the center of that zone, that's not a place you want the center of the zone to be, and it's going to be now who is crossing onto the north side, who's staying on the south, because those rotation paths they are already clustered on that south side. And to crossover, as we said, to that north, yes, it can be more open. You can potentially try to find more success up there because the zone is so high north. But then again, that is the problem, right? You are crossing through that open expanse into water treatment. And there are teams like Na'Vi, like A7, who could collapse and sandwich you.
Well, I mean, Na'Vi and A7 has been kind of colliding against next to each other since a long time now, and I do want to find out if that's going to be happening or not. But Ghost Gaming, though, I got to say, they're also going to be having a huge sigh of relief because Supermassive Blaze isn't playing in here. They couldn't really make it in the top 16 because if Supermassive Blaze was here, then Ghost Gaming will have that little bit of threat lingering on them inside the Pinehand side. But for now, Ghost are going to be the lucky bunch, or at least not lucky bunch, actually, they are going to be the talented bunch who successfully managed to take out Supermassive Blaze. And they were also dominating kind of that Picado area overall in the league days as well, but now that Supermassive Blaze isn't here, so they're going to be quite comfortable inside Picado, at least in the early few minutes, because they are still on the edge of the zone and they will need to try and at least go for the center. That's how the classic Ghosts like to play.
I mean, I'm also going to say that Ghosts are a little bit disappointed, though, because if you are Ghost and you're winning so consistently against Supermassive Blaze, yes, there's a hiccup here and there. You do get taken out, but on the whole, it was about 4-3 kills for Ghost. And now, where are those kills? They're no longer there, so that is potentially 12 points they're missing out on, and that could be a difference between qualifying, not qualifying in that top 6. Of course, it is very tight to get into those finals, those global finals later in January next year. And I mean, we have to highlight it, right? We have to talk about it. We have to talk about it. Those global finals, not even getting there, okay? If you just get first place in this tournament, $362,500.
Yeah, man.
Woo, that's a wage.
Oh, man, that's a huge chunk of money right there, man. And all these teams are not going to let that money slip away. They are going to be having their eyes locked on that first place. Also, at the same time, that huge chunk of prize pool. And also the fame that you're going to be getting with that, Jake.
Oh, if I was famous and I was good at PUBG, which I'm not, by the way, I'm still a bot killer. I'm going to hold myself to that. I am the pro bot killer on esports PUBG Mobile. That is my goal.
He's a professional noob.
I am. I just do so bad that I'm actually so good at being bad.
Exactly. That's well, I would say I'm on the same page, you know, kind of on the same page, not gonna lie. But sometimes, you know, here and there I do have a little bit of pop-off games, but still, we can ignore the fact that I'm still bronze. And
you know what we are, Necro? We are like the extra hidden difficulty in PUBG. You know, like when you beat the game in like hard difficulty, and then you get like a very hard, get like a master difficulty. We are that.
Yeah,
we are.
Definitely.
We just make the game impossible.
True. Impossible for ourselves by our own hands. But on the other hand now, Jake, if we talk about games really slipping out from anyone's hands, or if you talk about these teams, games slipping out from their hands, they cannot let any more games slip away, Jake. This is the third game of the first day, and you don't really have a lot of days to work with. Now they will have to value the time, the moment, and each and every single map and each and every single game they're playing, because this is where it all comes down to, Jake, and this is where you will need to prove yourself. Those two first games, those testing games, they're done, Jake. The time is done, and now this is where everything will come down to. This is where you will need to get your serious game faces on, and you will need to perform, because as we talk about the serious, as we talk about the huge prize pool, you are not going to let that slip away, or especially any of the teams that are playing inside this tournament, they're not going to let it slip away like that.
Oh, it drops. I mean, you lose out on first, you get second. It's down to $145,000. You'd go down there at $72,500. It just keeps halving and halving on there. I mean, you don't have, as you say, that first good game, that first second game going good for you there, and then you lose out all of that money, and that money just slaps you one side of the cheek onto the other side of the face and kisses you goodbye, because not only are you missing out on the money, as we said, we're missing out on that top 6 position for teams currently. I think like Besiktas, like Alpha 7, who we didn't expect would be in this position, especially Alpha 7, right? Second position out of all of the Super Weekends, just below Rise. Where are they? Where are they in this lobby? Because they are not here.
Man, Jake, if you talk about, there's so many deserving teams in here, man, that deserve to be in that top 6. But again, only 6 teams can qualify in the future, man. Only 16 can move on forward in the PMGC finals. And as I mentioned, A lot of teams are deserving, definitely more than 6 for sure. But in the end, it will have to come down to those final 6 teams that will move them forward in the grand finals. And I will definitely feel bad for the teams that were deserving, but unfortunately couldn't really make it.
And what makes it even scarier is that if you are going to look back towards those 3 weeks, right, we never had also a standout team. It was always teams sticking close together. Yes, you had a drop here or there between 6, 7, about 8 to 9 position, a little bit. But for the most part, the lobby, for all of those 20 teams that came on into the PMGC West, they were very tight-knit. And now we are looking in this first day of finals, are we going to see a team that is going to break away from the rest of these squads? Are they going to secure a spot? Because then you talk about point sponging, and then you talk about a team being far ahead, potentially like Knight, potentially like Na'Vi, who've already got a chicken dinner under their belts, then taking more kills away and losing out on points for other teams to take, as well as also that crucial one of those 6 points. One of those 6 points, should I say.
Yeah, but I really feel bad for Rise over here, man. Losing out on Gary, not really going to be a good news for Rise. Gary will be confirmed instantly, and Knights is one of those teams that Rise will have to try and go against if they do decide to challenge this fight. And if you talk about average points in Miramar, Rise are the leaders of that. Rise definitely do have themselves the most amount of points racked up in the map of Miramar. So, I mean, hey, they're looking at the top of the average points board in Miramar as well. So, and unfortunately, one man being taken out of the game this early for Rise, Rise are definitely going to be disappointed big time.
Yeah, also though, when you look, I think, towards, and that's when we take a step back as we do hit onto phase 2, as SCG, I think they're still cyberbullying their Rise, but I think we're quite done here, as Rib7 is got some backup, but doesn't want to go too far ahead. I mean, Rise still could collapse this. This is a 3v2 situation, and that hill would allow them the time. But yes, over to the zone, it goes up north, and I spy Oasis in that second phase. You do not know how much I want Oasis to stay in that zone.
Oh,
Necro,
it'll be interesting.
This is like all of it I have been casting all year. I talked about it all the way back in Spring Split. I wanted to see an Oasis finish. Are we going to get it? I mean, we've already seen an Island finish. There's possibility. There's hope. Miracles can happen.
Yeah, definitely can happen. I do want that circle shift up north as well. But next, Ruya spotting a man, a footballist, and knock. This time it's Rom who goes down. And now he's also taking a little bit of reply back shots onto him. Solke is the man in the close, or at least the man in the front, to try and defend Rom off. But still, where are the rest of the footballists? That's the question. Solke being the only man in the clotheslines, and he has a lot of threat around him. Unfortunately, he has to let Rom go, and that's what exactly will happen. Solke will try and play for his own life.
But he doesn't have a vehicle, and that is a very open space that he's got to traverse. I think in next way, if they just rush that down, potentially to overlook on that flat open, they could still take down Soul K2, and Football is looking very, very vulnerable as the duo already potentially could lose half. But Yekta, he's already spied up a kill potentially. Furious Gaming Stream is going to be split off from the rest of the team, and that's what they were looking for. They were looking to slow down Furious Gaming, but they will do regroup. Happy Poultry is there, and they will join back together and get further in onto that zone. There's a lot of these teams making that dive, of course, crucially, as we said, towards that top end of the hill, happy end of the path on, because that is where you are looking towards. Is we did fear. Keep in mind, Death Valley is still very much open. Water treatment's still there as well. And a lot of these teams trying to pincer themselves all together on that happy end of Passalon Hill because they don't want to go here, right? They're trying to dodge out of that Death Valley. Choco, he thought he maybe found something, but Ghost already occupied his home and he's got to find someplace else to rent. And, oh boy, are the houses getting taken up quickly?
Oh man, Jake, I feel like the chances of the circle shifting up north are quite huge. Maybe we're going to be seeing an Oasis circle, or maybe at least somewhere close to that.
Don't do it to me, Necro.
I do not want to jinx it, okay? Look, I swear to God, I do not want to jinx it, but I honestly have my hopes up of seeing that circle.
I have my hopes up. I want to see it.
Maybe I've already jinxed it, but I'm going to hold on to my words. Hold on there. A7. Oh, thing's quite close. Send a text. It could have gone down there. Was a little stuck on that ridge, but yeah, that nade can land. Oh, it did go down quite far,
going in with one
but a little too far away. Xenox down quite low on a sliver of health, going to be patching himself back up. And Senatex in the front, Xenox still has a lot of threat.
That one might land. Oh, no, it's not. It's going to blow up, but it's going to miss again. Sanhok, so. Yes, she said. He's climbing up. Nice there. They're navigating. Alicante spotted. And smart for Mafioso. Doesn't take the shot because this is crucial. That flank angle. They have the information, and now they'll move further back. And Sanhok, so despite that information, still takes out Mafioso anyways. It's down to a disastrous duo from A7. It's now Knights. They've got some momentum to push up.
Oh, Pittsburgh Knights moving it forward. As you mentioned, they have got some momentum to try and work on it, try and capitalize on top of it. Senatex is still behind this little wrist to work with. A7, two-man in the front. Revo aggressing in quite deep this time. Wants that opening knock to bite some time off as well to try and get the fallen man back up. But I feel like that's going to be quite a tough task. Nade was there, but a little too far away. A huge overshoot coming in from his side. Revo does not really have the high ground to work with. Instead, it's Xenox who's going to be finding himself on top of the rock, and he works onto it perfectly. A beautiful movement coming in from this side. And Xenox, the man is still calm, cool, and collected.
They just have nothing. A7 have no answers to Knights, and despite should have been able to control that, Knights just outplayed them, using the hillside to dodge out of the information to Mafioso. Then they lose a second, and now A7 down to 2. Carrillo instead of Texas are running because they are the ones trying to get up to the top of the hill, despite the fact they controlled the hill just moments before. Xenox, he will get caught though, but Senatex from return, and that's not the way they wanted it. Carrillo, they need to find more kills, but he's down to only a solo player here as A7. What can Carrillo do? Oh, he's going to run away. That's what he'll do.
Well, you might as well try and snake it till you make it at this point, but snake it in the map of Miramar. It's going to be quite a tough task. Carrillo taking down half HP. A7, yeah, almost. There's a huge chance that he might be taken out. Senatex is still knocked off, and there's no way he's going to be able to get himself back up on the feet. So Senatex, all he can play is just try and gain as much as info as possible for his comrade. Carrillo is also taking a lot of damage from the zone.
He only has 4 first aid kits.
Yep, he doesn't really have a lot of first aid kits to work around with as well.
Oh no,
and the zone moves away, and yes, we jinxed it. We all jinxed it, Jay.
I said it. I jinxed it. Start of the game. I'm worried about it. It's happened. Oh, we're going to Death Valley, baby. Third game is about as tough as you can ask for on Miramar, because now it is all but chance. Fingers on buzzers. Which way are you going to go? Are you going to hit bottom? Are you going to hit top? Because only one right answer. And oh, the disaster if you get it wrong, Necro.
It is indeed a disaster. Fenerbahce in front of Unicorns of Love. GK first, I'm pretty sure, has the exact info on that team. Fenerbahce looking quite good in the overall rankings up till now in the grand finals. And Bolt, one man went found. Bomb taken down quite low, but able to throw down, is able to get back in the cover in the nick of time. And GK first, oh, it's just an absolute beamer.
Hey, first, he's surviving though. He's on the edge of the zone. The predator he is. He needs that kill though. He can't move down that hill because Fenerbahce, they control everything, and without those confirmed knocks into the kill, GK first, he's not looking any real good right now. The rest of his team, I think he is covering to try and get the trio in closer, as we said, towards that happy end of the Patron Hill. Is water treatment is also going to be, though, the aim of the game. And of course, these compounds on the outskirts equally as much as Blue Champ's hand talking about that hill. Oh no, they're going to have to move though, and Aton, they are behind him, and I don't think they realize Aton are there.
Oh man, but Furious Gaming, they have the prime positioning. As you mentioned, Aton's position still kind of unknown in that battle.
Oh, Besiktas coming in.
And well, Besiktas, as you mentioned, they're also coming in, and they're straight up going to be penetrating through it. They just don't care. All they want is a safe rotation for themselves, and they just don't care what they're going to be passing through. Bullock Chaptan was the squad they straight up went between from. And Bullock as well, they're not really interested in fighting Besiktas just yet. So Besiktas finding a safe rotation up till now. And Rise, they fall down. This game is not really theirs.
Rise are really struggling, though. That's another bad game coming through from Rise. They struggled. Yes, they got kills in the first game. That maybe saves them. But we really need to step up now, as half the day has gone for them already. 16th position with no points in this Miramar match. As Besiktas, they did handshake with Blue Chaptan, and they do get, albeit a grand total of 3 small houses on the property ladder. As Fenerbahce, though, they are bigger, and they are richer when it comes to those. buildings itself as they have the position. Next Warrior 2, I think we do have a strong spot here inside of his zone. Do need to defend, of course, that hill as it has centralized around them. Next Warrior, something that they have struggled to do in the past is...
Oh no. Oh no. It's just bobbing and weaving.
Jake,
just bobbing and weaving. Yin Yang, though, still is able to make it back to safety in the nick of time. He's barely alive on a sliver of health, and now Knights as well trying to make an off angle on Yin Yang. Still alive though, patches himself back up. Coops and Xenox found themselves a little dip to work with. Mad Bull's trying to capitalize on top of it, but still Mad Bulls need to realize that there might just be a little threat on the right side. Coops finds the opening, that's what he's really well known for, but this time S2G from the back is going to be knocking the doors.
And they slam down Coops. Agri will be confirmed as a pity point for Knights, but Mad are also hurting. Effect gonna be taken down by S2G as well, and Rep 7 is on a tear too. One on each side, and he's broken the backs of both of them. And I don't think Mad Knights have an answer to this. S2G are just too strong in their position. Is another phase though has shifted, and it has confirmed over towards this northern side, but still Death Valley, the majority of his parts are the south side, and you can see how impossible it is for these teams to get past here, because you just cannot stop yourself from getting third party.
Oh, Furious Gaming have the prime positioning inside this late zone, so there's a high chance they might just win this game with the high ground that they have gotten themselves in. Now Mad Bulls trying to aggress in forward, trying to charge in forward. And guess what? Chica's position still is unknown. He has that anonymous factor going in for himself, and he might just strike in if he finds any of the players from Mad Bulls out in the open, and it will be an easy knockout for Chica to get. But Chico still shrouded himself inside the smoke, gaining a lot of audio cues as well. And this nade might just be close one. This nade might just be close. He's trying to navigate through with that nade. And if he finds a beautiful connection, that's going to be a time-changing, that's going to be tide-changing for sure. But now Mad Bulls, they're just charging in forward. Monkey's the one who's leading the charge. But guess what? Chico, though, as I mentioned, the anonymous factor kicks in, and Chico able to find two huge frags, and now Monkey, the only man left alive inside their squad.
But the smoke saves him, and now Effect will find it, but it's S2G and steal it onto Coops, and everyone else is on the small screen as well. Ghost Gaming slipping to Ghost. To Asshole, should I say, but next Royer. We talked about their strength of the position, but add-on, they are holding for now. S2G looking, of course, for that brilliant Kobe nade. I don't think that lands. The Token Machine, though, in against Unicorns of Love, will strike down two, pop, left, right, and onto center point as Rollkiss comes in, Lin down two, and they get it slaps down Unicorns of Love.
Oh, Unicorns of Love, Rollkiss, yeah, in the front, finds another one. And now looking to get another one again.
Reload.
Looking to strike another man down, and now in the close range has the M416, the signature M416. 30 bullets of pain can be felt for sure. Fenerbahce, they're not really overextending themselves. Instead, they're holding their horses. They're trying to hold back and decide this one. And Fenerbahce, right in the front, still do have two men to work with. Rebellion and Duke and Machine Falky that gets taken out. The rest should be back up onto Falky, but still he's being taken out. He's been confirmed by some of their team on the other dimension, and it's Furious Gaming third-partying this one, just like Thieves in the Night stealing that kill away.
Because keep in mind, Fenerbahce Unicorns of Love, they're in the downside, they're in the Death Valley, as we said, and Fenerbahce, it's only going to be them that live. Unicorns of Love, silence to the graveyard of players in the dip itself. There's been a bad shape. They'll keep their home and they'll progress through into this next zone. It has gone slightly in towards them. Some respite. Not for S2G though. Look at their position versus Furious Gaming on the back end, and them two feeling exactly what they gave that third-party punishment.
Oh man, we're seeing a lot of heads being ripped off this late in the game, Jake. And this is what we expected. Extruya also having a high ground to work with. There's a huge chance that they might just win this game as well. But the problem is they don't really have the prime positioning. Instead, they're just working with the edges of the zone. S2G alive in the game, and as I say that, I instantly cast a curse them. That nade takes him out the game. The final man falls down, and S2G as well taking an exit from the game in 7th position, but still had quite a lot of kills. 8 kills on their name, Jake.
8 kills, but Furious Gaming with all 4 of those deaths slap themselves to up to 7 kills. Next Roy also on 7, Fenerbahce on 4. These are the three teams that we are looking to try survive. Furious Gaming, of course, have been gifted this position, though. Bang! Center of the zone. As the next shift is going to shift, though, slightly away from them. Next warrior, Kudo Yetka, can potentially upset Furious Gaming on this rotation out. But it's all about patience. It's all about holding firm now.
The circle shift, Jake.
Oh yes, that
favoring
shift.
Furious Gaming and Nextruya, Jake, and this is quite huge. Nextruya, as I mentioned, they had the high ground to work with. Furious Gaming is having this high ground since a long time, including the compound. That means Furious Gaming can easily hold off teams like Na'Vi, Futbolist, and on the other hand, Nextruya can hold off Fenerbahce and Besiktas easily on the outskirts, making sure they're not really able to climb on top of this high ground, and also are either able to make their mark inside the zone.
Tell you what, though, Besiktas, they're vibing. They handshook through Baluchev Tan. Now we're top 6. They're waiting because it's a chaos footballers who are driving on in. 2 kills easily by Papi Potra, but Na'Vi, they're taking advantage of it. There's a full Senate.
Oh, Na'Vi taking full advantage of that. They did hear those gunshots, so now they realize, okay, the team's engaged with another team, and this is where we can try and push in, but instead, Furious Gaming are just a little too aware. They're able to catch Na'Vi off guard as well, but Papi Potra overexposing himself, overextending, and gets punished this time. He gets taken out loose, though. Trying to move in forward, trying to get the fallen comrades back up, but that's not going to be the case. Instead, instantly gets denied by Big Milo. And Big Milo on the aggressive footing this time. He doesn't have the cover to work with. He will be shut down.
And Na'Vi, they're fighting for their life. Barely that kill does not get confirmed and knock. And now still Na'Vi up with 3 players in the aggress through. Papi Potra alive,
oh, no,
but now Na'Vi ticking down, but a fire back on. Papi Potra runs away. Tixi again barely alive, and 2 times Na'Vi do not drop on a sliver of HP. Now Furious Gaming not confirming the kills. Have to defend even more as Besiktas 2 roaming on in.
Oh man, Na'Vi, 3-man strong squad. This is going to be a fair fight for sure. Na'Vi will need to breach in through Furious Gaming's defense. Let's just find out if that's going to be possible or not. The nade from Papi Potra takes down Tixi. Tixi seemed pretty high on the morals, but instantly gets shut down. Molotov there as well to try and extinguish the man.
Oh, it goes wide.
No. Oh, it goes too wide. He's not going to be falling on top of the flames this time, but screaming the clotheslines with that Vector trying to make some work happen. And that fire rate, though, not really able to connect that precisely, but still in the end, Furious Gaming do come out on top in that fight, and kudos to Triggerson.
They had to finish that fight up quickly as well, because Furious Gaming, they knew because he didn't confirm those kills, the rest were coming in. Fenerbahce quite happily just gonna heal, but Besiktas, they've got other ideas. There's still a full squad. They can still come out good in this game. But you cannot deny 14 kills for Furious Gaming. This is a chicken dinner worthy in itself, and they've not even won the game yet. They can still win this game. It could look like a big 30-pointer here for Furious Gaming in these big matches. This is what you need when you're only playing 18 games over 3 days here to get that, of course, big $362,500 for first.
But I like the confidence being shown from the side of Besiktas out in the open, and I knew he's going to be playing for that spoil sport. Rebellion strikes in, but unfortunately not going to be getting anything done. Recent was just a little tickled with those bullets. Not going to be feeling the pain, though, so that's good for now. But Furious Gaming just pinned inside this little compound. I don't really like that they're not showing a lot of confidence in the final zones, even though they're being favored by the zone. Besiktas still need to make their mark in, including Nextruya. Now Nextruya has gathered Besiktas' attention. Kudor strikes in. Enjoy 7. Gets tickled a little bit by those bullets, but this nade might just seal the deal.
The nader atop. Again, it goes wide. But that one doesn't.
Oh, that one doesn't.
Kudor is down, and I repeat, Yetka is on his own. And I think that Furious Gaming will take advantage of that push. Zessi overextended, and Triggerson takes a punish. They take as well. Yetka up to 16.
Oh no, Angel 7 on Zessi now. Trying to get the fallen man back up. Also trying to get the man advantage to work for them. If they're able to get Zessi back up, Besiktas will clearly have a huge advantage over Furious Gaming. But again, Furious Gaming having a huge part of the zone for themselves. I also do like that little spread between Papi Potra, at least in the front. And now Scream strikes in, gets that confirmation for himself, but Besiktas left with only 3 men to work with. It's a 3-on-3 situation. It's a fair fight.
Still, Besiktas, they are grouped together. Where are the nades gonna come? Where are they going to fall? The Sheik says the smoke protecting them for now as they go in further on. Scream on the flank side. Papi Potro's being isolated.
Oh, as you mentioned, Papi Potro being isolated. And now also trying to retreat back towards his teammates near the compound just to try and close off a little distance. If he is in the range of his teammates, that's also going to be giving him a lot of comfort level. And will that nade, that's a huge nade. Recent being found, but Sheik does have only 2 men to work with. Furious Gaming shifting the tables, or at least shifting the favors in their side. And now guess what? Sun HP and Vol goes down, and Vol now is down to just that one last man alive. He's trying to go for the res. Is he going to be able to get the fallen man back up? No! Enjoy 7 leaves the res, and he goes for the fight, and he will fall down. And Furious Gaming, wow. What a game, man. What a game.
Man, Furious Gaming? Where was this fighting coming through from Furious Gaming in those 3 weeks before? Necro, they played out of their minds in that third game. 19 kills and a chicken dinner. This is the type of performance that you need in the finals to get the first place, to get in that top 6. And now that Furious Gaming has cemented themselves quite firmly on that top spot, oh, are they looking like the scary Dark Horse team? It's not Besiktas, it's not Fenerbahce, it is Furious Gaming.
And the good part is that, Jake, it's nothing about luck in that, right? Furious Gaming were just so calculative in that game of Miramar. They were able to get that good positioning inside the zone. They realized, that really did seem like a well-calculated game from the side of Furious Gaming. Yeah, I would say maybe in the late game, the circle did kind of favor Furious Gaming and Nexria as well. But still, the way they hold off that compound against Navi and Footballists, 1 or 2 mistakes were being made here and there. The guy shouldn't really have pushed out in the open, and, well, Navi was able to get a free knock onto him, but still, Furious Gaming, the way they hold off the high ground, I am impressed.
It is so picture perfect. If you want to go back and you go into your own games and you want to know how to hold a compound at the highest level, Furious Gaming just big fat replay right there. That's all I can say, because that is about as good as you get for holding a compound. In a round, as we said, Death Valley too. Yes, it's going to be difficult for some of those teams to approach up. I think Na'Vi, had they not come up as 1 by 1, they think they realized that, and that was where, after those 2 initial knocks, they had to then go in as that full squad. It did put pressure on Furious Gaming, and keep in mind, Na'Vi, they almost dropped twice, but they did survive, and they could have definitely pushed harder and could have come out on top. But Furious Gaming, they looked phenomenal, and on that road, unstoppable. As we said, to 19 kills and a 15 points of a chicken dinner. 29-point game coming through from them. But you have to talk about it. We have to talk about it. And that is the other end of the leaderboard. We're Furious Gaming 5. What is happening to Rise? What is happening to Alpha? What is happening to the rest of Besiktas? What is happening to these teams that we expected to be in that top 6? Rise dominated over those 3 weeks in the Super Weekends. Now coming into the Grand Finals, where the money counts, where the points matter, they are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, exactly, man. What happened to those heavy hitters? What happened to Alpha 7? What happened to all those teams that we all were counting on? Rise as well, one of those best teams out there in League Days, and they just seem pretty absent.
Tell us, Analyst Desk, because I'm losing my mind over it.
Well, first of all, it looks like Besiktas did finally have the game that they needed to jump themselves out of that last place spot, but you guys aren't wrong. I mean, Zute, you were just talking about it. Alpha 7 currently holding 16.
Ooh, that made my stomach do a little bit of a flip when I saw that. But, I mean, let's congratulate the teams that did well here. Furious Gaming, a team kind of like Glitter mentioned, just out of the blue, just boom, 34 points. They're up there in the rankings, of course. We're only 3 games, and that's all I really got to say as far as I hate, like, you know, I know the chat is, like, asking a bunch of questions all of a sudden. What's wrong with Alpha 7? Are they throwing? What's wrong? We're 3 games in, guys. Like, take a chill pill. I need to take a chill pill myself because I'm, like, getting a little bit nervous, too. But Furious Gaming, if you're a Furious Gaming fan, if you're a Papi Potro fan, I mean, this guy popped off. 7 elims, 815 damage. Looking really strong after that last game, Glitter.
Honestly, I don't know how we don't have more hype right now. They had 19 elims. Are you kidding me? 19 elims in the finals of PMGC West. That is insane. insane, and they need a ton of hype for Furious Gaming because that game was incredible. Next, Rhea, actually with 7 elims, also doing very well for themselves, jumping up in these overall rankings as a result of this past performance. Same thing for Furious Gaming, which those squads both needed. Top 6 guys, remember, that's where you want to be if you want to make it into grand finals. Those are the important places. Fenerbahce now in first place overall. They have just been so consistent. No chickens, but still first place because of that consistency. And then, like you were saying, Span, Besiktas with a huge jump up the leaderboards after this last game.
I mean, just, you're right about Fenerbahce as well, with the no chicken dinners. I'm sorry, that's just sticking in my head because the last 3 weeks we had been kind of wondering when they were finally going to get one as well. But we know that they're so consistent. I feel like that's the one thing about them that has just been a definite. They're consistent when it comes to placing points and kill points, even if they don't get chicken dinners, which is kind of insane to be thinking about. And here they are doing it again in the first place spot after 3 matches. The question is, though, will they be able to hold on to that spot? Because in those last 3 weeks, they did kind of start to lower from not getting those chickens, we think. But we'll still see. I mean, as Zute said, that we still have 3 matches today. There's only been 3 matches so far, so still have half of today to go. And as a reminder, these guys fighting for some treasure, so are y'all. You guys can go on ahead and grab yourself some permanent pink and purple items, Google and Amazon cards, and PUBG Mobile merch, all waiting for you at the in-game events center and esports center. So go on ahead and check out the PMGC 2021 Treasure Box event there now to go on ahead and grab them. And if you want to get those rewards in the treasure box now, make sure you watch PMGC live together and together reach 100,000 PCU. If everybody goes on ahead and gets that target, everyone will get 900 PMGC tokens, and you can go on ahead and grab them December 23rd to 26th, collect them, and then of course go on ahead and grab those treasure box event rewards from the lobby banner to go on ahead and grab them. Also, just as a reminder, if you claim these PMG tokens now by entering in the PMGC tokens at the web link in the live chat pinned message to get these great rewards, there's a lot of stuff to look forward to. So just make sure you go on ahead and do that for yourself as you guys are watching, because we're only finished 3 matches. There's still 3 matches left. So that is a lot of opportunity for you guys to do so, and a lot of opportunities for these guys to go on ahead and grab some more points themselves. So we will be back with our next match in just a few moments.
I saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
Jumping straight back on into it, y'all. Welcome to PMGC West League Finals. We're officially halfway done with today. We have 3 matches down, 3 matches left to go, and just thinking about that, kind of insane already. 3 matches going by so quickly, and there's already a big disruption when it comes to what we kind of were predicting at the very beginning in terms of the leaderboard. Zute already kind of talked about it, how it's only been 3 matches, so don't worry too much just yet, but I kind of want you to continue talking about that, because one of the very first questions I asked you at the very beginning is, how many matches can these teams afford to not do well on? So kind of expand.
Yeah. So It's hard to throw out a number just because you get one really good game, and this is what Glitter said, and I think Glitter is absolutely right. You get one really good game, and it could cancel out 3 really bad games. I think more importantly is how many bad games can you get in a row? Because what's more crucial with that is that will bring down your mentality. So I feel like if teams get 4 bad games in a row, maybe I can stretch that to 5. I think at that point, the mental is going to be just so stressed that there's no coming back at that point, right? If they get one bad game in the first, and then they get a bad game in the 5th, and then you can get like 5, 6 bad games. That's fine if it's spread out. But if you just start off really bad back to back to back, that's when it's really going to be detrimental.
Start snowballing. Yeah, I guess kind of on the flip side though, Glitter, these other teams that are doing so well, again, some of them are teams that we went on ahead and kind of called out. Some of them are a tiny bit surprising. Not necessarily surprising, but a team up there that we didn't put in our top 16 guesses, top 6 guesses, excuse me. One of them actually being Furious Gaming right now after that humongous one with the 19 kills. Took a look at this head-to-head with their team members as well. They're currently sitting in 3rd place.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we saw Papi Potro with the MVP there at the end of the match, but then this head-to-head actually puts him up against Triggerson and pretty decent stats across the board. I mean, obviously, Papi Potro had an insane performance, but still almost 700 damage for Trigger, 5 elims. Both of them kind of relatively close with the team contribution percentage. This is the type of performance that Zute was just talking about, right? This is that performance that will cancel out multiple bad games. I don't remember the last time we saw a 32-plus point game for one chicken dinner in this entire, I don't even know that we have this entire season. This might be one of the best performances we've seen, period, for PMGC West, and this will completely nullify if they had, say they had 2 last place finishes, even though they didn't, but if they did, this would still have canceled that out.
Yeah, and Knights right above them just by a singular points. Fenerbahce up there just by a couple more points. I mean, Fenerbahce, Knights, we were assuming that they were going to go on ahead and do well, but Furious Gaming next, Ruya, Na'Vi, and those next couple of spots, and Baluk Chaptan currently in that 6th place spot. Those teams in the top 6 right now, I mean, it's amazing to see how they were able to kind of take those last 3 weeks and kind of turn it on their head for right now, just for the first 3 matches. Kind of curious, though, when that consistency will start coming into play when it comes to the overall leaderboard, especially those top 6. But let's just jump straight into the predictions once again, because we're jumping on over to Erangel. Glitter, let's go ahead and start with you.
Okay. It served me almost very well in this last match, and this is a squad that has yet to get a chicken dinner. They need to get a chicken dinner, so I'm going with Fenerbahce this time around because they've actually been doing very well for themselves so far.
They absolutely have been. They've been absolutely killing it in that top spot so far. How about you, Zute?
I'm going to go with the fact that, sorry, we've been seeing some of these teams towards the bottom start jumping up, right? Like Furious Gaming just came out, caught right back up. So another team that's towards the bottom that we've seen have a lot of potential is Unicorns of Love. Ooh. So they're also a really good team on Erangel as well. We've seen them really, make it into the late games, control their zones. So I'm going to go with Unicorns of Love.
Again, another strong pick. They came into these finals in 3rd place, so let's see if they'll be able to make that jump again. That's really true. Now, I went on ahead kind of similarly to you, Zute. I went with S2G, not as far down as they currently are, not as high as Fenerbahce either. I think they're around that 10th place spot, so they're kind of just hitting that average. I just chose them because of their strong performance on Super Week 1. So they ended up getting a ton of Erangel wins, and this Erangel, that's why I went on ahead and chose them. But we'll see. Going into this, kind of again, this is only our 2nd time jumping onto this Erangel match. So based off of our first one, what's kind of what you guys are expecting coming into this though? Because there was some interesting early game fights the first match.
If Coops gets another 2 early elims, maybe 3. Maybe he just 1v4s off drop. We started off so strong on Erangel with Coops. I'm looking forward to see if Besiktas and the Knights maybe get into another altercation, potentially. But, it all comes down to the plane path, the circles. There's so many different factors involved right now. It's probably going to be a completely different type of Erangel game.
Well, let's see. Let's see if it's going to be completely different. Who's going to come out on top this time? Because we're jumping straight on into the game. No time to waste. And this time, introducing y'all to Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave.
What's going on, everybody? And welcome to the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Finals. Like Span Cargo said, I'm Hot Jukes. Alongside me, one of the best to ever do it in the business, Mustache Dave. Dave, we are here. This is where it is, baby. This is what all these teams have worked so hard to be able to get here. This is where the money's made. And we're already 3 games in the books. 3 more to go today. Man, dude, this is going to wrap up so fast. Every single one of these games, extremely, extremely important.
This is where it is. This is where it's at. This is the place to be. Shout out to everybody right now watching. Shout out to all the viewer parties going on as well, Hot Jukes. I know Powerbang is hosting one and a bunch of other people watching throughout their own personal streams and this stream alone. So shout out to everybody being a part of that. But like you mentioned, all these teams grinding to get here to this lobby and to get into this match. Military base, Na'Vi. Okay, because they're playing, they are going to be dropping down here. They're squaring up against Footballists, Hot Jukes.
They're getting into it really quickly. Na'Vi already in 5th place, Footballists in 8th. They're looking to get that bounce up in this game. You got to maintain that lead because first place is what every single one of these players have their eyes on. And if you're just tuning in, I don't know where you've been, but first off, first place, $362,000. That is insane. Even second place, $145,000. I guarantee you, if you even get second place, that's probably more than some of these players' parents make in an entire year. Just like that can be made. That is what all these players have their eye on. There's no excuses here. You know, league play, which was a little while ago, you know, we could talk about all that. Here, every single game from start to finish, the Hot Jukes excuse card, it doesn't exist, dude. It doesn't exist. No excuses. You gotta show up if you want the money.
Ooh, and talk about showing up. Oh, Kiss almost getting able to take off right there on the glider. Looks like they're running into a little tree right there. And we're looking at Unicorns of Love here. They are super separate. I see Lynn all the way down there in Primorsk, and Mad Bull's kind of intertwined with them here. So we'll keep tabs on them. Don't know exactly where Rollkiss was headed. Maybe trying to pop in the glider, look for some intel. Maybe point out where the Mad Bulls might have landed and then relayed that intel back to his teammates. But very interesting kind of glider play early on here.
I'm so shocked to even see a glider being used at this level. To be honest, there's so much on the line. That thing is so scary. If you're in that glider among any one of these players, they are popping you out of it instantly. But it looks like he was just using it just to get a little bit further down the road. So Rollkiss and the rest of Unicorns of Love, like you mentioned, extremely spread out. Looks like they're doing that Primorsk Ferry pier split on the bottom left of the map. And they're just trying to find that loot and getting ready for the rest of the match. Early match, everybody. Probably possibly some people for checking out PUBG Mobile for the first time. Your early match always very calm and collected. Everybody's just looting, getting all prepared for the chaos that's about to come.
Yeah, and let's talk about it here a little bit. You're kind of going towards it, Hot Jukes, before we saw that glider play. You're talking about no excuses here. You just cannot afford it because when we're talking about the league play, the super weekends, to me, that is a marathon, right? That's something that we bring up here often as far as analogy goes. And this is a sprint, right? So straight out the gate, we're on a sprint, only 18 games here. 3 of them already played. Alpha 7 Esports, 3 points. Ghost Gaming, 6 points. Unicorns of Love, 7 points. 3 of the top teams in the lobby, a lot of people would say right now, dead last at the bottom, struggling here. And to kind of continue with your excuse card, they're already punched, right? Like, we're saying no excuses are able to be had here. But if there was, for those 3 teams, it's done. Like, there's nothing else, in my opinion here, Hot Jukes.
I mean, without a doubt. I mean, you're going to have teams take the lead here and maintain it as fast as possible. And this is a situation where I think that everybody watching this, if you watch the league play prior, you need to completely empty that cup of knowledge, right? Imagine like it didn't happen, because this is an entirely
different situation here, a whole new tournament. Old grudges don't exist here, right? If you can go and take out another team just to get one extra placement, these squads are going to do it, because that is the difference in this prize pool. I mean, first place, $362,000. Second place, $145,000. That is ridiculous, that difference right there. So, you know, you're going to see these players, these teams, just bring out everything that they have. And I am so shocked, like you said, Dave, to see, you know, Unicorns of Love, Ghost Gaming, Alpha 7 Esports, teams that we did see perform extraordinarily well during league play, just start this off so slow.
Yeah, obviously only 3 games deep. Ooh, we'll get back to that because the Dukin machine out here with the M4 trying to get a nice little spray right there on a Ghost. But Ghost, oh, they are making the pull up. Let's see if they can get an easy elim point here early on.
Ooh, Ghost says, the second they heard just one player of Fenerbahce completely spread out from the rest of his squad, they turned on him so hard. Oh, but the Dukin machine is putting in work. Oh, Bayo with that off angle coming in so clutch, but now the rest of Fenerbahce with those knocks, they're going to come in hot. Bayo has to do something to help out the rest of his squad. Oh, and he took a long way down the road, wide in the open, and he got beat up big time. Tensa goes down. It is not looking good for Ghost Gaming at all.
Boom.
And done.
Boom. Fenerbahce, though. We were just talking about the overall leaderboards. We were talking about the bottom, Ghost Gaming 15th. Fenerbahce at the top right now, Hot Jukes. After 3 matches, 47 total points. They're sitting on 21 elim points. So they have just been taking the fights here early on and mid-game and racking up those points. Then looking at Duke and Machine as an individual player, they are in the race for being #1 with the Nade Master role. So that's another $2,000 that they are trying to hunt down here today.
He said, I didn't even need any nades to go up against Ghost Gaming. That was insane. And that's got to be horrible for Ghost Gaming's overall mental state here. I mean, they already started off bad. They had a situation where they were basically in a 4v1 and pretty much lost it. So I can only imagine. I mean, Ghost really has to go back to the drawing board, and they have to turn this around now because, to be honest with you, Ghost, if you're looking for first place, and I guarantee you they are, you can't afford 1 bad game, let alone, you know, 4.
Yeah, I do appreciate, though, how Ghosts have been adapting throughout the tournament, right? SMB, they had to deal with them on Miramar. SMB no longer in the lobby. S2G, they have to deal with them on Sanhok. Ghost, they decided to change up their drop spot on that map in particular, and I do appreciate that. And I heard from HH24 this past weekend that he is highly confident that the team will finish top 6 here to make that next round. So with that in mind, that confidence, what you like to hear, you like to know that if you're a fan of Ghost Gaming, but within the mindset of, hey, we haven't been performing like we should be in the first 4 matches of this tournament. You know, I'm trying to channel your inner ex-pro player here, Hot Jukes. What would that team, what would Ghost Gaming have to do to kind of not focus on the negatives here?
Well, I'll tell you what, the first things first is you don't want to go with the mentality of accomplishing top 6. You got to go in with, I'm getting first place. You know, that's what should be on everybody's mind, and playing a play style to support that. So now, after having 4 bad games, you have to literally just get your squad together, just wash it all away, and just almost act as though these didn't happen, right? And you have to go hard in the paint on the next game. You really do, because you're in a situation now where you have to bounce back. This isn't league play where you have, you know, weeks and days and days and days, you know, to kind of make that adjustment. No, like here, if you are at the bottom, you're going to get gate kept out, and you're going to have no chance of catching up.
And I kind of like, just to kind of double back what you were saying earlier on, Fenerbahce, they started Super Weekend 1 super strong, and Super Weekend 2 and 3, they kept sliding down those overall leaderboards. I like when you said forget about all that. It's a fresh new leaderboard. Empty out all that previous knowledge. You just come into this lobby like it's a whole new day, a whole new world. And Fenerbahce, they're taking advantage of that here so far, Hot Jukes.
And you know, we've talked about it before, and for some of you guys just hearing it for the first time, we call it the Mustache Dave momentum meter. And you've stressed many times of how important that momentum is. You know, getting that good game, especially at the start of a finals, is so huge because it gives your team confidence, you know, to be able to make those pushes, Because here, when you have so much money on the line, you know, you could go up against a team and you constantly second guess yourself, you know, and you have all this pressure. Maybe we should push, maybe we shouldn't. And at this level, the slightest hesitation, you're done. So, you know, getting that good game, I could totally see how that momentum matters. And I think we're seeing it. Fenerbahce, they are using it to their advantage.
Yeah, I love it, man. Looking at the overall league standings, I wouldn't have guessed with the way that Fenerbahce are playing right here, right now, that they finish in 8th place. Like right now, they're playing like a championship team. And talking about Fenerbahce in particular, they got a nice little split towards the center of the zone. They got Duke and Machine off on their own, kind of getting that intel onto Aton and then Noxbomb on the coastline. But they are just playing with confidence. They are playing with momentum and for good reason, because they're at the top right now and they want to finish day one with a nice little point cushion ahead of everybody else. Because right here, Fenerbahce, to me, they're setting the foundation on day one to move into day 2 and 3 with no stress.
Well, we've seen it especially at this high level. You know, if you're able to start off on a good day one, I mean, we see these people take top 3 at the end of the tournament, right? So Fenerbahce already had a good first, 3 games. Here in game 4, they had that insane turnaround on Ghost Gaming. That's got to be great for their mentality, that momentum going up. And not to mention, the zone lands straight on them. So this could be a good game 4. I mean, you have to use every little gift that you've been given to your fullest advantage. And the times you don't get gifted, you still got to put in that work. And so far, Fenerbahce's doing that.
Fenerbahce out here trying to represent for Turkey, if I'm not mistaken. So they're carrying that region on their back here. And we'll keep up to date with Fenerbahce because they are in first place overall, and we did just see them get a nice squad wipe onto Ghost Gaming. Another team, of course, we will follow along with because they are in second place, the Knights. Knights, pretty solid day so far. They got a chicken dinner game 1, and I was trying to think, what is the counter to the Knights? Is there a counter? Like, what's the counter? And when I go back and look at the previous games throughout the league stage, the only counter, Hot Jukes, that I found for the Knights is if Coops gets knocked out first in a team fight. If you knock out Coops, Thirst Coops, you got a good chance. If Coops is the last one standing up on the team, hey, good luck. Good luck. So what do you think about that, Jukes?
I think that's that's straight facts right there. I mean, when you see Coops, that guy has just made himself a legend in recent days here. I mean, definitely the huge superstar on the Knights. Xenox as well, but at the same time, you got to look at the data, and I think you're totally right. You see Coops go down first, and the Knights seem to struggle just a little bit more. So keep an eye on Coops here for the Knights, as well as the rest of these teams. By the way, everybody, next zone does go on up, and now we're starting to see squads having to force themselves upon each other. Footballist in the range of Aton, Cardi, get some nice shots there onto Rom.
Yeah, it looks like Lobson thinking about possibly getting the pick up on their teammate, but I don't think it's going to be worth it. Cardi taking some nice shots with the SKS out here. Lobson, though, is posturing as if they want to get this pickup. I don't know. I just might let this one slide because you do have Solke and Lutz, who they were in the zone. Ooh, but I see them in their vehicles, so they might be looking to wrap back around and actually provide that support. And no teammate left behind here, Hot Jukes.
Yeah, we have the opportunity and the chance to be able to see this map, everybody. So if you don't see these rotations, we're able to catch it, and we'll tell you live what's going on here. And we're seeing Na'Vi make the rotation. They're hugging this circle all the way to get into that next one. We're still in only circle number 3. So in zone 3, this is that scouting phase, right? Everybody is just trying to sneak their way into that next circle. But once it comes circle 4, circle 5, you got no choice but to get into some fights.
Yeah, Na'Vi already off to a way better start here today compared to the league stage. Whole time, Na'Vi A7, similar strat. They were always going back and forth, but A7, just with better mechanical skills, always winning those gunfights, I would say 8 out of 10 times. But today, different story. Na'Vi doing a good job at trying to stay out of the sightlines of A7, and when that happens, look at this, A7 at the bottom of the leaderboard. So A7, another one of these teams that definitely thrive on momentum and getting those early elim points here. They haven't been able to garner them here, at least in the first couple of games here today.
Yeah, Alpha 7 have just not been able to get it off, and that's going to be a storyline I think we're going to definitely follow crazily because, I posted on Twitter earlier, Dave, which teams do people think are going to be number 1 at the end of day 1. I saw so many Alpha 7s. So many. And it doesn't look like that's even going to be close to happening so far today. So a big shocker for sure. But I did get some other ones. Dave. And I got one over there from good old David Schlagel. He said knights or knights or knights. So he nailed it around the head.
That is something a David Schlagel would say. Knights or knights or knights. And talking about the knights, zone 4. Oh, look at that position they got here so far. They are sitting high and free. They are sitting in a great spot to even get a couple elim points on all these teams hovering around the outskirts. But talking about the outskirts, we're looking at Navi. We're looking at Buluk and A7 up there in the north. They need to come up with some type of plan on how to breach this new zone.
Zone number 4 has been decided. It's going to be dead center of the map. And we're going to see some of these teams just creeping and crawling, trying to get their way in. So far, we're looking at Mad Bulls against Next Ruria, holding down this little field right beside Pachinki here. They're holding these dips. You can see that utility coming out from both ends. A beautiful nade there from Frozen to open things up on the Mad Bulls. And I think you have to full send. You have to push this here. And that's what they're doing.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to try to get the follow-up nade, maybe even get another knock, anticipate the revive.
Got him.
From the Mad Bulls. Effect can really play spoiler in their current position, but they are going to be locked down for some time. Looks like Monkey was able to group back up with them. Effect has the intel, can hear them, can see them. It's only a matter of time before Nexria might decide to push over that ridge and take over that trench for themselves.
I'm really surprised that Next Ruria is doing a 2-2 split here. So they got 2 people here in the ditches and they got 2 people in the buildings, right? A little bit on the top of the map you guys can see. And the reason why I don't like this split is because if a full team sends those buildings, those 2 players are going to be at a huge advantage. I'd much rather see them group up together and commit to 1 squad at a time. But we'll see if the split does work out for them. So far, it's been working pretty well against the Mad Bulls here to start things off, but there's a lot of teams still trying to get into this next circle, and you can see Eastern Stars and Unicorns of Love. They are outside of the zone, and they're gonna battle this one out to get inside of it.
Oof. Ozzy, about 1 HP. Octavian inside the smoke. So Unicorns of Love looks like they're gonna be pushing back just a little bit, as Buluk also to the north of this, looking at third party, the Eastern Stars.
And here they go. So Unicorns of Love did press up a little bit further. You can see they're actually on the edge of that circle on the top right, and they are going to be gatekeeping Eastern Stars. So they're just putting on that pressure, putting Eastern Stars to that blue zone and trying to use it to their advantage to take them out here. And we're going to start seeing them use some of that utility. Here comes the smokes. Here come the grenades, because the circle is now starting to close. It's almost actually completely closed. So the Eastern Stars are going to have to get moving here now.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Buluk. This is something that a lot of these pro teams are utilizing in this current meta, is they take one of their players, they put them in a vehicle, and they drive in circles. They try to bait the enemy, take some shots, and then almost immediately relay that intel back to your teammates to take full advantage of that. And talk about baiting. Kudor pushing up with the buggy, the 360, dropping in the trenches. Looks like they took it for themselves.
That timing could not have been any more perfect. Next Ruria doing exactly that, and now Eastern Stars full sitting it on in. You can see one of the members of Unicorns of Love was standing on the back of the buggy in the smoke, trying to make something happen. And the rest of the Eastern Stars, I believe there's only 1 up left after this, trying to run on in. It's Octavian, full sending it into from the blue zone. Unicorns of Love focused on multiple teams, Eastern Stars and Baluk Chaptan, and it looks like they are gonna go down. So Unicorns of Love eliminated early again.
Octavian!
Spray
down! Oh, that's 2G saying see you later. But regardless, Octavian just cleaning up that section of the circle.
Woo! Coming in hot from the blue zone. I mean, I thought Baluk Chaptan was going to turn that around, but Octavian said no, sir. And then immediately as he goes down, S2G cleaned it up immediately after. Now you can see that circle coming up on the top right there. It's going to go down to the south. Dave, what do you see?
What I see looks like Fenerbahce. Once again, Hot Jukes. Looking like they're going to get some solid placement points here at least. Between them and Aton, they can both be nice neighbors for the time being. Furious, though, on the outskirts, so they might get peppered down by Aton. The question for me, though, once when Aton starts to take some shots at Furious, will Fenerbahce try to backstab him and overthrow him, or will they let him be?
Well, we'll see how that works on the south side. On the north side, you got a whole bunch of Brazilian squads battling it out with each other. You got Alpha 7 going up against Rise Esports. You also got Besiktas up there. And they're going to, all three of these squads, the best to do it, battling it out, trying to find their way into this next circle. And Alpha 7 have not had the day that they had so far. And this zone isn't going to help them out at all. They got to make something happen here.
So popping out with the DP, looking for that spray down, looking to mow down the grass. Carrillo in the front lines, getting drop shotted. Oh, you may want to get that player up.
Oh yeah, Carrillo, one of the best players on Alpha 7, their top fragger. Looks like he is going to go down first here, so the rest of Alpha 7 are going to have to make something happen. This zone's so difficult for them, and they're trying their best to push it in. If anybody can do it, though, it's them. We've seen them do it in league play during the past, but this is the finals, baby. We're on another level here.
Yeah, and you can tell by the aggression from A7, they're not playing at full steam, right? You can kind of tell that confidence kind of dwindling away. And back to our earlier topic, you can't let this type of stuff get in the way of your skills. You know, you just got to come into every single match, play your game. So, talking about who is playing their game, I see Garrix looking to pull up.
Dixie with the shutdown, and Na'Vi are gonna hold down Rise. Rise goes down in 10th place. Na'Vi still putting in work here. They are quite beat up. Next, Rhea do have the hill priority. Are they gonna crest it and take them out, or focus on positioning? It looks like they're opting to reset this and buy themselves some more time. They'll say, hey, you know what? I'll take that victory as I can get it. Mafioso from Alpha 7, healing up in the blue, trying to make it in desperately, trying to bounce back, make some miracle happen for them. But oh man, he's got a heck of an order in front of him. S2G now on the opposite end of this next circle. Na'Vi actually do get eliminated. 8th place, top 6 already. Alpha 7 gone. Besiktas gone. Next, Rhea trying to press up on the S2G.
Yeah, and S2G, they got a soft 2-2 split going on right here. So Salas and Timber are in the front lines up against a full squad of Next Rhea. If Next Rhea get any type of intel that, hey, there's only a duo right here, they might look to push this. Now, S2G, they do have their other 2 squad mates in the back lines, kind of playing that Guardian role, but they're also keeping tabs on Furious, making sure they don't pull up behind him and backstab him. So S2G, they got a lot on their plate right now.
Oh, not to mention, they're in 9th place right now with 21 points. Fenerbahce's in 1st with 47, and that's what they want. So they're going to have to put up a game here, and the problem is, Fenerbahce's are still alive, and they've already got 7 kills. So now the Knights are getting taken on from multiple angles. The Knights are still up here. I mean, we're starting to see the same teams here at day 1, Dave, have success.
Consistency is the word. Oh, and talk about the word. That's Rias and now other players in that bogey looking for those runovers. But Xenox with the UMP says no match for me.
No match for me. Where are you going, says Xenox, and he's going to be pressing on Frozen with the pre-fire. Back and forth with the nade from downtown. Coops shutting them down. So the Pittsburgh Knights on another level here on the finals. They have turned it up, and they are doing great. We can see the fight on the opposite end. The circle is closing right now, so Fenerbahce have to get out here, and it looks like Cardi from Aton is just holding up this rotation. So is Milos on the opposite end.
Let's see. Straight up 2v2. Outside. Oh,
got him.
Milos. AKM, just too strong. The Dukin machine. The grenade master. No grenade in hand. No match for Cardi. But regardless, Fenerbahce, ton of kills this game. When we talk about consistent points, they have gotten that here so far.
Consistency is what's going to get you the big money, and Fenerbahce putting up 7 kills in 5th place. That's going to look pretty good, especially considering their earlier performances. The Knights, though, they are poised to be doing great in this game. They have all 4 up and a great spot in this circle. It all depends on where this next one's going to go. I'm looking at the map on the top right, and it is going to go in their direction. So Furious Gaming and Aton had to get the fight done. Furious Gaming finishes them off top 3, everybody. Here we go.
Oh, Poppy Potro. So, Furious Gaming, they came into this game 3rd place. Knights, they came into this game 2nd place. Consistency, I know that's a word you're going to be hearing here a lot, but it is so crucial to a best of 18 tournament format. And right now, we're down to just 3 teams. S2G really looking for this chicken dinner. They really need to get some solid elim points and the placement points to climb up these leaderboards.
That's right, S2G's in the middle of the pack right now, and they want to be the top dog, but they got to take out the top dogs, and that's going to be Coops. And it looks like they are going to have the opportunity to third-party this, because you're seeing a battle between both of these squads. The unfortunate part is that Furious Gaming, they are not in this next circle. They have to push out into the wide open, and oh, they got two major squads looking right at them. But what can Papi Potro do? That's the question.
Try to play spoiler from behind their boulder. Maybe even snake it to make it. Might be the play. Timber. Ooh, taking about 50% HP. Xenox is like, nah, I don't want to hold this angle anymore. Immediately popping back, but Timber slowly crawling up, getting ever so closer. Then grenade range once again.
Oh man, that nade was an eviction notice, and Xenox said, no, I don't want anything to do with that. So you're gonna see more use of utility here. A big nade to open up this fight and get that initial knock to even things up would be huge. And you can see Furious Gaming, they know that the chances of us making it in here are so slim. You got Tigers in the back, just healing up in the blue zone, taking that damage. Trying to survive here. Some shots onto that buggy from S2G. And the heal strat is coming up big, but it's not gonna be good for long. So he's gonna go down to the blue zone. Papa Blue coming in hot. Papi Potro from Furious Gaming still trying to make something happen here.
That was a huge grenade. That was a huge grenade, taking out about 99 HP right there. Alucard in the buggy, doing some intel gathering out here. And now it's only two teams, 4v3.
That's a huge strategy there. So Alucard is getting in the buggy because he gets him a little bit better vision. And all he's doing is just driving along that edge and get that protection from the shots to be able to tell the rest of his squad where these players are. And that was huge right there against Furious Gaming. And it looks like he's doing the same thing against S2G. He's gonna go for the run over, but gets shut down quick by Silas. Perhaps he got a little bit too greedy there, Alucard. And now this is an even fight, an even 3v3 between the Knights and S2G. Oh, a big molly! Two players are gonna go down from the Knights. The utility, too strong from S2G, and now it's just Coops in a 1v3.
Coops?
Oh, got one.
1v2.
He's got two. No way! Coops running out in the open. The confidence of man! He wins those, baby! Coops! Give this man the watch, Dave! Put the ring on his finger. Coops came to play today, baby! Let's go!
1v3! Oh, nothing stops Coops, man! The 1v3 from Coops! We talk about this player all the time, and for a reason. Talk about the clutch card. This guy, he got the badge 2 seasons ago, Hot Jukes. Showing up here, looking to be #1 when it comes to the gunslinger role, which gets you $2,000. But not only that, they want that first place here in the finals for the Knights.
Dude, did you even see the slightest hesitation from this man? Not even close, dude. Nothing but pure confidence, killer instinct. And to do that when you've got almost millions of dollars on the line, literally millions of dollars on the line, is insane. This guy's just built different. Ladies and gentlemen,
built different. We saw him in the open. We saw him, he pushed in the open. He had about, what, 50% HP? No fear. It all came down to his mechanical skills. And I think you and I were just like throwing stuff. I think you punched your green screen. I was over here like, bah, 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 bah. Like, it was just going crazy out here. But for good reason, man. This is the type of stuff that you want to see at this level of competition. We say the West side is the best side, and it's for a reason. It's because we got Coops on our side. Oh man, what a match.
I mean, we're talking about reaching GOAT status here. It's those kind of plays at this level that etch your name in stone and make you a name, a household name when it comes to competitive PUBG Mobile. I think Coops has already punched that, that first nail in the coffin. Oh, a nice little snipe shot that we missed there in the highlights. Watch some of the recaps, some of the best plays from match #4. But oh man, I'm still trying to, I need to catch my breath here, Dave.
I'm sweating. I am sweating. I have sweat dripping from my head right now. And we also heard in the pre-show that Coops posted something about maybe even being a little sick, a little under the weather. So just talk about coming into the game and just performing your best at all cylinders, 10 out of 10, putting up for not only your team, not only for yourself, but also a whole region. They're doing it, man. Coops is doing it.
I think that's a misquote. I think that's a misquote, Dave, because I think he was quoting the legendary, the great Muhammad Ali, dude. I'm so sick. I make medicine sick, dude. This guy's on another level. Look at the plays here.
There's one.
Going for the 2. Challenging it 2 through the grass.
2.
And then immediately running out in the open. The pre-fire. Chicken dinner, baby.
What? Timber right there. So one thing to note about Timber, they're also a player that is at the top for that field medic role. So Timber might be getting some additional cash money right there. But back to the gunslinger, you have to assume after that, Coops definitely overtook Mythic. But let's head over to the desk. You and I will get some water, relax a little bit after that intense 1v3.
Oh, Jukes is out of here. He is out of here. I mean, just leaving completely. I mean, Zute, you keep calling the Knights, and once again, Coops just absolutely surprising us again, I gotta say, with a 1v3 at the end there.
That was the most insane, fast, clutch 1v3 I've seen in my entire life. Like, Coops is on something else. Like, I mean, we say Coops all the time. He shows his consistency. He hits crazy shots. But if that is not the cherry on top of the cake, that right there should shut up every single doubter. I know we got scores coming up on the screen, but honestly, guys, like, it's all about Coops after that, man. That was insane. He didn't get MVP.
It's about Silas.
I disagree. Coops MVP. Straight up. I disagree with this graphic. I change it. I mean, that was insane. That was the best play all tournament long by anybody so far out of PMGC West.
I mean, going on ahead and getting the chicken dinner from a 1v3, definitely. I don't think we've quite seen that just yet. We've seen some insane plays, but that was something else coming through from Coops. And from that, that's going to be the Knights actually taking that first place position over Fenerbahce with the 69 total points, 2 chicken dinners. I mean, it just goes to show so far being really consistent when it comes to these eliminations and rank points. Just, I don't know, I'm speechless. I don't really have anything else to say. Glitter, take it away.
I mean, one other thing to note, though, is that performance from S2G, while they didn't get the chicken dinner, it was enough to at least get them now in a top 5 spot, which is feeling a little bit more comfortable than where they were previously. So this is a nice jump up the leaderboards for S2G. And the other teams in this top 6 area are at least doing their best to keep the lead that, you know, Fenerbahce and Knights are getting right now as minimal as possible by trying to have some really standout performances themselves. I mean, you can see that Furious Gaming is only 3 points behind S2G, and then moving on down the list, I think 6th place was still in the high 30s. So any pop-off game can switch up those top 6, or any of the teams that are immediately below are also close enough to at least, you know, make some noise if they want to.
Oh my goodness, and taking a look at this graphic, Knights 2 wins so far. 2 wins so far just on day 1 of the finals, which is insane to go ahead and think about, just considering it's only 3 days of 6 matches. So, I mean, we'll see. They still have 2 matches. Let's see if they can increase that counter, if anybody else can go ahead and jump ahead. Same with these guys watching, of course. So we got to talk about those treasure boxes once again, because you guys can get permanent pink and purple items, Google and Amazon cards, and just PUBG Mobile merch in general. They're all waiting for you at the in-game event center and esports center. So go on ahead and check out the PMGC 2021 treasure box event there now to go ahead and get them. It's there until January 13th. And if you want to get these rewards for the treasure boxes now, make sure to watch PMGC live together. And if all of you guys reach the 100,000 PCU target, everyone watching will be able to get 900 PMGC tokens. Once we reach that target, make sure to go into the in-game event center on December 23rd to 26th to collect those 900 tokens, and then go ahead and claim those treasure box event rewards from the lobby banner and go ahead and get your rewards. So again, claim the tokens now by entering the PMGC token at the web link in the live chat pinned message to go ahead and get those great rewards below in that chat. We're officially done now with 4 whole matches. Still 2 more left before we're wrapping up our very first day of the finals today. And still, I feel like every single match, another thing has come and surprised us. So I can't wait to go ahead and see what's up next, because once again, we're on the insane map of Sanhok. See you guys in a bit.
saw the first light, the first steps. Now I see much more. I capture Earth in all its beauty. I see action. I see drama. And I see it in the finest detail. Moments of inspiration. And the first steps. I am the 1+9.
PMGC West Finals, West Side, Best Side. I'm gonna go on ahead and start channeling my inner Mustache Dave because we only have 2 matches left and they're gonna be quite interesting because we have a Sanhok and then we have an Erangel up next. Knights have already won 2 and there's still 2 more chickens to go on ahead and achieve for these teams. Again, we're kind of seeing a theme as of our last day. We saw a bunch of teams up there with red and black on their logos. Today, it seems like it's gonna be yellow and black. So who's gonna go on ahead and grab this next one? Are they going to break the trend? We'll end up seeing, but Zute, just immediately, we're jumping on to Sanhok. Last time we ended up kind of predicting it was going to be Brazilian teams. A little bit of different things happened instead.
Yeah, the 2 Brazilian teams actually did really bad this time around on Sanhok. So, once again, league stage is over. We're into the finals for PMGC West. Things are shaking up. Things are all over the place. Some teams, though, staying consistent and as strong as ever. Some players, you know, still very consistent, but it's a little bit different in how they're consistent now, too. They're just absolutely popping off. But yeah, we're going into Sanhok once again. I'm expecting a lot of craziness. I keep thinking it can't get any more crazier, but it keeps getting crazier, Glitter.
Listen, they heard us talking at the beginning of the day and all the players were like, oh, you want it to be interesting? You want things to be a little bit spicy? Well, we could do that. And that's exactly what's been happening as we take a look at the head-to-head here between Silas and Tixie. Obviously, S2G and Navi both doing well for themselves in the last match, but Koops is literally unstoppable. Okay, most elims once again going the way of Koops with 7, followed up by Tixie and Milos from Atan. And nice to see Atan up here as well, as we haven't been able to see a whole lot of that out of them yet here today.
No, we haven't, but clearly there's still more room to go on ahead and do so. We have seen some interesting surprise placements and just performances from a couple of teams, so maybe theirs is up next. Maybe they went on ahead and swapped out their phones for those 1+9 and 9 pros because we know that they're the best shot to go on ahead and climb the leaderboard because they have flagship performance, they have immersive 120Hz display, they have hyper-touch technology, and it's all made specifically for gamers. It's the 1+9 and 9 Pro. But again, let's jump into quick predictions. We're going into our last Sanhok of today. Let's just start with you, Glitter, once again.
I'm gonna go with Footballists this time around. They had 10, I think, or elims on the last Sanhok match, and they weren't able to close it out, so I'm hoping they're able to kind of get it to go their way this time.
Okay, for me specifically, I chose Rise once again, so kind of broken record here, choosing Rise second time in a row for Sanhok, but that's just because, you know, gonna go with the usual Rise. They usually do well on Sanhok, and right now they need the points. How about you, though, Zute?
I'm all about that hype train. You know, I'm a bandwagoner. I asked production if it was possible to just put Koops down here, like not Knights, but just Koops with the logo. They say they couldn't do that. So it says PK, but stands really, I just,
it's just Koops.
Well, the K stands for Koops.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Koops. I mean, this guy is popping off. By the way, follow Koops on Instagram, koops.pubg. He is going to be posting that 1v3 highlight from his POV very soon, so you definitely want to go check that out.
Jeez, a social shout out. Well, I mean, definitely deserves it so far. I mean, with the insane performances, definitely something we want to see from that point of view. And maybe he'll be able to catch another one going into this next match because, as you guys know, Sanhok, the aggressive map, the map where we usually see a lot of early fights, chain fighting, just fighting literally everywhere. I mean, even in this first Sanhok, I was surprised to see Besiktas going ahead running into Paradise against S2G. What more craziness can happen coming into this one? Luckily, you guys don't have to wait because here we go, launching straight into our next match. Sanhok again with Jukes and Dave.
Woo! Oh, baby! Match number 5 about to happen here, everybody. Sanhok, I'm Hot Jukes here with Mustache Dave. And Dave, I just tweeted out right now, man. I had to do it. I was like, look, somebody call the damn fire department. Because Coops is on fire. Something's going on up there.
Coops, best player in the world. Woo! I'm gonna say it. Coops is the best player right now in the world. And I don't think I'm the only person with that opinion. I saw the chat spamming it. Oh, man.
I second the motion. I second the motion.
You said, oh, we got seconded the motion. Hold up, I'm trying to go on your Hot Jukes Twitter. I'm retweeting that right here because Coops, after that play, that was the play.
Oh.
That had to have been the play. I know we had the yin yang play. I know we had the frozen 1v4, but just the amount of pressure that had to have been on Coops, if any, you know, at that moment. The 1v3 clutch to get the chicken dinner. And the reason we're putting so much emphasis on this, first place, $362,000. So much money. Coops is also looking for that gunslinger role here in the tournament. Like, these are the best players from the West. We cannot stress that enough. And to be so consistent, to be able to show up every single match, pop off, and perform underneath the pressure, man, I can't praise the dude enough. I can't praise the dude enough.
You heard it right, everybody. Oh, hold on, sorry. TPS shot from downtown, could you imagine? Oh, the shotgun getting peppered all the way down the way. That was nice to see. But I mean, look, everybody listening, you heard Dave right. $362,000 for first place. Real money. Yes, real money. And
yeah, it is real.
It's real. We're talking about real dollars here, you know. And the crazy part, Dave, is that, you know, it's not just, you know, one of the biggest prize pools ever in mobile gaming. It's some of the biggest prize pools in gaming, period. You know, so PUBG Mobile, yeah, let's just look at this highlight one more time. Hold on, real quick. Can somebody just rub the goosebumps off of me right here? Because, I mean, Coops, that one there, that's the highlight play. And it's those kind of plays, Dave, that when you see one of your teammates do it, or you do it yourself, it just... Tell me, what is the momentum meter for PK currently looking like, Dave? Why don't you tell me that? Huh?
You know what? They're not even on it. Honestly, they're not even on it. They're on the Coops train. But hey, it is a team game, though. In all seriousness, I did see one of the players, and I didn't see who the name was, but they were knocked, and they were crawling forward. And you have to assume relaying that intel back to Coops as well. Like, he's gonna peek the right side of the tree, and Coops immediately with that intel was able to pre-fire that tree. So it is 100,000,000,000% a team game, but at the end of the day, Coops is always the one making these clutch plays, making these highlight reels, and just popping off with all the elim points. So just a great synergy you have to assume going on with the team right now. And the momentum meter, I think after that, they were at the top, but it broke it, right? It broke the momentum meter, and now the momentum meter is just shattered after they're just breaking the ceiling out here. So... we'll see what they can continue to do. I really hope that they continue to perform like they are. They have 69 points. Pretty nice at the top. Fenerbahce with 60 points right behind them. So they are popping off here. But there are still 2 more days, right? We got 2 games today left and then 2 whole days left. So you want to see them really continue on with that. Because you never know. A lot of times, some teams that don't perform like they expected on day 1. Oh, hold up. We'll have to get back to that because Ghost, pull up.
There we go. Ghost. They need to bounce back big time. They've already had almost every single game that they started here has been just terrible. So they need to really bounce back. And they're going up against Buluk Chaptan here. Tensel up in the front lines, trying to continue to apply that pressure. You got Elian Kid in the building, but Fernand on the outside. Looks like we had some players with Ghost trying to make the drive around to try to catch another off angle. But they need to end this fight fast, because this is Sanhok. The longer the fight goes on, the bigger the chance that third party is going to happen.
Talking about third party, the closest team to this is either Knights to the south or Na'Vi to the north. So I have to agree with you. Both those teams, they might want to take advantage of this. Becto, some nice shots out there. Ooh, receiving some in return.
Oh, I guarantee you, after the Knights, after that last game, if they hear these shots, they're coming. So they really need to finish this fight very quickly. And it looks like Ghost is looking to play this a little careful here. So they're just kind of buying some extra time. They're not full sending this. And to be honest with you, I think this is a little bit of hesitation. Oh. We see them on the right side. Here come the Knights.
Oh man, they had a slight window to take this fight, make that pull-up happen. But with the Knights now on the outskirts, they will be able to gather that intel. I'm talking about gathering intel. Timber looking to get that respect once again. Gonna be making the pull-up on the next Rhea.
There's a big little battle here because next Rhea is in 4th place, and we saw S2G have a good game in the last one as well. So this is a big battle between these two squads. Looks like Frozen's already been, Frozen is still up for here, but there's 2 members down from next Rhea, and they're in big trouble. Yeah, it looks like that last member just took off. So Frozen, looks like it's only a matter of time here.
Taking off for good reason too. That is what you need to do on Sanhok. You know, if 3 of your squad mates get taken out, whoa, talk about the aggression and the anger right there. You could definitely feel that one. But yeah, Sanhok, if you lose 3 members, just leave them. Leave them be. Let them go down and look for meds. You get meds on Sanhok, you can heal to a 2nd or 3rd place. This is a strategy that we've seen be utilized throughout the entirety of this whole year, I would say. But now is the most important time for all these teams to really consider having a dedicated healer on Sanhok to make sure to get these points, Hot Jukes.
Yep, I think that's a great point here. And for everybody that's just possibly tuning in for the first time, the heal strategy, where you just grab a bunch of first aids and heal in that blue zone, is a big one in Sanhok because the zone comes so fast, teams get eliminated so quickly. You and I, we've seen teams and players, solo players, heal up all the way up to 2nd place multiple times. And 2nd place is 12 placement points. And in a tournament like this, where you get a bad circle in Sanhok, to put up consistent points is massive. So yeah, definitely a great strategy and a great idea. And it's one that a strategy that next Rhea is going to really have to employ here. But we got a bow tape, Dave!
Let's go. I don't know. I mean, Garrick's, one of my favorite players. You got Mythic, Nunez, and Mufasa at the helm. This is dangerous because we got Eastern Stars on the coastline and a duo from Na'Vi. You have to assume that at least one of these teams might spot out the Rise boat tape, and because Rise have all 4 in that boat right now, that to me, oh, that's an easy spray down. And Rise currently in 13th overall with only 16 points. That to me, a shocker, because looking at the overall league standings, 3 weeks, Hot Jukes, they finished 1st place. 1st place. That's how critical it is to really make sure to get as many points as possible every single game. You cannot afford a goose egg. You just cannot walk out of a game with 0 points. It is going to set you back so far. And, you know, every game we keep playing, that's one less game you can get points.
100%, 100%. So it's very imperative to just put up that consistent play style here. Next circle is about to pop. We'll find out where it's about to head on into. If it does go up to that northern island, we're going to have a big problem for most of these teams. But it looks like it does decide to center it up here, Dave. Anything standing out to you?
Yeah, kind of where we were going before the Ghost pulled up there. It looked like they did pull out, actually, and pump the brakes a little bit. But I was saying that teams that do finish at the bottom after a day 1, they tend to change it up a little bit. You know, they adapt to the lobby, they adapt to the drop spots, the rotations. So that's why the teams at the top, they really can't get too comfortable on Jukes, because tomorrow's a new day. Milo's with the drifting action out here. Woo! Woo! Is that loot? Yep, underneath the bridge was taken out. Wow, that's
what a
some style.
Bold pull up there from Aton, just sending it across that bridge, and it ends up working out for them. I think I would have been in the same position, just like totally unexpected. Didn't expect a team to just full send it like that, and it does end up working out for Aton, so they do secure that bridge, which is going to be a pretty good spot for them. As we start seeing a little bit more pressure than Footballist, the rest of them are going to be spread out. Footballist currently sitting pretty low on the leaderboards here, so they definitely need a good bounce back game. Yeah,
10th place. And I was trying to crunch the numbers back to the healing, and I want to get a better idea. But just kind of watching the lobbies throughout the whole, you know, PUBG Mobile Global Championship, I was counting around maybe 20 to 35 first aids is a 2nd or 3rd place finish. If you were just to heal. If you were just to get all that and heal the whole time and not worry about nothing else. I'm going to get a better number. I'm going to get a better... It's in the works. Remember, I'm writing a book here. And one of the chapters is how to get a second place finish on Sanhok guaranteed. So that's going to be pretty much a popular chapter. But Sanhok, man, I can't underestimate, or I can't stress enough how much these players, they really need to consider at least having one dedicated healer. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that here in this game.
Well, I think we definitely will, without a doubt. With so much on the line, a lot of these top players, these pros, they've done the research like crazy. They know exactly what this is about. Rise on the Botate. Looks like they're finally going to hit some mainland here. I believe they did. No, they didn't. They actually ended up making it looks like they ended up getting a shot on somebody, a blow up, possibly on somebody driving around here. It looks like we did miss that. Hopefully we'll see it in the highlights. But Rise able to make it into some mainland. They are quite a distance away from this next circle, but they're able to make that Botate alive, which is very, very huge. I mean, that boat, those of y'all that don't know, that thing's like 9 bullets, and that thing gets blown up. So like the strat, the second that you even hear a dink on the boat, everyone pops out. Let's see this. Oh! What a shot!
Wow. Yeah, that replay was perfect, actually, because I was looking at the map and I was wondering, like, why are Eastern Stars still out here? I had a big question mark on my head, but that it explained it all, right? They lost one from the Botate, from the Pirates of Rise, and now it looks like Eastern Stars are swimming in the water in the blue zone.
Oh, no.
But Rise are on the hunt. So how did Rise from the boat get the advantage over Eastern Stars, who originally were on the land? Wow.
Very nautical squad.
Yeah.
Very nautical squad. Well, Brazil is alongside the water, Dave. Could be a coast team. A little bit more experience there fighting from there. And the Eastern Stars, looks like they are going to be able to make it onto mainland, but oh my goodness. This circle shift. And by the way, everybody, this is Sanhok. If you look, there's only a minute left on the clock before this zone starts shifting. This is a horrible shift if you're Eastern Stars and Rise and Navi as well. Ghost, HH24, looking to bring something back, you know, literally make Ghost alive again, because this squad, I mean, they are dead last right now.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I don't know what that was. The player was just 1 mile per hour back towards HH.
Too slow.
So too slow. Too slow. 2 points.
Take it.
Next Rhea, down to a solo.
And
looking for
he's
that
in the
heal
zone.
off. Yep, in the zone.
So he's gonna hold that shack for as long as he possibly can. He's gonna hope that no player even comes near it. Maybe by some time. Wow, Zesty from Besiktas trying to drive all alongside, get some intel. Mad Bull's taking him out quickly. I mean, these vehicle rotations in Sanhok are so risky. And here comes Chico from the Knights. Looking to apply some pressure. HH24 couldn't get by.
I like this from the Knights. A little 2-2 split with that that main road between them, making somewhat of a death ravine. And we just saw right there exactly what the plan was. Anybody that drives through that ravine from both sides, we all just fire upon them. And that's almost guaranteed to get a E-limb point. It worked out beautifully right there. The thing is, though, when they get a couple E-limb points from that position, that intel is not going to be, that element of surprise at least is not going to be on their side anymore. So they will need to keep that in mind moving forward. But a lot of teams, you got Ghosts, you got Unicorns of Love, you got Buluk, a lot of teams hovering around the runes right now that we'll have to keep tabs on, just because the Knights, after last game's performance, so dominant, they're going to be trying to gatekeep these teams from making it into this new zone.
Yeah, the Knights are feeling themselves. They are smart enough to realize that they can't be too confident just yet, because this is day number 1. They are crushing it. You know, they want to continue to do so. They want to have such a strong day 1 that they can just run away with this tournament. Football is catching Fenerbahce. I guarantee you, if you're the Knights, you're looking at Fenerbahce right now. You're looking at Furious Gaming. All the teams are right below you. So to see a kill go down like that, it's got to make the Knights happy, but they still got to finish strong.
Ooh, talk about finishing strong. Bayo, the census going off right here. The Bayo Mayo. Buluk right behind them. 2 members.
Oh, no.
Fernand! I thought the census were going off. Fernand, the snake in the bush. Getting a nice knock on a Bayo, popping up, getting the confirm. Bayo was just trying to ride the scooter and enjoy life out here. Oh, Buluk with the spoilers, Hot Jukes.
In the book of Sanhok, Dave, there's an old saying, right? It says, if you ride the moped, you be dead. And Bayo, I think just is a testament to that statement. So moped, not the strat. It looks like Elion is going to get on that death moped anyway, though. And I see why. The next circle does go on up, and it's all the way in boot camp. So another hard shift. Horrible. And we saw him.
Wow.
Exhibit A, Dave. Exhibit A.
The moped, you dead. That's what the book said. I have to say, the book is right. The book is right. Talking about being right, Besiktas picking the boot camp. Oh, they picked a beautiful spot as boot camp. Pretty much one of the main features when we're talking hard cover in this next circle. So a lot of teams down here towards south. I'm telling you, go for the heal strat. Pick up as many first aids, bandages, boost, gather it all because you're gonna need it.
That's the play, because honestly, trying to get even into this next zone is going to be horrible. And look at that, the clocks already ran down to 0. This circle is starting to close already, and so many teams aren't even close to it. Besiktas, currently sitting in 11th place, have to make something happen. But here we go, the Knights and Furious Gaming. This is the squad in 1st place and 3rd place, battling it out on the bridge, and they have to get across it quickly to get into this next zone. So this fight going to ramp up here now.
Yeah, that's a big one. Xenox was swimming, and looked like Scream already had the intel on Xenox in the water. So fish out of water here. Furious might get the better half of them. Got to keep up with the kill feed because up here
Fenerbahce out
in the zone, A7 crawling around the place. Fenerbahce getting taken out from the Mad Bulls. That's a huge fight. Wow,
huge.
Mad Bulls, they needed that. Yeah, Mad Bulls 12th place overall, so that's a huge victory for them.
Yeah, Fenerbahce was in 2nd, so that is worst case scenario with them with only 1 kill point. That's only 1 point they're going to get here. The Knights had to see that finish onto Fenerbahce, so they have to make something happen here if they want to create that point gap that they're really looking to get done. Unicorns of Love having a bad day here at the start. You can see Rolkis trying to make something happen, throwing that grenade. Oh, it's a smoke actually, so a smoke to eliminate his sight lines and allow the rest of his team to cross this bridge. Looks like it's going to work out for the time being. Is Milo's going to play spoiler, though? Rokas knows.
Yeah, Rokas knows. Milos knows, too, that he's probably looting right there in the smoke. Take the shots, man. Take the shots, man.
Take them.
You hear the footsteps.
This is what happens, Dave, when you have hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line. You wait until the exact last second. Rokas is going to hear those steps, and here comes the challenge. UMP. Oh, Rokas losing that one. So Unicorns of Love. Gonna lose another member, and if you are Milos there, I'm grabbing all the first aids. Just like you said earlier, grab those first aids and start into healing.
Ooh, Mufasa springing the trap, Penta behind the boulder, popping up with the UMP, getting a nice one, but from across the way, from the blue zone, getting third-partied by a solo from Eastern Stars before getting taken out.
Is on the run now after that one, so he's going to use that to his best advantage, but it looks like he's about to go down. I couldn't really tell if he did go down.
Yep.
As he does, so it looks like it's just going to be Spec from Ghost Gaming left up for them. Another big one right here. Oh, Ghost does go down. Okay, so 10th place, they're gone. Here goes Furious Gaming. Beautiful nade there from Big Milo. Big one.
Can we get the follow? Can we get the follow? Furious, though. The teammates, the 3-1 split, sent a Texa from the guard tower, looking for that spray down. Big Milo is looking for another big grenade to turn the tides here. And then 2 members of Na'Vi behind Big Milo. Look behind you. Spotted. Tagged him back.
Na'Vi coming from the side. Alpha 7 did a job of bullying both of these teams in the league play, but this is the finals, and now both of them are starting to hunt down Alpha 7 as they're pressing up this hill. Na'Vi on one side. We got another squad on the other, and Alpha 7's in big trouble here. That use of utility. Oh, Matic cannot touch the blue zone. He's gonna go down. He's on the race. He's on the hunt. And I think he is gonna eat it. McHugh's got the MG3 though. That's the gun to have.
That's the gun to have.
Oh, this circle!
A7 are done. They got exploded. Na'Vi, 6 kills. Na'Vi, beautiful position, overlooking Besiktas right now, trying to make their way out of the boot camp because the next zone is at Besiktas. See you later. We're going down to the south.
Na'Vi, you know, battled it out with Alpha 7 all league play long, and it's because of them they ended up missing a super weekend, but Na'Vi punishing them here in the finals. 6 kills, and they have a great position. This zone has just been going all over the place. Besiktas no longer blessed. They're going to have to climb up that hill wide in the open, and you got the Mad Bulls gatekeeping them. Yeah, Besiktas in real big trouble. Coops! Coops is still alive! Last member up for Pittsburgh Knights. Consistency, Dave. Once again.
Yeah, 5th place gets you 6 points, and we don't know how many bets. Oh, he's really low down there. But over here, the fight, Besiktas in the buggy pulling up onto the Mad Bulls.
Coops goes down in 5th place. Top 4 situation here. Mad Bulls looking to have a good game, looking to start creating a little bit more points on the leaderboards and start climbing up it. And this is how you get it done here against Besiktas. Na'Vi, a squad that we have just seen underperform here in the PMGC, looking to start off strong here in the finals, at least finish strong. 6th place so far. They climb up even further. Here they go against the Mad Bulls. Nice nade. Trying to get some pressure. If Hugh goes down, it's going to leave last 3 members up. Got to get this fight done.
Ooh, Mad Bulls getting pinched right now. S2G from behind, trying to get involved, trying to get some of these limp points. Play spoiler. Na'Vi recognizing that, pushing back just a little bit, looking for the reset here, the boost up, as we do have 3 more teams to go. Mad Bulls, Na'Vi, and S2G. Final 3.
Super smart play there from Na'Vi. The second they saw that zone shift towards the center, they said, hey, let's just back up off this fight, rotate to the hard shift side, and we will be able to refight afterwards. So a great reset from them. It's going to extend their tournament life here. Mad Bulls with 3 up, Na'Vi with 3 up, S2G with 2. Anything can happen. It looks like Timber going to catch 1 member, but there's going to be the trade. Only 1 up left from S2G. He's going to start running towards his teammate and try to get that reset.
Ooh, Agori already
Mad Bulls
healing
give
in
up.
blue. Ooh, yep, look at them heals. Yin Yang in the front line. Monkey, UMP. 3 elim points so far. Matic, though, tossing some grenades, tossing some mollies. Matic does have a gigantic boulder to work with right now for hard cover. Nisume, top 10 bush. Top
Looks
10
like,
bush.
Oh, man, Kitsune in the bush, holding it strong. Na'Vi, they have the circle. They have the priority. Mad Bulls passing off all their heals to Agori in the back. You can see him healing up in the blue zone, at least trying to hedge their bets and make sure they get position. Not a bad play considering where they're at on the leaderboards. They're in 12th place. So looking to get some big ones here, though. They can win this game if they're able to get the right angles, though, against Na'Vi.
Matic,
Timber!
zone! Oh, the snakes in the grass. S2G!
S2G going to hop it in. Here comes Na'Vi to clean them all up. Oh, maybe a little bit too much pressure. Yin Yang. That's 9 kills for the Mad Bulls. Okay, so now it's just Kitsune. This could be Mad Bull's game. Yin Yang versus Kitsune. 1v1 for the chicken dinner. But don't forget, Agori still in the back there healing up.
The enemies crawling ever so closer. Yin Yang
got the confirming
one. Giving away their position, though. Looking to wrap around the boulder. Barrel in hand. Going for that pre-fire. Was taken down by the UMP. And Agori popping up at the end to seal the deal. Mad Bulls, horns are strong. They are sharp. They came into this match 12th place. They needed that chicken dinner hot juice, and they got it.
Man, I can only imagine Agori's hands here because that zone, that blue zone, was so powerful that it was punishing him. He could not stop healing. So the second he realized that, oh, we're in a 2v1 situation, I got to get into this zone. I got to help my teammate. So you know for a fact, he was just healing and crawling, hoping that that heal didn't fail. Because if you run a little bit too fast, that heal goes out and you're going to go down to the blue zone. So he just was able to heal his way in, come in the back, and win that game. Huge one for the Mad Bulls.
Huge one, yeah. The Mad Bulls, they needed that one. Mad Bulls, by the way, in case you're just tuning into the finals, this team barely qualified. Barely qualified for the finals. It took them like the last 2 games of the Super Weekend for them to get, I think, a couple points ahead of that 17th position. So for them to barely qualify, come into today with a new mindset, get a chicken dinner in this lobby, that's fantastic for their mental. Another team really switching it up here, Hot Jukes, when we look at the overall from the Super Weekends. We would think A7 on top, but the A7 versus Na'Vi battle, Na'Vi are the ones showing up here in the finals.
I was waiting to see this because come finals time, I knew in fact we were going to see some surprises, some squads that were quiet in the league play come out strong in the finals here, and Na'Vi seem to be the team to do it. Still, though, not Alpha 7 that low on the leaderboards is going to be a huge shocker for me as we watch the highlights from this last Sanhok game. And this chicken dinner for Mad Bulls, it means big in a lot of ways, right? Because, you know, top 6 is the goal always, right, for these teams. First place is the main goal. But the crazy part is that in this tournament, the prize pool gap in every single placement is so massive. That little chicken dinner there, I mean, well, actually not little, a big chicken dinner there from the Mad Bulls could mean tens of thousands of dollars.
Oh, man, these bike plates.
Oh, wow!
Oh, effect! What's a spray down on a bike? That was nice. And you have to remember, Hot Jukes, that some of these teams, they might have started in PMCO. They might have went from PMCO to PMPL to the finals to PMGC West. Like, they started from the very beginning. Maybe not the team, but some of these players along the way getting picked up. So for them to be here playing at this level, the top echelons of the competition, and to get a chicken dinner, that is a victory in itself. So Mad Bulls, great win right there. Oh, Monkey wasn't even looking. But Agori definitely clutching it out right here from the blue. Yeah, this is what I wanted to know. Were they in the blue? And they were. So taking shots. If Agori would have missed maybe 1 or 2 more shots from that UMP, they would have lost just because of Papa Blue alone right there, chunking them down and out. So that is so crucial for you to really be able to hit your shots here, especially in that situation. So shout out to them. Shout out to Na'Vi. Let's over to the desk, see what they have to say about that Sanhok game.
Definitely a big shout out to those players at the very end. They're down to a 1v1 coming out of the blue zone. That was really clutch coming through the one player. I thought it was going to be another Na'Vi win because, I mean, even in the second week of the Super Weekend, they ended up winning multiple Sanhoks in a row, and they won the first Sanhok today. I thought that they were going to do it again here, Zute.
Yeah, same. I mean, Mad Bull's great bounce back. They're shooting up in the ranks with that chicken, 25 points. But I literally screamed out, how did you lose that? Like, Na'Vi's a team that I'm really cheering for because they have that potential, right? They are playing really well. They got that reset coming into the finals, and they're doing great. But I was just like, how did you lose that? I thought he totally had that, but nonetheless, Na'Vi with another really good finish, like you said, on Sanhok. Matic coming in with the MVP, 3 elims, 677 damage. And Glitter, I know you're happy seeing this Na'Vi team bounce back from those league plays.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it used to be Brazil that was going to dominate our Sanhok matches, but Na'Vi decided that they wanted to be the team that was going to dominate our Sanhok matches. I mean, you can see Matic here, 677 damage, 3 elims for our MVP of this last match, but in general, Na'Vi has just looked very, very comfortable on what some would argue, depending on the team, is one of the most uncomfortable maps to play on out of all of them, Span.
Definitely. I mean, in that 5th place as well, the 55 points, the 2 teams that we were expecting the most out of when it comes to Sanhok were actually Rise and Alpha 7, and they're on the complete opposite side of this leaderboard on that 13th and 14th positions, which is quite surprising to say the least. I mean, is there anything that you guys noticed? I kind of want to talk about that specifically because if you take a look, Rise, Alpha 7, Unicorns of Love, those are 3 out of the 6 teams that were at the very top of the leaderboard coming into these finals. Is there anything different that you specifically noticed in these last 5 matches that could kind of explain this, Zute?
It's just the way it works with these battle royales. We already said at the very beginning, 3 of these top teams we're probably going to see in the bottom. Maybe 1 or 2 of them will do well on the first day. And that's just how it's always been. When you get that reset, when you go into a new particular stage, everything switches up. And before, like, the last thing I want to say, though, in terms of those leaderboards is Na'Vi, we're saying they're doing well, right? They're in 5th place. Keep in mind, you need top 6. So in a way, Na'Vi's on the cusp of getting eliminated. So you got to remember that too, guys. Top 6 is no joke right now, even if a team is doing really well, Span.
Yeah, it was top 16 and now it's top 6. Definitely difficult to go on ahead and kind of adjust to, but these teams have to figure it out quickly, to say the least. Another thing you should do real quick is going ahead and get involved with the PMGC treasure box for 2021. You guys can get permanent pink and purple items, Google and Amazon cards, and just PUBG Mobile merch in general. They're waiting for you at the in-game event center and esports center, so make sure you check out the PMGC 2021 treasure box event there now to go ahead and get them. And how you want to go ahead and get those rewards to get treasure boxes, make sure to watch PMGC live together, reach the 100,000 PCU target so that everyone will go on ahead and get rewarded 900 PMGC tokens. Reach that target, pick it up on December 23rd to 26th, and go on ahead and get your treasure box events from the lobby banner to get your reward. And one last thing, in case I see some questions in the chat, how do I put in the code to go on ahead and get these rewards? Make sure you guys click on the link that is pinned in the live chat, click it and type the code PMGC token, all one word, all capitalized, to go on ahead and get yourself those tokens. That's what you have to do. Hopefully that's a little bit clearer for y'all. So go get those tokens, get those rewards, get that good stuff. And we have one more game of good stuff to go on ahead and see how these guys will be playing. So we'll see you guys just after this short break for one last match of the day 1 of finals.
Find that kill into Zesty to shoot this. Their position crumbles and they're going in on it.
Ooh. What happened?
Come on!
I mean, literally.
Excuse me.
Hello?
Goodbye.
Huh? Nope.
Help me! That definitely explains this a lot.
Nice.
Oh, assistance.
Teamwork.
That works. Okay.
It's versus Unicorns alive. They find that kill into Zesty to shoot this. Their position crumbles and they're going.
Ooh.
Oh, here comes the two-man push.
Ooh. Oh no!
The sheets before we saw it. That's all the final.
It was at this moment that Nathan knew. He f***ed up.
Look at that.
Oh no, it's my shining! Oh, it dropped! Oh, it's disaster! Oh, Timber, man! You're not got the skills of Silas Pugh. You gotta be able to dodge that tree.
Yes, chills, but this will make it big for Sanhok if they can get the chicken dinner. Now we're seeing a lot more information here. Yeah, speeding up. What? What? He got back in! He got back in! Damn, I will chicken dinner! What?
Okay, y'all, if you guys haven't gotten hyped just yet, now is the time to go on ahead and do so, because once again, this is PMGC West Finals. It's the very last game of the first day, and you know, we talk about mentality a lot. If these teams want to go on ahead and start off with a good foot tomorrow, they should try to do well in this last match. And kind of to talk about that, we've had 2 matches already on Erangel. We're about to have the 3rd one today. We already have seen some interesting stuff happen so far happening on top of Erangel, so I'm just going to throw it on over to Glitter just immediately to kind of talk more about what we're expecting kind of in this last match, or like, what are you hoping for?
Okay, what I'm hoping for, just because I think it's going to make for some really good storylines, and I know that Zute is going to love this, but I'm not going to lie, I am hoping for a little bit more Knights domination, because they have just looked so good today, Zoo.
Yes, and not just that, on Erangel. They won both Erangel matches, so we got another Erangel coming up. I mean, it just makes sense, right? But other than that, I would still love to see a team near the bottom or the mid-pack get a really good game and just jump that up, because once again, it's top 6 moves on. I want to see that 6th place spot get really clustered. That way, every little game, there's a huge shift, there's a huge change up, and everyone's constantly kept on their toes.
I mean, I'm kind of glad you actually brought that up, because if you take a look at it right now, I mean, Navi's in 5th with 55. Nextria is in 6th with 45, so that's already a 10-point jump. And then after that, Mad Bulls, 2 points away from 6th. Baluk Chapton in 8th, actually like 10 points away once again. So there are a couple of teams that are like right up close to each other, but from 8th and from 5th, they have 10 points to go ahead and jump. And that's a good one game to kind of catch up. But that good one game is already kind of a big jump, I gotta say, already just from 5 games completed.
Yeah, 100%. And taking a look at the head-to-head, Na'Vi, man, they really started showing up on Sanhok. That is actually the last map I expected Na'Vi to start popping off on. I thought they would, you know, fix stuff on Erangel. And with Alpha 7 doing so bad, we talked about this a bunch during League Play. Na'Vi and Alpha 7 constantly running into each other. Maybe because Alpha 7's not doing so well on Erangel, Na'Vi's managing to pick up a little bit more points, but they're definitely shining on that Sanhok map. And Kitsune with that 45% team contribution, Matic with 36, that's pretty much almost 100% from these 2 players alone, Glitter.
Yeah, I mean, we've really seen some players that we knew were capable of this stepping up to the plate, as we see most throwables here on the screen as well. Monkey and Matic both tied for 10, and then Yin Yang in 3rd there with 7. And I mean, we've seen time and time again just how clutch those nades can be, especially in end game situations. So we love to see how much utility our players are using.
Definitely do, especially when it comes to that bounty. I mean, I'm still kind of interested to see who's gonna be stepping up to the plate to kind of grab them, because one of them literally is like Grenade Master or something of the sort. So I mean, that's always exciting to see, especially since nades, I mean, you don't see them too often, so who's gonna grab it? But also, we gotta talk about, once again, our sponsor, official sponsor, PMGC here, and that is OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro, because with that flagship performance and an immersive 120Hz display and hypertouch technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro are your best shot to climb the leaderboards. And if you guys want to go on ahead and kind of shove it in other people's faces like Hot Jukes does, make sure you go on ahead and get that phone. But quickly, let's go on ahead and jump to predictions. This is our last match of today. I'm just going to go first, and I'm just going to choose Fenerbahce, specifically because they're doing really well right now, and still they have not gotten a chicken, and kind of grinded in there a little bit onto them, I guess. That's what we were waiting for the entire last 3 weeks, kind of hoping that they grab this one. How about you, Glitter?
I'm on board with that too. Listen, one part of me says that I know Knights are going to dominate, but the other part of me is really hoping that Fenerbahce is able to finally get a nice chicken dinner to start off these finals strong. Like you said, they're holding out well on top, and they just now need to kind of get their little cherry on top of the sundae with the chicken dinner.
Zute.
Okay, well, you guys know my picks. I'm going straight for the Knights, but this is my real pick right here, because production can't do it for me. This is the real prediction. Coops is going to win this game. I mean, he's already a winner. This guy's nuts. I want to see him do another 1v3, 1v4. I don't care, man. Just give me some more Knights action.
Is this the errands that made you leave during that last game? I see. That is dedication. Yeah. That's dedication. So he chooses Coops, it seems like.
I choose Coops, yes.
Coops is what it stands for. Okay, well... I don't even know what to say about that. That's amazing. Thank you, Zute. But we're going to see if that effort was worth it, because we're about to be jumping into our last match of today. And again, kind of a good time to kind of set off with some positive vibes in this last match. So let's jump right on into it. Jukes and Dave, take the action away.
Oh, take it away indeed. Let's go, everybody. Last game here of day number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Finals. This is where all the money is made. Of course, I'm Hot Jukes here with my man Mustache Dave. Man, we've had the pleasure of just casting some of the best matches I think we've ever seen. Just here in the couple of games alone. One more left to go. What are your predictions, huh? What do you see happening here in this last one?
Predictions. Well, you have to assume, or at least hope, that Coops comes out on top, because Zute just went out and bought a brand new printer last game. to print that out. So you'd hope that investment pays off. Coops at the top, 82 elims here, looking for that gunslinger role. Mythic right behind them. Xenox, their fellow teammate, in third. So this team alone has just been popping off here throughout the entirety of the whole PMGC Westside League out here 2021. So pretty exciting things. And talk about more excitement. Zone number one. Besides the base drop right now, the zone as well. Looking pretty spicy here for this last and final match of the evening.
Man, these zones are never really too fun because you try to land somewhere on the plane, wherever you're going, you have to make a very, very quick rotation to be able to secure the spot. And oh, it looks like McHugh's going to try to go for the run over, but couldn't do it. So yeah, he's going to hop in that vehicle. He's going to pass him on up. Man,
close.
That was a little too close for comfort.
Close. So yeah, Zute just messaged me that he definitely just bought a printer.
Wow.
Dude got into his glider.
Are you serious?
Went to the store, got a printer, came back just like that, just to print out Coops. So I would do the same. I would do the same after watching that 1v3 Coops clutch to get the chicken dinner. 2 wins today so far for the Knights. By the way, shout out to Jeff Pete. I think Jeff Pete tagged you a couple times here. Jeff Pete. The stat, I used to be Stat Dave. This is algorithm Jeff Pete, knowing the numbers, crunching the data, using a super quantum computer. He or they put the Knights in first place at the end of all this. Wow. So as of right now, Jeff Pete is right. Knights are in first place.
Well, it's just, I mean, what a crazy prediction. I mean, it wasn't really a crazy one, right? But it was a bold one. It was a bold one considering of how we saw some of these other teams like Alpha 7, right, perform so well during league play. But man, have the Pittsburgh Knights just ran with this one. Coops just on another level here to start things off. And yeah, Jeff P showing up on the Twitterverse. That's right, everybody, at Hot Jukes, at Mustache Dave. Shoot us your tweets, your predictions, and we might just be able to, shout you out here on the broadcast.
Shout you out. Yeah, it's been an amazing year. Shout out to all the viewers, all the dedicated fans that reach out, have organic conversations with because they love the game. We love the game as casters, and shout out to players as well. Number one for putting up with me because I was in them DMs all year long. Just, hey, what's going on? How you feeling? What's up with the team? Just trying to gather some intel to really tell their story here on this stage. So shout out to the players as well for being so open with your boy and everybody involved. PUBG Mobile, what a game. And to think that we're watching all these plays, Hot Jukes. We're watching all these insane mechanical skills. They're playing from a phone, dude.
It's crazy.
This is from a phone, and it gets my blood pumping. And what a year! It's been a good one for PUBG Mobile.
It's been incredible. The ride has just been nuts. I had the pleasure of getting started in the scene pretty much during the inception of the game, and I played PUBG Mobile because I lived in a place where I didn't have access to high-speed internet. And, ended up getting on a team, and now I'm here casting, watching some of the best in the business, do it. And it's crazy to see how quickly this scene has grown, and not to mention how much my life has changed on PUBG Mobile and how much these players' lives are going to be changed, especially after this tournament has wrapped up. It's just incredible to watch. Prize pools, just astronomical. And these guys are fighting for their lives to get a hold of it. They want to have that namesake, that placement here. Duke and Machine, ooh, Poppy Hill out the vehicle instantly.
Yeah, I get the safe rotate along the coastline. What a random spot, by the way, for the Duke and Machine just to be chilling on, too. That's pretty random. So, Fenerbahce, I guess not. They did get a kill. They did set up for the Unicorns of Love rotation here.
I guarantee you, man, these players have. Oh wow, what a shot there from Rolkis with the holographic. Okay, putting down some pressure from far away. That buggy's all the tires are pretty much shot out, so it's useless at this point. But I think right you are, man. He's still putting on that pressure on Fenerbahce.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, though, these players, these teams, they've done so much research because it is a life-changing amount that's on here. The stake, even just making it to the next stage is huge. We'll see right now if Unicorns of Love are able to bounce back. They have not had the start that they were looking for. They're in 15th place. already lost one player, and I think that they're just forcing themselves to take this fight. But they are taking it against the third place team of Fenerbahce. What a bold run over, actually gets away with it, and back to safety. So Fenerbahce just applying the pressure to Unicorns of Love.
This whole fight is just bold in itself. I mean, Rolkiss with the hollow sight hitting some long distance shots. GK first trying to pull up with the buggy with 4 members of Fenerbahce on the high ground already taking shots out there in the distance. GK first, AKM in hand, needs to make some moves, needs to hit these shots, needs to get a knock. But even if they do so, they're going to be by themselves because their teammates, you talked about it, this US obviously burnt out. Rolkiss missing tires on their buggy. Even if GK first gets a knock, his teammates aren't in a position to provide that support. At least up in the front lines.
And this is a hard rotation, right? Straight from the plane path. So they know for a fact that nobody's going to come third party this, right? This fight's going to go out all the way. And you can see Unicorns of Love stuck on the beach. Completely out of position here. We're looking to see the map right down the right-hand side. We can see where all the players are at. Man, Eastern Stars all the way up in Stallber with the late rotation. Talk about playing it safe. I mean,
I respect it. I am not against it. They're a mid-pack team, and I talked about this a little bit here 3 games ago. I believe today, day number 1 out of 3, it's all about building that foundation and setting your team up for success on day 2 and 3. And what I mean by that is trying to shoot for a mid-place spot on the overall leaderboard. Obviously, if you're Knights, Furious Gaming, first place, second place, that is phenomenal. But for a lot of these teams, you know, that's not so realistic. So I think reality, you want to be in the mid-pack after day 1, and that's a victory. Because if you're in the mid-pack, that leaves you open to really capitalizing on momentum when we're talking days 2 and 3, where I feel like it truly matters here, Jukes. And this is just, you know, of course, all my takes, all my opinions here. But Eastern Stars, I think, have been doing just that here today.
Yeah, I think they're in a position already where they're just looking for consistency, so I don't blame them playing it here. Knights, though, they're on fire, and they're looking to continue that fire here in the last game of the day, putting some pressure onto Aton, and you can just see the Knights full sending it here, full aggression. This is a fight that they didn't have to take, but they are feeling themselves, but let's just hope that's not overconfidence here, Dave.
Yeah, especially with Coops in the front line sending it first. I would like to see somebody else kind of be in the front and take the brunt of the bullets here. So it does look like Chico was able to pull up and support him. Alucard on the outskirts, looking for some type of angle. Xenox as well. But there's 4 members of Aton in these buildings all spread out. So yeah, Coops and Chico, yeah. Come. We need some additional support here. Oh, Chico catching a grenade.
Yeah, I think you make a great point there, you know, especially considering that Xenox, in my eyes, is probably the best CQC fighter, pure CQC gunner in the game here. So having him in the front lines is definitely what you want, but they're all in a bad position here because inside this building, you don't have any sight line. So Aton is going to continue to throw every single little piece of utility that they have to try and apply more pressure to the Knights, because the Knights are going to have to just hold these angles and hold it down. You know, so a little bit of a bold push up. This could be a good nade from Chico. Oh, a little bit undercooked. Is it going to be able to get that one off?
Alucard's position, it's pretty much making sure that Aton can't wrap around the south side of this building, right, and vault in and catch him off guard. So they know for a fact that at least behind them is going to be secure. The only thing is, though, the utility, early game, all these grenades. Like, Alucard's position is not going to help his teammates if Aton just continue to throw in these grenades and maybe even get these knocks. Yep, get these knocks. See, exactly. What does Alucard do now? Like, is there a point to holding all the way back there if Aton are just going to continue to toss out these grenades in the building?
I see Furious Gaming coming around the corner as well, so both these teams got to be on edge. Looks like the Knights are going to be able to get this reset off. Yeah, the only thing that Alucard can really do is hold that position and hope that no player really wraps along that edge. But to be honest with you, no player's going to do that. I mean, they all know that that angle is just dangerous to run into. So Aton, even with that knock, not looking to press. But Furious Gaming.
Furious just showing
up.
This.
And third party is the name of the game.
Position.
That's the best way to be able to take out some of the top squads, is to third party them. So the second these fights get extended for too long, you risk yourself of getting third-partied, and that's what's happening right here. So now Alucard, that off angle, ooh, that's a dangerous one now. It's gone.
You can't do nothing. Yeah, if Alucard even makes a sound, you're gonna have Furious at your doorstep, ready to just unload and take you out. Cardi now catches some angles through those windows, but continuing on with the grenades. Aton have not had to push through the building yet. They've just been letting their utility do all the heavy lifting.
Okay, Trigger driving around Alucard here, but it's all about the Knights holding this building down. You can see that Molotov on the stairs to apply a little bit more pressure. They're going to continue to do this and try to buy some more time. Xenox does go down. That's a big knock there. Oh, Chico almost hit. Oh, he actually does catch him. Okay. Oh, that's actually Furious Gaming from up top. So huge help for the Knights. There to get a little bit of pressure off. Oh, that
good.
might be good.
That's good.
Oh, that's a smoke.
Oh,
that's a
smoke.
Yeah, so smoke there too. He's out of nade, so he uses that smoke to eliminate those sight lines, and that's just trying to buy a little bit more time there. Koops runs into that Molotov, but it looks like he is going to be able to heal up. This is still relatively very early game, so... Oh, that beautiful nade there from Chico. I can only imagine what these guys' utility is at. It's got to be very low.
Oh, Big Milo with the off angle from behind. So Furious got a 3-1 split. They got 3 up there by Alucard, Big Milo in the fields, and now here comes the collapse. Koops, Sanhok got him in tandem with the spray downs through the window with the help of Furious. Aton no longer relevant. Oh, Alucard, what happened? How'd they spot out Alucard over here?
Alucard had to make some noise finally, considering the position that the rest of his team was in. He does go down, so that off angle is done for, but man, the Knights just sending the thank you note over to Furious Gaming for helping him get out of that situation. But this just goes to show why this team is #1 right now. They're able to make the best out of it no matter what the situation is. Alucard is down, but the Knights have the advantage. I don't think but the problem is they don't realize that it's only 2 people on that hill. I think they think it's an entire squad. So they're not going to play it just a little bit careful. Alucard's going to have to try to make a little miracle crawl. Next zone does go on up, and it's quite a ways away. So that fight between Furious Gaming and the Knights has to end eventually. If I'm Furious Gaming, I think you just got to leave that one.
I kind of want to watch that fight because they are so far away from the zone, and this is the first and second place team in the lobby right now.
That's
so
right.
I feel like that's a kind of a big fight to end off today here. I did see one of the Knights, they were taken down, but they should be able to get the revive. And we can see on that left-hand side here, the tally, right? The Knights, one of them bleeding on out, but Furious, they lost one. I think they might have lost Big Malo on that huge off angle.
So they did take out Alucard on his off angle, and I think you're right. I think normally we would see Furious Gaming take off instantly to go into the circle and give up on that fight, but they saw the kill feed. They realized that that was the Knights, the team right above them, so I think they tried to stay a little bit longer to kind of apply that pressure. So we'll see how that turns out later on, but we got to watch this here. Alpha 7, the squad that everybody thought was going to be in Pittsburgh's ninth place, you know, they are way down on the leaderboards looking to bounce back. And Carrillo already down. Not looking good.
Nice.
Revo.
Ooh, Revo taken down too. Senatexa go from the spray down, looking to spray them toes. Senatexa from the team, currently one of the top players when we look at that survivor status. Good player with being able to snake it here and get those placement points. We already see them popping that buggy. Mafioso popping up, trying to get the pickup on the Revo. But S2G just continuing to toss out these grenades and try to get these confirms.
Yeah, Alpha 7 definitely have the advantage when it comes to position because you always want to hold outside rather than inside the building. Because if you're S2G, you really can only make plays outside the windows. So Alpha 7's going to know exactly where you're going to be shooting from. Great nade, though. Coming on, the pressure's on. Senatexa's in big trouble. And he's going to go down here. Mafioso trying to assist him. Look at this just... Oh my goodness, it's basically a red zone coming from SGG.
Mini red zone.
And they're gone.
And they're gone. And kind of like what I was saying earlier on about the Knights, if you take out Koops first, that's a GG. Same thing, you take out Carrillo first from A7, that's a GG. And that's what's been happening all day long for that team. Unlucky for them. And talking about being unlucky, it looks like Furious, they did end up pulling off that Knights fight, as it was not in that next zone. Oh my goodness, the zone, once again, another hard shift out there to the west side. Crazy to continue to watch these zones, but Unicorns of Love putting a halt, trying to gatekeep Furious here. This is good for Unicorns of Love, who are in 15th place overall.
This is a good battle here for the Knights because, you know, more trouble for Furious Gaming is exactly what's happening. Big Milo gonna have to make some plays here. We'll see what he opts to do. On the other side of the map, we got Eastern Stars going up against Besiktas. Besiktas throwing out that utility. Tons of use of utility here in the finals. Definitely great nades. You can see them all coming down, overarching. Octavian says, I'm gonna hop in this vehicle, I'm out of here. And it looks like he is gonna get away.
See ya.
I don't want
you got this, right? You got the shack, right? You hold it down. Besiktas recognizing that, looking to maybe press the shack just a little further. Besiktas, another team that I'm really looking for them to really gain a foothold in this lobby because Super Weekend 2, Super Weekend 3 popping off. Phenomenal. Right now, mid-pack team, let's see if they can survive.
Oh
the
my
goodness. From Na'Vi, taking down at least one. Maybe two.
These rotations.
From Besiktas.
These rotations so difficult at this high level. You know, you just drive a little bit too long, or a little bit out of at the wrong time, and you're gonna get popped out. Here comes Coops, applying some pressure. Does get shot back in return. Nice little return shots there from Sun HP to help buy him some time. Rest of Coops are gonna be looking to creep and crawl their way into this circle. They are out of it. Solke getting some shots on the Zessi, and Besiktas are looking to get this reset.
At least they found another shack. So they went from one shack to the next shack. And that shack right there on the edge. You're going to have Knights looking at you. You're going to have Na'Vi looking at you. But first, the two teams will verse each other. Furious, second place, out. This is good for the Knights. But Sanhok's trying to pull back, reposition. And Tixie with the M4. Red dot putting a stop to it.
So where you going, huh? Na'Vi, it's Na'Vi's time to really bounce back here. They're in 5th place with 55 points. With Furious Gaming going out, if Na'Vi gets a chicken dinner here, we could see them literally end up in the top 3 very easily. I would make all of their fans very, very happy. Mad Bulls did have a great game, you know, ended up with the chicken dinner, and Sanhok looking to kind of use that momentum to continue on here as they pressure footballist. They already got 2 down. Yeah, Mad Bulls definitely got to press the issue here.
Right there on the edge. Looks like they need to take the fight with footballists, maybe overthrow their compound and hold it down. Hope the next zone does favor them. Looking like Na'Vi also pushed out the Knights to reposition a little deeper into the zone. See, Mad Bulls, though, I like how they're playing the ridges. Very smart here. It's Tixie, UMP, FPP, and the smoke's going for that free fire straight out.
Too high.
Dude, Zessi though, the prone.
Throw down low.
Ankles.
Zessi saying, how low can you go? I'll show you, and you can see the rest of Na'Vi going for the run over. They catch him, slipping. Kitsune getting the finish, and here's Sun HP in
my
the shack.
My
saying,
shack.
Hello, here I am. Oh, Na'Vi, no clue.
What? Pulling out.
Sun HP,
He got
got
one.
Matic.
He got one.
Oh, I want to see that.
He's back in the shack.
He got him.
He's back in the shack.
What can he do? The pressure coming in hot. FPP.
Shack.
Headshot. Reload.
One more.
Reload.
One more.
He gets the finish.
Besiktas.
Na'Vi, bye-bye. Sun HP holding it down. We are just seeing crazy play after crazy play there. That was a huge one there for Besiktas.
This is my shack. Nobody's taking this shack from me, Sun HP said. Taking down 4 from Na'Vi. Great day from Na'Vi, though. Great day for Na'Vi. 5th place overall. Had a couple kills this last game, and well, you can't underestimate Sun HP in a shack. So hopefully they learn something new, and they will avoid all shacks moving forward in the next 2 days.
Hitting them headshots, dude. What a clutch play there. Mad Bulls still in the game. Yin Yang, last, well, he's got 3 players up. Okay, so they're doing good. Besiktas already have 4 kills. S2G have 9 eliminations already. And that's going to include Alpha 7. So they are feeling themselves big time. Now it's time to challenge next Ruya up the hill. S2G have the most dominant position in this next zone. They are dead center. But that is a position that all of these teams want. The thing is, though, Alpha 7 wanted it, quite a few other teams wanted it, and they have all gone down trying to get it. So S2G have been doing a great job so far of just holding it down. Just like Sun HP held that check.
Sun HP with the shack attack. That's what that was. It's the Duke machine in the coop Oh, still alive, just sending it
Shack
to their squad mate in another Shack. So S2G, a very interesting team to kind of look at here and look at their numbers. This is a team, they like to start the tournament strong. They pop off, they get a ton of kills. That's exactly what they're doing here today. And because this is a sprint, that might actually play out in their favor. We'll keep up to date with them because Solke, MG3, gonna be popping out of smoke though. Taking back out the MG3. There's one. There's one. Got him. There's two.
Oh, so
almost
close.
taking out Agori.
So close, yet so far. And you got to watch out for Agori. We saw what he did in Sanhok, able to hold it down. But here comes the blue zone. This one's starting to hurt. He's going to try to go for that first aid. Crouchy, back and forth, gets it off. And now he's going to start heading it straight towards Sun HP. Will he catch him? Does he see him on the open? Sun HP got him again. So, I mean, Besiktas. Sun HP making it happen for his team. 5 kills so far.
We're not done.
Oh my gosh.
Lavazin got the heal. Lavazin got the heal. Able to clutch it out and get the pickup on his Solke. But Sun HP from Besiktas. Shout out to you. What a game. 4 elim points themselves. Next zone did go up. It does still favor S2G. So S2G, they're going to have a nice little opportunity to defend their compound from next Rhea, who I have to assume are going to be looking at this compound, and they're at least going to be thinking about possibly sending it and overtaking it.
This could be a big game here for S2G, especially considering that they are 20 points below the Knights here. So the Knights have been dominating all game long, but they're already out. So is Furious Gaming in second place. So S2G, with their position here, they need to utilize it to their best advantage. They have to not just end this game with a chicken dinner. They have to end it with a chicken dinner and kills. They've already got 9 so far. They could definitely add more to that total, have a massive game, and overtake that first place spot going into tomorrow. So huge game. S2G has to clutch this up.
Yeah, they got 4 up. Like you said, they got the cover too. Oh, Timber. See ya. I'm looking at Ghost Gaming. I'm looking at Spec and Tensa. They're going to have to reposition here. And next Rhea are kind of right there on the edge of the hill. Ghosts might have some type of sight lines, but Ghosts are going to need to be aware of Baluk as well. The different levels of terrain is what makes this zone so interesting, as S2G on the high ground, and then it kind of goes down below from there.
Oh man, Timber picking up another kill. So S2G just cleaning up this lobby. That's 11 kills, I believe, so far for them. Yep, you can see it there right on the right-hand side. Ghost, you said they need sightlines, Dave, but they need sightlines. They need the circle. They need MG3s. They need it all right now because they are in last place with only 10 points over 6 games. They need to pop off and get a strong finish here. They got some placement. Can they get the kills? Timber says, no kills for you. I'm getting all of them.
Yeah, if Ghost Gaming can get a 3rd place, that would double. Oh, Frozen. That would double their points here so far. So that would be the goal in my mind. But Spec actually going to be popping up, trying to throw out some grenades and put a stop to the push from Baluk across the way.
Tensa goes down, so that's going to only leave Spec up left. I mean, S2G have just been big chilling in that compound. They haven't had to move a muscle, but that's what the name of the game here. You know, when you don't have the zone, you got to put up consistent points. And when you do, you have to dominate. And S2G are doing exactly that. 11 kills, and they're hungry for more. Next Rhea, look at them. Hugging the circle right by the edge, hand in hand. Oh, nice shot there from Frozen on the Timber. That's a big one.
They are just grouped up. 1 volley, 1 grenade from Salas would seal the deal. Yeah, next Rhea, nowhere to go.
Oh no.
Nowhere to go.
Yeah,
pinch.
they're getting crossed from every angle. So next Rhea, even though they're able to get that nice knock onto S2G, they cannot cross because every other team in the lobby is looking right at him.
Oh,
in the next zone. Heading towards Fenerbahce. Oh, Spec with the molly.
Cleanup crew. The cleanup crew.
2 kills. Big one. Spec. Necessary points. Oh, and then full send. Fenerbahce shutting it down. Hey, Baluk, where you going? This is my house, my shack.
Duke it for 2.
It's on
Timber,
fire.
though, from behind. Catching that angle behind the US. S2G going to be pulling out 16 kills.
Oh, my gosh.
Dude, Spec, 2nd place. 12 points. They doubled their points here this game.
Oh, well, I mean, that's something. You know, that is something indeed, Dave. I mean, but at the same time, Ghost. Oh, a nice knock there. Goes for the double. He gets 2. No way. Can he do it again? The blue zone, too strong. Spec showing some signs of life there, but S2G getting the last lap. And I'll tell you what, Dave, they were laughing all game long. They got some big points in this one.
Yo, Spec with 2 though, right there. That's pretty solid. That was pretty solid. Spec with 2. My eyes are water. My eyes were like wide open, seeing if Spec can pull it off right there. But still a good game from Ghost though. Second place, couple kills. That is great considering they were in 16th place with only 10 points all together coming into this match. So that should boost up the morale here just a little bit. By the way, shout out to you on that nice haircut. I forgot to mention it earlier on. You're looking hella fresh. S2G though, I was kind of mentioning it here when we look at the tournament before this, how they qualified. This was a team, they started out the gate super strong. They were popping off. They were getting these chicken dinners, and then they slowly dived from there. They slowly let loose of the reins, and they didn't do too hot at the end of the day. But because this is a sprint, that kind of mindset, that kind of energy can really pay off big time for them here. And S2G, GG's. A ton of kills, by the way. Ton of kills.
I mean, that is the best performance so far of the finals. And you know, I want to stress this again. I don't want to even talk about league play because in my eyes, Dave, it didn't matter. This is where the money is made. So everything that you do here shows the kind of squatter you are, right? So if you are a top team, if you're the best team in the lobby in the finals, you're the best team in the West, right? If you're last place, then you're the worst team, right? So you got to pop off when it counts. S2G getting the position, getting the zone, and they did exactly that. Navi having a great performance here in the finals as well.
Man, and you know what? I agree with you. I wouldn't want to talk about it either, league play, because A7 second place, A7 right now 15th place. So you, A7, same boat. They don't want to talk about it because tomorrow they are going to have to be doing some major adaptations and really coming back to form here and not letting today affect their mental aspects, because we still do have 12 more games to go. Not a lot though, not a lot. So they're gonna really need to correct any type of micro mistakes that was occurring on the squad here today.
Yeah, we saw some great shots back and forth. S2G with some great domination there. Kitsune coming in clutch. Sun HP though said, this is my shack. Talk about Hodor. That was him right there, man. He held that door good, shutting him down. This push from Navi.
FPP UMP. There you go. FPP UMP with the shack attack. Spec, great ability, great awareness right there to be able to capitalize and get 2 elim points there when they desperately needed it, instead of just snaking it and remaining under the radar. So that split-second decision was able to acquire them a couple more points here, and every single point, of course, matters, especially when you are at the bottom. But what a day, 6 games in the books. Anything else you want to mention before we toss it here, Hot Jukes? Anything else?
That'll be it, man. I'd like to see how he actually went down. Spec went down to the blue zone right there rather than going and getting another kill to S2G. So Papa Blue coming in with the last kill of day number 1. You'd love to see that. Dave, I know this is your last day casting here of the PUBG Mobile Global Championships. Any last words here before you take off?
Hey, what a year. What a year. Love everything. Keep playing PUBG Mobile. Shout out to everybody involved. But let's go hear what the desk got to say about my mustache. Yep, that's it. What they got to say about my mustache.
It's a great mustache.
It is. It's great. I mean, I can't really say anything else about that. Thank you guys so much for that. I mean, once again, a great performance actually coming through from S2G. We're kind of waiting for them to go ahead and show up once again. And the second best performance coming today with the 16 eliminations and the chicken dinner right behind Furious Gaming's 19 elimination win as well. But take a look at that. Ghost also stepping it up here in this last match there, Zute.
Yeah, Ghost, that's huge. I mean, they're still really down there. I heard Glitter make a little sound like, but hey, last match of the day, we always talk about it, you know, the momentum meter that Dave and Jukes coin. That's momentum for them going into the next day. They could bounce it back. If they ended with a bad game, I mean, Kelsey right there, you can see Kelsey and Timber both definitely ended on an even better note than Spec did. But not too bad for Ghost Gaming and S2G. We saw them pop off week number 1, right? I think They're back in form. That was a huge chicken for them. So many elims, and S2G looking strong right now.
Yeah, it also. Oops, sorry, go Glitter, go.
Oh, okay. Well, we've got both throwables up here on the screen. 27. Okay, I actually don't think we've ever seen a number that high for Dokkan Machine there. Fenerbahce, obviously, Coop's still sneaking his way into every single category he could make his name known on. 16 for Coops, as well as 16 for Sun on Besiktas. But, I mean, I really like the tone that was set today. The fact that S2G was able to clean up so insanely well in the final game is going to be huge for them and their momentum heading into day number 2, especially when, you know, you take into consideration just how controlled they looked while they were doing it. That was what we saw in that first Super Weekend, and that was what we were hoping to see for the rest of the season. So definitely a little bit of S2G returning back to form, like you were saying there, Zute, as we look at the overall rankings here and see where everybody did shake out at the end of today. Not too many jumps in this last match. I mean, Besiktas in football is moving up a little bit, as does Ghost. I don't know if I'm on board with everybody right now saying that this is Ghost picking up momentum, because it was all elimination points. We weren't getting, I mean, all placement points, no elimination points. We weren't getting the aggression that we need from them. We weren't getting that stereotypical Ghost play where we see them look really comfortable in the center of the zone and then just wipe everybody out around them, and we have seen them struggle with engagements time and time again. So while I do agree, I think the placement points were huge, and the fact that Spec was able to snake for them is big when it comes to just those standings. It's not the play style that we're looking for out of that squad, so I'm hoping they're able to pick that up tomorrow. But we've got our current elimination rankings here, Zute, and Timber is actually in first place with 18. To be fair, though, Coops is tied at 18, so I'm sure that makes you very happy.
Yeah, like, shout out to Timber. He had a massive game that last game. Definitely kind of slipping under the radar in the sense of we were also focused on Coops, but hey, after all, S2G right now is in first place, not the Knights. And that player right there, Timber, definitely bringing it in for his team. Overall, the matches today were amazing, and something to remind the viewers is that this is a 3-day final. I know if you guys have been tuning in, you've been watching 2 days on the weekdays and then a 3-day super weekend, and you might have gotten used to just, you know, watching game after game. It's like, okay, cool. No, this is it. We're 1/3 of the way done. We only got 2 more days. Like, every moment, every point, every play is extremely crucial at this stage span.
I'm glad you pointed it out, because that's very true. Every single match here matters, and seeing 3 out of the 6 teams and those last 3 places as of right now, I mean, that just begs the question, are they going to be able to kind of bring it back in the next 2 days? We'll, of course, have to wait and see. And as one last reminder for y'all, if you guys want to get involved in picking up some treasure boxes, you can. You can get pink and purple permanent items, Google and Amazon cards, PUBG Mobile merch, and all of the above. They're waiting for you at the in-game event center and esports center. All you have to do is check out the PMGC 2021 treasure box event now to go get them. And the way to go ahead and get rewards to get in with the treasure box, remember to watch PMGC live. And if you guys all do it together and reach that 100,000 PCU target, everyone involved will get 900 PMGC tokens. All you have to do is wait until we reach that target. Then you can go into the in-game event center on December 23rd to 26th to collect those 900 tokens, and then go get the treasure box from the lobby banner and collect those rewards. And just as one last reminder, to get those PMGC tokens right now, all you have to do is click the web link in the live chat. It's a pinned message right there in chat. Click that link, and in that link, type in the code PMGC token. That is PMGC TOKEN right in a row to go on ahead and get yourself some rewards. And really quickly, just a couple of words really fast before we just toss this away here, y'all. What do you feel about today? What are you expecting tomorrow, Zute?
I loved everything today. Like, it's just, I'm gonna love tomorrow even more. I'm gonna love the 3rd day the most. So be here. It's only gonna get better. Like, no matter how the teams perform, good or bad, the action, the intensity is just only gonna get better from here on out. And what about you, Glitter? I mean, I feel like you gotta be in the same boat as me.
1 bazillion%. Okay, I think that we got a lot of surprises today that we weren't necessarily prepared for, which is just going to make the last 2 days that much more exciting. There's going to be so many teams that are scrapping it out for that top 6. We'll keep reminding you guys just how important the top 6, how much money is on the line. There's grand finals on the line. I mean, there's a lot that these players are fighting for, so it's just going to get even better tomorrow.
Yeah, you guys heard it here. It's going to get even better. So if you guys tuned in today, make sure to tune in the same time, same place tomorrow, same people. We'll see you guys there. And thank you so much for tuning in to the first day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2021 West League Finals. Catch you guys tomorrow.
Bye.